Well, hello, good morning, or good afternoon rather. We are going into the racing action now for day 2 of our Brscc summer race day here at a resplendent Brands Hatch Indy circuit. Today is the second part of our endurance days, and it's all endurance action today. We're out here on the grid getting ready for our first 2-hour endurance race of the day. Of course, that is for the PBS Brakes SuperSport Endurance Championship. 6 classes in that one, all up for grabs. Lots of points on the table on a tight and twisty Brands Hatch endurance racing today. Now, the one thing to look out for all day is going to be traffic, not just in this race, but in the Silverlake C1 Endurance Series as well. I am really looking forward to this. We had some great action yesterday from the Jeff Page Limited Super Formula Ford Classics. We also had the Zeo prototypes, and then we had a very entertaining Fun Cup race, especially towards the end. If you do get a chance, have a look back, especially the last 10 minutes of that race. It did get rather tense. We enjoyed it in the commentary box. But as we wait for cars to come out on the grid here at Brands Hatch, it's time to welcome our main man in the commentary box this weekend. Paul Jeffrey joins the Brscc for the first time this weekend. He's been loving the action. I've been loving the action. It's time to head to the commentary box and over to Paul.
Fabulous stuff. Thank you very much. Robert Lewis down there on the grid waiting for some cars. Paul Jeffrey up here in the commentary box. I've got Rob Rowley alongside me for Alpha Live Productions, working his magic behind the scenes, and it is our absolute pleasure to welcome you all here to the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. As Rob mentioned, down on the grid, looking resplendent in the summer sunshine, although I will say it's a little bit cooler than we had yesterday. Bit of key information about the circuit. It's 1.21 miles, 6 turns, established in 1950. It's the short layout of Brands Hatch, the more commonly used layout of Brands Hatch, and as Rob Lewis very rightly mentions at the start of the show, traffic will be the name of the game all race day long. Not just in the PBS Brakes SuperSport Endurance Cup that's coming up, but also the Silverlake C1 Endurance that follows almost immediately after. As you can see, the weather, a few clouds at 19 degrees centigrade. We expect it to rise to a high of 23 degrees a little bit later on in the day, around 4 p.m. UK time. Very little wind, very little protection from those harmful sunshine rays, which for the spectators is absolutely wonderful. For the drivers, adds another element of drama and intrigue. It's going to be a hard challenge racing around this track. 2 hours is this upcoming race for the PBS Brakes SuperSport Endurance Cup. We've got a very eclectic mix of cars on the grid. I've had the pleasure of walking around a few of those a little bit earlier on today, watching the qualification and practice sessions out on track, and we've got some really interesting machinery, a very big grid of cars. So, without further ado, let's get started with the PBS Brakes SuperSport Endurance Cup. Race fans around the world, are you ready for some outstanding clubman racing? I hope you are, because the PBS Brakes SuperSport Endurance Cup is just a few minutes away. A wide variety and mix of racing cars. It's going to be a 2-hour race. There's a minimum 2 mandatory pit stops that will take place in this one. Drivers may or may not swap over during the course of the race. Maximum 3 drivers per car. A wide variety of different cars. 6 classes from Pro A, B and C, Clubman A, B and C as well. It is all based on a power to weight ratio. That means we've got a very wide variety of machinery on track. Some cars that you will recognise, some that we don't see very often out on the racing circuit, and they look, sound and smell absolutely incredible. Ever get a chance to come trackside and watch this championship in action? I do recommend you do so. In a few moments time, let's take a look at the grid and who lines up where for this first race. So, race 6, the Brands Hatch Indy. It is car number 21 in pole position. That is the McEconomy and Horston machine with a 50.896 second lap time. Molesdale and Kent line up in P2, car number 4 alongside them. Behind them even, on row 2 of the grid, is the 777 machine, piloted just by Jones on this occasion, and the 67 of McBride for company on 4th position. Row 3, position 5, car number 179, the Goodin and Greensoul machine. Hadley in 6th place, car number 22, is alongside him on the 3rd row of the grid. Moving on down to row number 4, Hinson and Edwards occupy positions 7 and 8. And then we have, and apologies for the pronunciation, Chia Grimbo in 9 alongside the McCarthy and Gardner car number 53. Mead and Heartland are row 6, car number 1, position number 11, Kuma, Simmons and Kay, a three-driver team in 12th position for car number 9. Down to row 7, 13th place. Don't have any data in that one, so I'll skip that one to 14th, and it is Rakestock in the 122. 15th place is the 232 of Dennis and Price. Then the 88 will line up in 16th, Douglas and Luke. Row number 9, car number 6, position number 17 is occupied by Lindsay, with Evans and Hart alongside in the 137 in 18th position. Rolling down to row number 10, it's a massive grid here today. It's Williams and Shears in 19th. Then the car 999, position 20, Kuma, Simmons and Kay. Then Watt in 21st, but Wyatt, in 21st. In 22nd, it's Ellis Smith, 2 off W&P in the number 83. Ferguson and Luke in the 37 and 23rd on the grid. Humphrey will start in 24th in car number 91. Row 13 is Drinkwater and Reed in the 99. Adams and Dennis in the 23 will line up in 26th position. Tresswell, Steele and Payne in 27th, car number 8. And finally, the 28th and final entrant into this race is the 123 of Miller and Adams, a 1 minute .674 lap time for that particular car. 28 cars on the grid, a circuit that is not very long at all, a wide variety of machinery, different performance, different lap times that they can extract. This is going to be absolutely fantastic. A very nice lineup indeed. A big shout out to everybody watching this on the Brscc YouTube channel. I see a few chatters in there already. It's great to have you with us for this broadcast. I'm looking forward to talking you through what should be, I hope, a very entertaining day's racing indeed. Here at the Brscc, we had a great race, a great Dame fight yesterday, headlined of course by the Fun Cup Endurance 4 hours event. Plenty of great racing, plenty of great drama, and I dare say we're going to have plenty of more of the same again coming in to this race as the cars line up behind the safety car. We're about to go racing, which is going to be very, very entertaining. It's 2 hours. Sounds like a lot of time, and it is if you're not doing something you enjoy. But we enjoy this a great deal, so it's going to be very, very quick indeed. So, without further ado, everybody get yourself nice and comfortable, and let's see what happens in this race. Marshals are on the grid, just making sure everybody finds themselves in the right position. Bit of information actually. Peter Zennis has just WhatsApped me to say that Paul and Wendy Ellis-Smith also did the Fun Cup yesterday. Paul and Wendy, my apologies, I didn't clock that one at the time as I was running through the grid, but yes, of course, they did Fun Cup racing, and that's what's great about the Brscc events. It's all about fun, it's all about enjoyment. The drivers get as much time as they possibly can behind the wheel, and many of these championships, of course, being endurance, you can share the cost, share the responsibility, but also share the seat time, and it gives drivers, pound for pound, so much more opportunity to be behind the wheel, to be racing. It's a club level championship, but it's very high level across the board on the whole slate of the Brscc categories of racing. So it's great for the drivers, it's great for the commentators, it's absolutely fabulous for the fans at home, because the racing almost certainly is going to be a little bit intense. In terms of cars that we've got on the grid, as I mentioned, we've got a wide variety of machinery, some BMW M1s, M3s in there. I noticed a couple of TCR looking cars, which is my bread and butter. I do like me some TCR. A couple of the older generation, it appears, Honda Civics on there. The generation 1 is a VW Golf, Lotus Elise, a few Mazda MX-5s as well, the Mark III being the predominant car of choice, it does appear. A Golf GTI VW as well. Got some Audi TTs, they look fantastic on track, the TT, really, it's a mono-make car. In fact, it actually joined the TCR International Series back in 2015. Their first race at Malaysia had Franz Engsler, if memory serves me correctly, put that car on pole position. The Audi TT, still a venerable racing machine all these years later. As well, we've got a Porsche GT3 SuperSport in the Pro B class. That's the number 73 car. 3-car team. In that particular WOD, Spark, Saunders and Nagel are the drivers in the championship that run that machine. Usually, haven't seen that one actually on the entry list, I don't think, for this particular race. It's also worth mentioning, on my entry list at least, I haven't clocked the number 69, who's the championship leader in the MX-5, Rob Boston, Eaton and Grant behind the wheel of that particular car. They lead the overall championship standings as things stand with 238 points, make that 203 with drop scores included, versus the 184 drop score total for the number 99. So there's a big opportunity for the 99 to gain some ground in the overall championship. Speaking of said championship, versus the classes, 50 points for a win, 45 for a second, third for 40 points, fourth for 35, and so on and so on. So a championship designed, point structure at least, to make it nice and tight in the overall championship standings, and it certainly works out very, very much that case when you're out on the racetrack. A little bit of background while we're waiting to get underway here. This is a relatively new championship. It's the PBS Brakes SuperSport Endurance Cup. They had their first pilot race at Snetterton back in 2021. A further couple of racers in 2022 took part here at Brands Hatch, and then last year in 2023 was the first full season of this very exciting and rapidly expanding category. Coming in to 2024, of course, we've got very interesting cars on the grid, as I mentioned. It's an ethos of a long-distance club racing for a variety of clubman level race cars. So there's opportunity for drivers to bring a wide variety of different machinery, give them an opportunity to get on the racetrack in a competitive, in a respectful and a safe environment and go motor racing. And that's exactly what club racing is all about, and that's exactly what the Brscc delivers week in, week out across their whole gambit of different championships and series and standalone races. So great for the drivers, great value for money for the drivers, gives them an opportunity to get the cars out on racetrack. And of course, it's absolutely fabulous that, courtesy of Alpha Live Productions, we get to see these live streams on our televisions and laptops and mobile devices, however you watch your racing. We get to enjoy these on a seemingly daily basis almost, but certainly most weekends. We've got some kind of action in store, and speaking of some kind of action, that's the BMW safety car leading our field away for a formation lap, and then things will get loud, things will get noisy, and things will get very exciting indeed as 28 cars charge down to Paddock Hill Bend for the very first time. There you go then, that's our first opportunity to see this field weaving through the shot. A couple of nice Mini Coopers there. Everybody enjoys a Mini. Always produce fabulous racing action with the BMW. Head in the pack as things stand. Obviously the BMW being a particularly quick car in this series, piloted very well indeed as well, of course. It's all fair and well having a fast car. You need a fast driver behind the wheel in order to pedal that one to the checkered flag. Staying out of trouble is going to be the name of the game. As Tezza Boy on our YouTube chat says, strap in, it's about to go down. Could not have said that better myself. Ciao Francesco said hello as well. It's great to see a few people engaging with us in chat. I'll be keeping my eye on it all the way through the course of the day, so any questions or comments, drop them in there. I'll try my best to answer them in a quiet moment. Dare say there'll be very few quiet moments, but I'll absolutely try my best. So then, folks, get comfortable, strap in. It's early in the afternoon. Sounds like a great time to go motor racing to me. Here we go then, 28 cars make up the grid of the PBS Brakes SuperSport Endurance Cup. It gets louder and it'll get faster in a few moments' time. We'll go motor racing here at the beautiful Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. There is the pickup of noise, and the cars fan out as we head down into Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. A little bit of caution, I dare say, will be employed by a few of these drivers. You don't want to bend that beautiful machinery so early in this 2-hour race. Name of the game, keep the car clean, hand it over to your teammate if you have one, in a good and best condition as possible. At the front of the field, though, it's a trio of BMWs up front. The Golf desperately trying to buy in to this one as well. That's the Handley-driven number 22 machine. Having a look around the outside, he gets the job done, moves up into 4th place. Running down to Graham Hill Bend for the first time. One of the older Civics, side by side with a Mini Cooper S, who will get the drag out of Graham Hill for the run up into Surtees Our leaders whittle through shot. That is the Golf that we talked about there. Made the move on the BMW for 4th position. A little bit detached from our leading trio of cars, but nevertheless that is progress for Hadley in the little Golf. Across the line for the first time, the 21 from the 4, from the 67 at the front of your shot. That's the 63, having a look down the inside, no room into Paddock Hill Bend. That's a little Lotus Elise. Look at those two cars. The Audi TT, fabulous bit of racing machinery. The Lotus Elise having a go as well. This is the Golf now, on the move. He moved up to 4th position, not content with that one. Wants to take the 63 as well, for good measure. Not enough room on this occasion. Trying to have a look for that bottom step of the podium. Jamie Hadley doing fabulous work in the Golf so far. A little bit further down, a couple of minis side by side as well through Graham Hill. Not traditionally a passing place here at Brscc Indy. But these cars, if you see gap, as Ayrton Senna once said, you've got to go for it. And that's exactly what these drivers do. It might be Clubman racing, but the passion and the desire to go quickly is very much alive and kicking. A bit further down the running order, we did have a brief glimpse then of the TCR specification Honda Civic, the Generation 1 car. Number 9, driven by Kay at this moment in time. As we whip through shot again, that's a move for position. That's the 179. As I look to the inside, is given racing room by the 6. Great pass there for the 179 Greensell. Doing good job. There is the older generation Civic that I spoke of. It's a little bit different. Maybe it's not quite within the TCR specifications. Certainly sounds like a TCR car. A little bit ever so slightly different in parts. Of course, they run in this championship to a very different rule set than the TCR specification rule set. You can make a few modifications. Cars from different generations, different eras, different championships, different countries even in some occasions. But that Civic, car number 9 at this moment in time, running in 10th position. Good bit of driving then for number 9. FK2 in fact, looking at it, I think, as we head back up to the 63, once again having a bit of a battle of his own. The Golf's cleared us now, so we're dropping back a little bit. And there is Scirocco. Don't see those very often. Volkswagen Scirocco, of course. Remember the, I can't remember the year now, 2008, 2009? And they had the Masters event where a few Grand Prix drivers and famous drivers from the era had a bit of a mono make. Damon Hill made his comeback in that one. 2008, I think it was, if I remember correctly, the World Touring Car weekend. I don't quite recall, but the Scirocco, absolutely fabulous car. Didn't quite live as long as I expected it to be honest. I thought that's still an iconic shape even today. And that one's been driven with some gusto, it has to be said, in this race. It's beautiful to see the VW Scirocco in action. So, fastest lap of the race for the 21 thus far at the front of the field. We're looking at one of the older generation BMWs. That's the 179 that just shot through our shot there, the Jet Steel Racing Machine. Looking resplendent in yellow, 3.2 litres. They're running in the Pro B category. David Goodin and Nigel Greensell behind the wheel of that one. Nigel Greensell, of course, is a name that many UK fans would enjoy and recognise from the whole variety of racing, modern and historic. Matt Williams is having a cheap pub lunch watching some quality motor racing. Not a bad way to spend a Sunday afternoon, he says, on YouTube chat. Absolutely agree with you. Have one for me, my friend. Hope you enjoy the broadcast. 1 hour 55 minutes of racing. There's plenty of time to enjoy these absolutely fabulous cars on track. We've had some good racing already so far as a few drivers try and shuffle themselves back into position again. And up front, that's the 92. In 6th position, that BMW though, slowly but surely, scything his way through the pack. The bright yellow machine looks to the inside. On the run up to Druids, the 63 has no answer. Leaves the door open, not inclined to close down the line on this occasion. That's intelligent driving from Michael Edwards to give racing room to the car behind. And now the BMW, the 179 of Greensell, continues his particular charge. Next up the list is the Volkswagen Golf in front, the Michael Edwards driven Volkswagen Golf in front. There is Edwards in the middle of your shot. For his own benefit, he's got Gardner ahead as well, squabbling for position. Edwards runs a little bit wide though through the final corner. That opens the door for the BMW. Don't need to gas twice on that one, thank you very kindly. Takes that position away, moves up another spot, and immediately on to the side of the 92 Audi. Gets it done even before we hit the brakes. What a fabulous bit of driving there from Greensell. Gets the job done very, very nicely indeed. No fuss whatsoever. keeps it clean. A little back of your shot there. That's a 777. Into Druids. Great opportunity to make the overtake. Mark Jones doesn't need asking twice. Gets that one signed, sealed and delivered. Nice neat move, some respectful driving through the field. A little bit of shuffling, no bumping and boring at this stage, but a 1 hour 53-minute race. The elbows will sharpen up later on, don't you worry about that one. As now the 92's in all kinds of strife. Running a little bit slow, that compromised him. Not one, but 2 cars make their way a pass. So Chig or Imbo, I can't pronounce that. I do sincerely apologise for Sigarimbo there. Poor pronunciation from me. Must try harder next time. But the 92 need to try a bit harder as well, because they're starting to plummet down the order. That's the number 1 car now, the Mead Heartland Golf. Scirocco, trying to find a way past. Have a look to the inside, telegraph it nice and early. The 92 does not close the door. Good bit of respectful driving there. Whoa, very sideways for Michael Edwards as well. In the BMW at the back of your shot. That one's not going to help the tyres 1 iota in these relatively warm conditions here. Relatively early in the day at Brscc in the circuit, the 777. Jones, Mark Jones, behind the wheel of that car at this moment in time. Rounds the final turn. A very stiffly sprung car is that Audi TT. Looks like a real proper racing machine. That is a Renault Clio that we just saw very briefly on screen there. That's the 23. I do believe running a little bit slow, some kind of problems perhaps. So sad, so early in the race, less than 10 minutes on the clock of a 2-hour endurance race, and now the 92 once again on the inside line. He's got the Civic for company. Who's going to win up? Japanese or German engineering. The Civic has the inside line, the Civic has the advantage. And the number 9 makes it through. Beautiful bit of driving. Beautiful. Beautiful driving there. Beautiful. So, 1 hour, 51 minutes, 58 seconds left on the clock. This is what we kind of expect for the first 10 minutes or so. There's a little bit of swapping and changing positions, as race pace is a very different proposition completely to qualifying pace. It's a tight circuit, you've got to be careful of traffic in qualifying and in race, and we often see some drivers maybe don't qualify quite as well as they can race, and we're seeing that as several of the drivers make their way through the field. This is the Scirocco and the Golf again, both by VW, both very different cars indeed. Gardner in the 53. And there's the Mead Heartland number 1 machine. I love that Scirocco. That is, I don't like to pick favourites, but in terms of imagery, that's arguably my favourite car in this particular race. I was deeply impressed. I haven't had a chance to go up and have a little poke around it closer than watching it through the Paddock Hill Bend grandstand, but it looks great on track, sounds great, and it certainly is going well as things stand. The number 1 designated on the top of the window. And they're in 9th position as things stand. Mark Jones has moved up 1 as well, by the way. While we were looking at that one, the car 777 machine past Paul Hinson, 6th and 7th position. As again we go side by side down into Paddock Hill Bend. But on this occasion, the number 1 doesn't quite have the real estate he needs. But he has another look up in a Druids. The inside line is mine, he says. And the Mead Heartland car gets the job done very nicely indeed. No real effort to defend that one from the 53. Gardner, clever driving there. Doesn't really want to compromise his own race. He knows that that car is a little bit quicker at this stage in the race. And as we always say in motor racing, it's not about the overtakes, it's not about the racing action for a driver. It's who can get to the checkered flag with the minimum time loss possible. And often having a fight that you don't need in a 2-hour race is just hemorrhaging lap time to those around you. So good bit of driving from the 53, McCarthy and Gardner behind the wheel of that Pro C classification Volkswagen Golf GTI. They're doing good stuff. 9th place as things stand, although they have a looming spectre of Michael Edwards in the BMW. In your shot now, Edwards on a bit of a charge for good measure himself, trying to close down the gap and make his way past. It's worth bearing in mind as well, for those of you that are new to the PBS Brakes SuperSport Endurance Cup, this is a race that requires a minimum of 2 mandatory pit stops. The pit window will open after 20 minutes of the race elapses and will close again 15 minutes before the end. So the drivers need to dive down pit lane and make 2 mandatory stops before the checkered flag waves. That's going to be interesting for strategy. It's going to be interesting for how fast you can get down pit lane. Do the service, make the driver swap if you need to make the driver swap. Make no mistakes. That's the key for this one. Make no mistakes. Easier said than done, especially in the heat of the summer weather that we have now. We check back in again on the 179. Greensill doing some good work. Gooden and Greensill in the 179 BMW. They're up into 5th position. Although they have got Mark Jones in the 777, trying desperately to find a way past. Jones almost a bit of bump drafting between the two there. The Audi TT very close indeed, as close as you'd like to get glued to that back bumper, tighter than the number plate on that BMW. But the 777 on this occasion doesn't find the space. As I say that one though, it goes a lot tighter through the final run, down the quote-unquote start-finish straight, the Brabham straight, into the braking zone, into the paddock, hill, bend, section of corners, flames coming from the exhaust of the beam. I told you these cars look great on track, didn't I? Everybody likes a little bit of flame spitting. The inside line is covered a little bit later than perhaps would be optimal for the 179, but it's effective nevertheless, defending on the run down the hill. You don't want to be on the inside line because that will absolutely muller your corner exit. Swiftly swoops back onto the ideal racing line, does the bright yellow machine, but this has got the air of inevitability about it, some might say. Mark Jones, most certainly ballerina-esque on his tippy toes, tries to carve out a gap on the inside gap becomes apparent, does the BMW have the GG Neddy-ups on the start-finish straight to try and stave off the attack of the Audi TT. We'll find out as we run down now. A little bit of traffic as well for good measure. That's going to bulk the 777, decisive as you like though, in a paddock hill bend. And the Audi TT, job done and or dusted. The 179 not being particularly satisfied watching that one back, I am sure. Some great racing though from the pair of them, and a bit of traffic coming into play as well, not helping matters in that particular squabble. I dare say though, as is always the case in races like this, it is ebb and flow. What works for one car on one lap will usually get paid back at some stage further down the road, and the 179 will be somewhat enthused about the prospect of that happening, so that can get back in touch again with Mark Jones in the 777 that has made his way up in 5th position. So good move forward by Jones at the front of the field. The gap is 9.4 seconds now between the 21 and the 4. The 21 of course being the BMW 1M, 24 being the M3, both in Pro A categories. Julian McBride in the 67 is holding on 3rd position. He's got a comfortable gap from Jamie Hadley behind. The real action though is this particular battle that we're watching now. Again, work our way through the traffic. That's one of the Renault Clio Cup machines. That's always a fabulous one-make category of racing as well, just like the Mini behind it. Some beautiful cars. I say the grid is so full of variety. It's absolutely fabulous, and massive credit to the Brscc for bringing us spectacular racing that we see here in the PBS Brakes SuperSport Endurance Cup. As I mentioned, this is round 6 of 7. On the 28th to the 29th of September, we head to the Silverstone National Circuit for the season finale of the 2024 year. I do recommend that you watch that one. The end of September, plenty up for grabs. 6 categories, 6 classes, should I say, throughout the field. And oh, here's some big drama. That's the number 1. That is an absolute disaster. That is the Scirocco, one of my favoured cars on the racetrack. The Stuart Mead, Tim Hartland driven Vogue Motorsports VW Scirocco, Pro C category driver. Not quite sure where on the racetrack that was, but it certainly looks like that is the end of their day unless they can get the car restarted. In fact, looking from my commentary box window, they have got the car restarted as he makes his way up through Surtees. So in fact, there we go, beautiful work there from Rob Rowley on the cams. He's picking it up as it's going through shots. So that's a real shame for the number 1. That's going to hurt significantly their prospects. First car down pit lane as well, that I just saw very briefly on our screen there. So drama in the early stages, don't like to see that one. There is the number 1, you can see it falling down the timing screens, real shame. In fact, here we go, picking it up on camera, beautiful stuff. We head down pit lane, you can see yourself how gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Look at that rear end, absolutely fantabulous. No, fabulous, Paul. That's the word I'm looking for. Fabulous looking vehicle, but unfortunately it doesn't quite
Hi
go as
everyone,
well.
down in the pit lane with Matt. We saw one of the Pure Track Renault Clios come into the pits early on. You guys have had a testing day so far.
We really have, yeah. So 1, 2, 3 was down on power in quali. We changed the coils. That looks like it's going well. 23 come in there. Unfortunately, we've had a lower swivel go, so we've swapped that out between quali and the race. Tracking was out, which is why we had to start from the pit lane. We've got it out, it was still out, we've adjusted it slightly, sent it back on our way, and unfortunately McGann's obviously parked up and that's got a slave issue. We've got it already, but just got in the car to go, clutch pedal went straight to the floor, and that's that.
It really is a test, endurance racing with these cars, let alone running 3. Running 1's bad enough, you know, the 3 across the board. It's certainly been a challenge this year, hasn't it?
Oh, it really has. This year's been insane. It has. But I mean, the team around me is absolutely amazing. You know, we've done all of that to 3 cars with an hour. You know, and my car would have been ready to go, but the slave just went. You know, so yeah, I'm blessed with an absolutely fantastic team, and we'll keep going. We'll keep going. We will. We've got another race next month, and then we've got the big one, Race of Remembrance, in November. So we'll keep going.
Come back strong at the next one.
Always. Cheers, Rob.
Yeah. Good to talk to Matt Dennis there. Hopefully their luck will change later on in the year. Meantime, let's go back up to the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Rob, down on pit lane. Much appreciated. We're looking as we pick back up to the racetrack. That is the 22 Volkswagen Golf that we've seen Jamie Hadley behind the wheel of the Golf, doing good work at this moment in time. 6th position where they find themselves as things stand. 1 hour, 42 minutes and 24 seconds left on the clock. The number 1 that you can see on your screen is still in pit lane, so hopefully we get to see that car again out on the racetrack as we see a little squabble here now. That's the 137, one of the older Hondas on the grid. Great to see that car back racing again. It's fair to say Evans and Hart behind the wheel of that one. They're 13th as things stand, almost 3 wide on the run down to Paddock Hill Bend, but discretion the better part of valour, and that one has been nipped in the bud, quite wisely so I think, at this early juncture in the race. He's been looking from our vantage spot here at Paddock Hill Bend. There is the 22 going through your shot, Jamie Hadley. The 137 not in contention. That's the 13th place car. They're a lap down, so they will no doubt not get involved in this one. The 137 has the 24, I think that was, for company as well. Very nice poise on the 22. It's a lovely car. Is that one? The STS garage doors with TSR Performance VW Golf. Jamie Hadley behind the wheel of that one, doing this one solo, it appears. So a couple of hours of racing for Hadley is going to be a great way to spend a Sunday early afternoon. Fabulous, fabulous stuff. Hope you're all enjoying this on the Brscc YouTube channel. Great to have you with us. My name is Paul Jeffrey. Down on pit lane, we've got Rob Lewis and then our producer, Rob Rowley, working the camera operators for Alpha Live. Great to bring you this production for the Brscc. Great to see these cars on track, and great to see the number 83 Mini Cooper that we're looking going down the biggest drop you could possibly imagine for Paddock Hill Bend. Just behind him, the 83 has the 37 for company. This is a nice fight for 16th and 17th position. The Cooper is in Pro C. Club B for the 37 Mazda MX-5 Mark 1 behind. Just behind them as well, they've got a Honda Civic wanting to rudely interrupt this particular squabble. That is the 9 car, currently up in 8th position, putting the lap on these two. And this is an element of traffic that we often don't talk about, actually. We always refer to the person doing the overtake. But actually, if you're being lapped, then there's an opportunity to lose or win time with how smart you are in terms of car placement and how little time that you can give away, giving the track position to the car that's doing the lapping. Difficult challenge indeed for the drivers to sort of bridge that balancing act between not wanting to impede the faster car, but also wanting to not ruin your own particular race. And often we've seen fights such as the one that we're looking at now decided by somebody being a little bit less and somebody being a little bit more on the aggressive side in traffic. but at this moment in time, the 83 is still holding on from 37 in that battle for 16th and 17th position. There is the 83 on your screen. That is the Wendy Ellis-Smith and Paul Ellis-Smith driven Fueled Up Racing SSSR Mini Cooper, the 1600cc cars in the Pro C category. Of course, Paul and Wendy, as we said a little bit earlier on, also raced in the Fun Cup that we enjoyed a 4-hour spectacular yesterday afternoon. If you've not seen that one, Rob Lewis mentioned it on the grid. If you've not seen that one, check it out on the Brscc YouTube channel, in particular the final 10 minutes. Spectacular racing, an endurance race that came all the way down to the final corner. But let's head down to Rob Lewis on pit lane, who's got a bit of an update for us as what's happening.
Now we have some deliberation going along around us at the moment with car number 23. According to the board up on the start-finish line, they've got a black flag. The team are just having a word with the officials, so I'll get some more information on that when it comes to it. But you saw the images of the number 1 Scirocco coming in, the Saxon Motorsport Scirocco. I spoke to the Saxon Motorsport team. They've got an issue with the DSG gearbox. It's quite a warm day today. The temperatures are up. Their DSG gearbox is overheating. They're seeing temperatures of over and above 140 degrees. In any mechanical item, whether it's an engine or a gearbox, that's not good. That's all the updates for the moment. I'm going to bring you guys a bit more. We'll get back to you.
Fabulous stuff. Thank you very much there, Rob Lewis on pit lane. So that's a real shame for the number 1 car, as you say. Those kind of temperatures are not healthy at all. We've noticed, by the way, at the top of your screen that the pit window has opened a few minutes ago. Fewer drivers are electing to take their stop early doors. Julian McBride being one of them in the 67. Trundling down pit lane, you can see the car getting the full service there. The number 67 car of McBride, the BMW M3. So, again, talking to the drivers, strategy, interesting. Do you come in early, get it all out of the way? Do you come in a little bit later on? Do you spread them out evenly? As somebody said to me many, many years ago, and it all still rings true today, you make a plan B, you make a plan C. As soon as you have first contact, that goes absolutely out of the window. And that's exactly what we'll be seeing here as well. We're looking at the Ferguson Luke car, number 37, getting involved in a bit of a scrap as well. The 83 ahead is our next victim. Mini goes defensive, recognises that there is a threat from behind. And again into Druids, cover the racing line, down the hill. It's so easy for the car to run away with itself at this part of the racetrack. And oh, there's some dramas as well. That is the 92 station in the Motor City Performance Audi TT. The engine's still running though, which is good. Rashan Tyler, Chigarimbo behind the wheel of that one. Hopefully they can get that car up and running again. We'll keep our eye on that one. That's a real shame. The Audi TT being its fair share of strife, it has to be said, in these opening few minutes of racing, the opening 24 minutes of racing to be precise. This, of course, being a 2-hour endurance race, but I think Chigarimbo may have got that one back running. I don't see it out of my commentary box window, which suggests he's poking it around somewhere. So hopefully for them, they can get that car back up and running again. In fact, it's in pit lane. You can see on your time and stack. So that's good news. They have managed to get round the pit lane. Of course, pit window's open, so this will be one of their mandated stop requirements, which is a good result. If you're going to have a problem, now's the time to have the problem. To have it outside of the pit window, and the whole world of hurt is coming your way. So then we check back in again now on the 83. This has still been a very tasty fight indeed. The 83 Ellis Smith family thereof, Wendy and Paul, against the Ferguson and Luke Mazda number 37 behind. MX-5 Mark 1, 1800cc is the Luke and Luke Racing Mazda MX-5. Still an absolutely venerable race car. It's been around for a very long time. Races in a whole bunch of different series all the way around the world. The new ones produce some incredible racing, but even the older ones are still sensational race cars and being patented to good effect by Scott Ferguson and Neil Luke as things stand. So here we go then. Check back in on the 83. Aaron himself, a nice little battle. The Audi TT looks to the inside, the 777. Done and dusted with no harm, no foul. That's putting a lap on that car, but look at the traffic in front of the 777. We've got another vehicle in the way as well. It's always risky times as an endurance driver to make sure that you work your way through the traffic, especially when the cars are so very, very different. In fact, Mark Jones now dives in pit lane. So Mark Jones from third position. This is the first of our front-running drivers taking the first of their 2 mandated stops here at the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. The bright yellow car, you can't miss it. A commentator's absolute dream. A livery like that one becomes very, very easy indeed to spot on the racetrack. You can see it there in pit lane. Mark Jones making a stop. And we've got a pit lane update for car number 92. So let's head on down and find out what's happening with that team.
Right, we have an issue with overheating DSGs. We told you about the Scirocco that's got the issue earlier. Now car number 92 that stopped out on circuit has got exactly the same issue. The DSG cars are not liking the temperatures at the moment. And I've just bumped into someone you may recognise from yesterday, Jamie Peters-Ennis. Your job role has changed today. You've got one of your SRR Motorsport cars in the pits. What's going on?
It's got a little bit of an oil leak. Somehow oil's been getting onto the exhaust. That's why you saw all the smoke coming out. But from the look of it, it might be terminal. Again, we're struggling with the heat as well. But yeah, because it's a short circuit and the car's not getting a lot of time to breathe. That's why we're seeing so many cars that are having issues. But yeah, a bit of a day off for me today after yesterday. Yeah, I think last night, I think we all slept well, didn't we?
Definitely. That Fun Cup race did get a bit tasty at the end, didn't it?
It got very tasty at the end. And yeah, all good for Donington in 4 weeks.
Looking forward to it. I'll let you get back to it. So that's all the updates we have at the moment. Rashan Chikarimbu is just about to get back into the car. They've put lots of fans on the front, lots of blows on that to try and cool the gearbox down, but I fear that's not the last time we're going to see these guys in the pits. The same for car number 1, the Scirocco. That's been in the pits for a very, very long time. And a small update on car number 23. They're still having discussions with the officials at the moment. I believe it's over how they were starting the race. They were instructed to start the race from the pit lane or something along those lines. They haven't followed those exact procedures, including being a part of the green flag lap. So unfortunately, they have now been disqualified. I think the team are having discussions with the officials at the moment to see if they can rejoin the race, but if anything, it's just to give their drivers a bit of seat time. That's all from down here. I'm going to go on the prowl again. Meantime, back to Paul.
Absolutely fantastic insight there from Robert Lewis. Thank you very much indeed. Brilliant to have you down on pit lane, picking the brains of the movers and shakers in the PBS Brakes SuperSport Endurance Cup. Also good to hear from Jamie as well. Busy day yesterday, and it looks like it's going to be just as busy today, but in a very different aspect. As we look now, we pick up on car number 92 on our screen, and there is the Chikarimbu machine. I dare say it's not very often in the United Kingdom that you say it's too hot. It's very rare, in fact, that you say it's too hot in the United Kingdom, but it does seem to be that there's a few mechanical gremlins taking place for some of these cars and some of these teams, and that's a real shame. It's a long, hard slog to get a car onto a racetrack, and you absolutely, bare minimum, want to see it through to the checkered flag without drama. So my heart does go out to everybody that's in a little varying degrees of strife over the course of this first 30 minutes of racing action. If you're just joining us, a very, very warm welcome to the Brscc Summer Race Weekend. This is race 1 of the day here on Sunday. We had an action-packed day of racing yesterday, and then we're back in action again today. We're starting off with the PBS Brakes SuperSport Endurance Cup, and then a little bit later on, we're going to go to the Silverlake C1 Endurance Cup as well. Here's a bit of drama, though, for the run down at Paddock Hill Bend. The seemingly never-ending squabble between the 83 and the Mazda MX-5 that you see there. The MX-5, he certainly had his Weetabix for breakfast. Other brands are available all the way around the outside for Paddock Hill Bend. Gets the job done. Runs a little bit wide, though, through Druids. That is a suboptimal, to quote Ron Dennis, racing line to take. No harm, though, for the little Mazda. Very fleet of foot is that car, and he manages to withhold the advantage from the car behind. Good little squabble. Everybody's getting involved in this one. A little bit further back in your shot. There we go. That's the 83. He's going to be spending more time looking through his rear view mirror than he's going to be looking through the windshield as the car's climbing all over. Flash of the lights from the Volkswagen Golf, just letting everybody know, hey, coming through, give me a little bit of racing room. And the 22 of Jamie Hadley just about threads that needle, makes it through. The 83 though, coming under a little bit of pressure from the 99 behind. Let's see how that one fares out for the run up into Druids. To the outside we go. No run there. And then we check back in again with the 22 and the 37. The 37, the Ferguson Luke driven car on track together, but actually not racing for position with the 22. That's a little bit of lap traffic, mixing things up and confusing matters. And it's so hard as a driver. We touched about it a little bit in the racing yesterday, but as a driver behind the wheel, we've all been there in various different situations, you're never quite sure if the car behind or in front is for class position, is for track position, or it's just a pure lapping incident. That's where you've got to rely on the pit-to-car radio. If you've got pit-to-car radio, you've got to rely on your engineer, who becomes in effect a bit of a spotter to say car is coming, trying to make out of the way. And the thing I mentioned earlier, if you get out of the way of the car that's lapping you, but then you're giving away lap time, potentially making yourself a little bit vulnerable as we snatch a break through clearaways in the final corner there. Nothing though to really worry about at this moment in time. Temperature hot, you need to be a little bit cautious with the tyres and all that good stuff. By the way, the number 9 jumps down pit lane as well, so they're making their first mandated stop of 2 in this 2-hour endurance, semi-endurance I think we'll call it, being a 2-hour race. Hopefully they manage to get through pit lane without any harm or foul. The number 1 still on pit road as well. Bonnet up, hopefully we get to see the Scirocco a little bit later on in the race. And there is the 9, as mentioned, Honda Civic FK2. Older generation car, still very potent. I've been lucky enough to have a go in one of those. Bizarrely enough, around the Pedrera Park, which is a track I'd never heard of before visiting over in Argentina, and they're an absolutely sensational car, really visceral experience inside of it, very, very loud, very, very exciting. It seems like, unfortunately, he's struggling a little bit.
The DSG gearboxes are overheating. They can't handle the heat.
I think you heard a little bit there, somebody talking off camera about the DSG gearbox, again unable to handle the heat, so another one in a little bit of strife. Car number 9, of course. Is it number 9? I thought I saw on my screen there, but that's suggesting, yeah it is, it's the Ricky Kuma RKC Motorsports FN2 Honda Civic, the Club A category car. Not liking these conditions as things stand. 4.3 seconds, by the way, now is the gap at the head of the pack. 21 versus the 4, the car number 21 being the Kia Economy Jeff Steele Racing BMW 1M, and car number 4 being the other Jeff Steele Racing Peter Molsdale and Stephen Kent BMW M3. So it's German formation flying at the front of the field for the 2 BMWs. Third position is the 777. That is the fabulously coloured Audi TT TSR performance car of Mark Jones. And then it's Jamie Hadley in the 22. Fourth position for the 22 as things stand in the STS garage doors with TSR Performance VW Golf. There's a bit of a squibble. It's car number 4 getting himself in all kinds of fun and games up at Druids. Great spot to go watch motor racing is Druids. If you come down to Brands Hatch, you can get some fabulous photographs of the cars in action from that vantage spot. In fact, to be fair, Brands Hatch is wonderful anywhere you go. It's in a natural amphitheatre here, and it really is a great place to go watch some motor racing, and some great motor racing we have had on track. So, number 4 in second position as things stand. Slowly catching monkey though. 3.7 seconds last time around was the gap between our race leaders. 3.6 on this occasion. Last time the best last lap, 52.189 versus 52.261 for the 21. Not talking big differences, but we are slowly but surely creeping down the gap at the front of the field. The 53 Volkswagen Golf that we're looking at there doesn't need to worry about lap times. He's more interested in track position. Has a look down the inside of the 137. No answer in the Graham Hill bend. The 137 gives the racing room that he needs to give. It's not for position though, that one. That is not for track position. It is lap traffic, but you've got to be aggressive in these traffic encounters. If you're a little bit too cautious, a little bit too slow, if you're hanging back more than necessarily you need to do, It's just giving away free lap time that you can ill afford to give away. Quick update as well on the 67. That is the BMW M3 of McBride. That is the front runner of the cars that have made their pit stop as things stand. They're down in 14th position. It's the first running, shall I say, of the cars that have served their first mandatory pit stop. First of two, of course, mandatory pit stops. They've got until 15 minutes before the checkered flag to complete their two. Yay! Nice and sideways, we like that one. Hit the loud pedal, that's the way to do it, then gather it up with the steering. Beautiful bit of driving there as we focus in on the 67 that we were just speaking about. 14th place. Next up the road is the 83. They try and clear their way through, and this is going to be vital now. I'm going to keep my eye on the lap times as things progress with this car. So of course, the faster you can make your way through traffic, the more advantageous it will be for you when we get to the checkered flag a little bit further down the line. 1 hour 23 minutes then left on the clock. That's gone fast, hasn't it, folks? 35 minutes gone already as the drivers shuffle themselves around the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. Trying to buy a bit of clean air is the name of the game in this particular race. Clean air, go like stink, and then try and work your way through traffic without knocking any wing mirrors off or panels off. No scratches, no bendings. And away we go. Michael Edwards, by the way, 63, is in pit lane from 6th position. Michael Edwards down pit lane, number 63, of course, being the ES Motorsports BMW M235i, the Pro C 3-litre vehicle. Edwards electing to make his stop a little bit earlier than those around him. So that's a interesting strategic call. And the 88 as well, a little bit further down the field, the Daniel Douglas, Charlie Luke, out and about campers, Mazda MX-5, the Pro C category car, jumps in pit lane as well from 14th position. Keep our beady eyes out on those to see how that works out when the field shuffles through a little bit later on. By the way, Edwards still in 9th place. There's a good opportunity that car may possibly come back out of pit lane in a relatively healthy position. That's the 21, siding his way through traffic, touring car style. Beautiful, beautiful car, the 1M. Our current race leader, another one of those cars that looks out on the racetrack like a thoroughbred piece of racing equipment. There's Michael Edwards making his stop as well. Fuel jug in. Get that car filled up. Driver has to vacate the vehicle, of course, when doing a refueling. Have to have all the safety fire extinguisher prepared as well should the worst happen as soon as that one's filled up. And let's check back in again at this one. This is getting very spicy, is it not? This is for the race lead. So it was 4 seconds last time I looked, and now they've done a swap say. So that is the number 4 is taking over the race lead. We didn't see that one while we're on pit lane, but there has been a change for the lead of the race. The 21 has been at the front of the pack all the way through this first 30 minutes of racing, have now conceded that place to the number 4. The two BMWs, first and second and first, whichever way around you want to put it. The end result is car number 4 is now our new race leader. So that is a big turn up for the Bucks. Peter Mousdale, Stephen Kent and the Jeff Steele Racing M3 take over our race lead. The 21 with the fastest lap thus far. They're not going to be very enthused about that one at all. Kia McConaughey, Bart Horson. Same team, different car, same mark, different model of course. It's all fair and well being teammates, but you want the trophy, you want the points, you want the victory. If you've led, there's an expectation that you're also going to win. And I think the faster of the two cars now has navigated its way through to the front of the pack. And 1.5 seconds is found almost instantaneously as our new race leader, car number 4. So that is very nice bit of pick up the skirt and go run with it kind of driving. Fabulous stuff. Shame we didn't see the pass, but the end result certainly is that 21 is in a little bit of overall lap time strife. They do have the fastest lap of the race, but last time around a 53.145 versus a 52.4 for our new race leader. Mark Jones in the 777 in pit lane as well. Jones running down the order a little bit. And there is an Audi TT. That is Jones and Ellick behind the wheel of that machine. Just getting the driver settled in. Door is open. They'll be grateful for the fresh air, I dare say. A little bit of work going on with the mechanics. This is... drivers don't need to exit the car, by the way, if it's not being refueled. That's why we still see the driver in the cockpit. If they're being refueled, they have to hop out. If not, they can stay within their racing cockpit, but it gets incredibly warm. Mark my words, it gets incredibly warm in the cockpit of a race car, hence the reason the doors open for a bit of much needed fresh air. We get pushed back out into the fast lane, into the late working lane, and away we go again. Lovely stuff. Nice and efficient pit stop there. No mistakes, hopefully, have been made, and 777 goes on its merry way again. Mark Jones still behind the wheel, of course. They'll be back out in action again. I do like the livery on that 777 Audi TT, I must say. It's a very stealthy-looking car at the best of times, and then wrapped up in a beautiful livery, the TSR Performance Audi TT. They re-enter the racetrack in 12th position. They have got that pit lane. That first stop out of the way. 4 minutes, 13 seconds was the lap time last time around, courtesy of having gone down pit lane. 1 hour and 18 minutes then are left on the clock, and it is the number 4 that is our current race leader. I'm just hearing, actually in my ear, that car number 74 now is a confirmed retirement, so that's a real shame. Thank you, Jamie Peters-Ennis, for giving us that bit of information. So the 74, the Christopher Williams and the Matt Shears Pro Clinic Motorsports Mini Cooper 2 Club A category car is now into retirement. Real shame for that squad. So early in this race, of course, not even broken into the halfway mark. And they're saying goodbye, an early pack down and home they go. So real shame for the 74. As we look now, the leading gap, by the way, 4.2 seconds. 4.3 seconds, in fact. That one has eked its way out too. So the number 4 is definitely in the pound seats as things stand at this moment in time. Quite late into the series, the number 4, last couple of rounds at Donington Park Grand Prix and the Alton Park International Circuit. They picked up a decent handful of points. And in fact, before we go into that one, I've got a good feeling that we can go down the pit lane. So let's have a quick word with Rob Lewis and see who he's found to have a quick chat with.
Frantic pit stop activity going on down here. We've got the Hadley Golf in for some fuel. I've got Rob's just jumped out of the car and let Mark get back in and out in the TSR Audi TT. That's a bit warm out there, but interestingly, you told me your Audi TT has got a manual gearbox, so you're not seeing the temperature issues.
No, we run quite a lot of other cars, and always in these temperatures you get a lot of problems with DSGs. No matter how many water or oil coolers you get on there, you've got 10 litres of oil pumping around there, and once it gets hot you just can't cool it down. So yeah, that's why we prefer the manual.
How was that first stint for you?
Yeah, it was all right. Yeah, unfortunately we had just a bit of a fight to get through the slower cars because we started from the pit lane, because one of the other cars apparently seen a bit of fuel leaking from us or something on the green flag lap. They checked it and they couldn't find anything, so they blanked off a breather. We went out and it was fine, but I don't think we had the pace of the front two anyway. I think they were half a second or so, or a second faster anyway.
So after that opening stint, are you due back in the car, or is that it for you?
Yeah, I'll get back in. So Mark's going to do the next one, and then I'll get back in for the end. So for us, we hope he keeps it on the same lap, and maybe there's a safety car, and then we can have a go at the end.
Especially, I think the traffic is due to play even more of a sort of an outcome later into this race. You're looking forward to the fight?
Yeah, hopefully, if there's a race to be had at the end, we'll certainly have a go. Yeah, definitely.
Fantastic. Good to speak to you.
Thank you. Cheers.
Fabulous stuff down on pit lane. Thank you very much. As we check back into the race again, interestingly, that gap at the front of the field that we spoke about, was it 4 seconds we spoke about a few moments ago? That's now creeped up to 6.4 seconds. So the 21 could be in a little bit of drama. Remember, that's the car that's 3rd overall in the points classification. Had a good weekend, a solid weekend last time out at Alton Park. They're not going to be needing these dramas that may or may not be unfolding. Hopefully we can find out a little bit more of what's going on there, but one thing is absolutely and categorically for sure, that gap is extending each and every tour of this Brands Hatch Indy circuit. We'll keep our eye. Could be traffic, could be, but it's just a little bit of finding back markers at the wrong point on the racetrack. but it is certainly a story that we're going to keep our eyes peeled for as this race progresses. A big shout out, by the way, anybody who's joining us on the Brscc YouTube channel. Fabulous to have you with us all for the course of what should be a great Sunday afternoon of motor racing. This is the PBS Brakes SuperSport Endurance Cup. It's a 2-hour endurance race. And then straight after this one, we're going to be going into the Silverlake C1 Endurance Series. Stick around for that one. That's going to be some great racing. Bit of drama on the exit of Graham Hill. That is a slightly slow-moving Mazda. It's back on the, I think it's the Mazda, back on the racetrack again though, so no real dramas. Very, very easy, as I mentioned earlier, to just let the car run away with you a little bit. If you're a couple of metres later on the braking point, snatch an inside brake, and then before you know it, you're saying hello to Jonathan Palmer's wonderfully manicured lawn. He'll not be particularly impressed with that one if you continue tearing up the grass here at Brands Hatch. I must say, it's been thick end of 15 years since I've been to the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. Came down with my friends many, many years ago to watch some racing. I think it was DTM back in the day. It was the last one that I came to. If you're watching at home, by the way, Craig and Alex, it's hello to you. It's good to have you with us. And I must say, the track looks absolutely wonderful. It really is being turned out brilliantly. The the track itself, the facilities are great, and then all the field and all the different championships that have been involved in the Brscc really put on a spectacular show. The teams look really high quality. The cars are beautifully turned out as well. Even for club racing, there's a very high standard of preparation. A lot of care, attention and love you can see has been put into all the different classes that are taking part this weekend. It's been an absolute pleasure to be making my debut for Brscc this weekend. Really thoroughly enjoying myself. Hope you're enjoying it at home as well. Let's be checking now with the number 6. We see it on our screen. That is the Audi TT. Lindsay behind the wheel of that one. 7th place. They find themselves at this moment in time. Car number 6, Alistair Lindsay for the Motor City Performance. They're having a good run in, where did I say they were? 7th position at this moment in time. There's a little MX-5 trying desperate to get out of the way. Look at the size difference between the two as the 22 Volkswagen Golf makes its way through and onwards and upwards. The VW Golf, of course, venerable racing car in its own right. Hadley in 12th place as things stand in that car. Talking of pit stops for a moment, I briefly mentioned it, but we got sidetracked a little bit earlier on. It is the 67 of Julian McBride in the BMW M3 that is the leader of our cars with pit stops. They're in sixth position. But before we do that one, we're going to head down and have a quick word about some dramas and interesting things you might want to know.
Okay, you may have noticed the Bart Horston car has dropped back a bit on overall pace. I've had a quick chat with the Jeff Steele Racing crew. They're a little bit cagey at the moment. They're monitoring something. They are aware of an issue with the car, so Bart Horston is stroking it home, as they quite gently put it, and Keir McConomy is getting ready to get into the car for his stint. He's a little bit worried, a little bit troubled. I think they're going to be looking at nursing this one home to get the maximum championship points they can. For now, back to Paul.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Rob Lewis, on pit lane for finding that information out. We did sort of suggest there may be an issue for the 21, and that has been confirmed. Well, not confirmed, but as confirmed as it's ever going to be mid-race by a team, that they've got a bit of drama, and hopefully for them, they've got even more drama on track as the 99 very unceremoniously closes the door and then immediately gets out of the way again, having recognised the quicker car is on the charge. So the 21, it doesn't look particularly hobbled on track, but it's certainly not delivering the lap times that perhaps team and driver are expecting from it. Hopefully for them, though, they can hold on tight for the next hour and 10 minutes. Bring this car to the checkered flag, because as Rob Lewis quite rightly mentions, this car is third in the overall standings. If I look at the drop scores, they've got a 178 to their name, 203 for the 69 at the head of the pack. So could be a banner day in terms of points paying for this car if, and that is a big, big word to say, it's only 2 letters, if they can get it through to the checkered flag at a reasonable turn of pace. Doing a good job so far. Last time around, actually, it was a 52.787, so a couple of seconds away from their quickest lap of the race. Of course, getting a little bit warmer out on track. Car's getting a little bit leery, as you can see out on track, as Horston sideways through the final, long, never-ending final turn here at Brands Hatch. And they've seen a few people in the YouTube chat saying they're thoroughly enjoying the racing action, and I'm absolutely delighted. Bryce, Tezzaboy, both posting on there that they're loving it, and I'm glad you are as well. So am I. Up in the commentary box, so are the folks enjoying the sunshine trackside as we see the Audi TT number 6 down in pit lane. Jug of fuel will be going into the Motor City Performance Audi TFSI 2-litre Audi TT, and hopefully they can get back on track again once they made the stop, and away we go back into the race. It's great to see some TTs racing, particular favourite car of mine, I must say, and the number 6 machine. Let's have a look on the list where they are. They're in 13th position as things stand, so 13th place for the Audi TT, making sure everything is all fair and well in the cockpit. Finish refuelling, driver will be able to get back in to that car, and on we go. Alistair Lindsay impatiently waiting. There we go. Alistair's back in the car now. Get his belt strapped up. Make sure everything's comfortable. Not the work of a minute, I must say. Put a 6-point racing harness on can be a little bit challenging from time to time. Can certainly be a tad tight, but away we go. Phil McDougall, by the way, on comments on chat says the flames out of the BMW going up to Druids is incredible. Could not agree more. Everybody, upon everybody, enjoys a little bit of a flame-breathing monster out on the racetrack, and the number 4 is certainly doing that one. In the race lead as well. No problems. That's part of the design of the car. A little bit of fuel burn off. Never hurt nobody. And here is the number 6. Push back out onto from the box, and away they go again. Alistair Lindsay back out on the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit, an Audi TT racing car. Life doesn't get better than that one, does it? Fabulous stuff. Lindsay down in 13th place as things stand. He exits pit lane. A lot of drivers now having made their stops. The number 53, this is an interesting one that's worth keeping an eye on. The number 53, according to my timing screen, the Bob Sharpless and Patrick McCarthy Unlimited Edition Golf GTI is the only car thus far to have made both stops. Oh no, I tell a lie. They've got 2 stops to their name, as does the number 1, but of course they've been in all kinds of trouble as the number 1. So I do think potentially the 53 could be the first of the in trouble cars to have made 2 pit stops, shall we say. I can't find a slightly more eloquent way of saying that one, but you know what I mean. As we check in now with a 99 BMW. David Drinkwater, Adam Reed, the Team Maha machine, the BMW Compact 1900cc, having a good race so far as the 99. They're down in 17th position. The car looking fabulous. I'm sure Louis will be watching on. See how he goes. This car doing good work is the 99 BMW. In fact, I think they are actually, I'm just hearing in my ear, they are the leaders of the Club C category. Just double checking that one on my timing screen. In fact, that is absolutely right. So fabulous. Thank you very much, Rob Rowley, our producer, whispering sweet nothings in my ear, just letting me know that they're leading their particular class. And bear in mind, it's worth mentioning this one if you were joining the broadcast late. 6 classes in this race. We do a power to weight ratio: Pro A, Pro B, Pro C, Club A, Club B, and Club C. Pro A is for cars with a power to weight ratio between 311 and 350 brake horsepower per tonne. Pro B, 271 to 310 per tonne, and C is 231 to 270 per tonne. Clubman A is 191 to 230 brake horsepower per tonne. Clubman B, 151 to 190, and Clubman C is 150 bhp or under per tonne. So there you go, that's good. Why do we like that? Because that opens the door to a multitude of cars and the ability to be entered into the championship and get them out on the racetrack in a competitive environment where perhaps, maybe, Father Time has prevented any other championships from having them eligible, so you can still go racing in fabulous racing cars that otherwise would be track day monsters or entered in a subclass of a subclass of a subclass somewhere else, but now they get their own show, their own headline, and this PBS Brakes SuperSport Endurance Cup, for me personally, it's been deeply impressive. So here we go then. This is the 21 in pit lane. We said they were having a little bit of problems. Doesn't seem to be holding up too much. Bart Horson out of the car. Kian McConaughey will be jumping in behind the wheel once the fuel stop has been made. In he goes. Got a big burst of filling up the BMW. They're in second position as things stand. The gap was only a handful of seconds to our race leader before the pit lane endeavours. Of course, that will change very, very quickly indeed. Kev's Banger Racers on chat, by the way, is saying a big shout out to Leanne, who is filming today's racing for Alpha Live. So Leanne, if you're listening, stop listening and listen to your producer. But if you are listening, a big shout out to you from us all. Thank you for great work you always do, and all of the Alpha Live team do. To be fair, it's a fabulous company, great people, headed up, of course, by Rob Rowley, our producer, and then everybody involved trackside. Couldn't do it without you. Bringing you these superb pictures. Thank you very much indeed to you all. And there is the number 6. Saw him in pit lane a little bit earlier on. Our Club B class leader is the number 6. They made their stop a little while ago, did the Motor City Performance Audi. They're back on track and still at the head of their Club B category. Where are they overall in the timing? 13th position for Alistair Lindley as things stand. Horson still in pit lane, by the way, the 21. Also, we've got John Wyatt. Oh, there is a big issue for the 179. The lock of the brakes always signifies in racing somebody heading straight to the scene of the accident, and that is the Jeff Steele Racing BMW. I like that car because it's easy to spot. Oh, that chap sat down, needs to turn around and have a look at what's happening. Maybe even get your camera out. There's a good photo opportunity. But Druids claims another victim. Waved yellow flags, of course, because we've got a stranded car. Hopefully they can extract that one from the gravel quickly, either under their own steam or perhaps they're going to need a little bit of assistance from the marshals. But the end result is still the same. The 179, David Goodin, Nigel Greensall, BMW is in a world of pain. We've seen it so many times here at Brands Hatch. Get a little bit too quick into Druids. There's very, very little wiggle room to gather the car back together again. The screech of the brakes says it all, and that, folks at home, is a heavily buried BMW. Absolutely no surprises whatsoever that we're under safety car conditions because of that. And that is our first safety car of the day here on Sunday. We had a few yesterday on Saturday afternoon, but it is now time for everybody to take, myself included, a momentary breather as we go back behind the safety car. There's the BMW exiting the pit lane from the other way, of course, and then he'll pick up the number 4 race leading car, hopefully, of Peter Mosdale and Stephen Kent, the Jeff Steele Racing BMW M3. And this might be an opportunity actually for the 21 to minimise some of their losses. They're still in pit lane in second position, the 21 BMW, and this will help no end while everybody's circulating a little bit calmer than at full racing speed. So there is the 25, a little bit of battle damage that we see on the Paul Hinson PSH Consulting vehicle that it came through your shot. So this one's going to squabble things up a little bit, isn't it, folks? A little bit of intrigue. Everybody likes that one in a 2-hour endurance race. Perfectly, well, not quite perfectly, but 60 seconds between friends, perfectly on the half-time marker. We're going to make this then 2 1-hour endurance races back to back without a break, courtesy of the safety car. And I dare say there'll be a few drivers that will be a little bit squeaky bottomed because of this one, because that closes up any advantage that you may or may not have earned or lost. We reset a little bit, some might say, and that gives opportunity. Sadly though, no opportunity for the 179 Pro A category car. Real shame, because that for me is the easiest one spot on track, based on the fact it's the canary yellow, which we always enjoy. I like a yellow car, a yellow road car or a yellow race car, and sadly the 179 on this occasion, Jeff Steele Racing, David Goodin, Nigel Greensall car, is very well embedded in that gravel and is out of the race. I'll be pretty sure of that one, I must say. Told you Druids on the inside was a great place to sit and watch racing. Get some great photos, and those two chaps have got a absolute grandstand view of the extrication process that our wonderful marshals here at the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit continue to deliver excellence in very trying and warm conditions. A big shout out, as I always do, to the marshals here at Brands and all around the world. I keep saying this one. I know it gets boring for people who watch my commentaries, but I really do think it's important to say the marshals are, without any shadow of a doubt, the most important people at any racetrack anywhere in the world. If it wasn't for them, we couldn't do what we do, and we couldn't go motor racing. So my respect and thanks go past, present and future marshals of the world, thank you for the fabulous work that you all continue to do to allow us to enjoy the spectacular sport that we enjoy. Right then, the 179 has been dragged out, which I'll be honest with you, didn't think was going to happen. Quite deep, the gravel up there at Druids, but they've managed to pull the car out. Front splitter in shape as well. And while we're waiting for that car to get restarted, let's head back down to Rob Lewis on pit lane, who's got an interview for us from one of our drivers.
Okay, safety car out on track. Not a lot of activity happening in the pit lane, but I've managed to grab Bart Horston, who has jumped out of the Jeff Steele Racing 1 Series and handed over to Kia McEconomy. You've got an issue with the 1 Series. What's going on?
Well, at least when I was in the car, I mean, I know the team had a look at it, but I think it's still the case now. I was stuck in gear. Fortunately, it is 4th gear, which is probably the best gear, and this is probably the best track to be stuck in 1 gear because the straight's not very long, but still not ideal. It's about a second and a half, it feels like, so it's tricky, and it also makes it very tricky to pass the traffic because you haven't got the torque out the corners or the top end, so you're relying on people being a bit polite to you. But yeah, different to what I'm used to, so it required a lot of concentration.
Unfortunately, you lost the top spot because of those issues. Is it just a case now of nursing it to the end?
Yeah, well, I think we'll try to do what we can to try and alleviate the issue, and I was trying to, let's say, limit the loss while I was out there. But we'll see if it's the case. The car's still working, it seems like, so we can be thankful for that. And like I said, 4th gear, probably not the worst gear, better than 1st, certainly, to be stuck on the track. So hand over to Kia. We still want the points, class points, and even though we lost the lead, at least we lost the lead to a teammate as well. So we're still in the fight there. You never know what happens in racing. It could be one drive-through or incident away from completely turning on its head again.
And the good thing is you managed to build up a buffer of over a lap to a lot of the other cars, albeit in lower class positions behind, so at least you've got that buffer there.
Yeah, I mean, certainly at the start, I just put my head down, didn't even pay attention too much to the lap times or where everyone was, just put my head down and knew I had to build the gap while I had clean air. So it was important to do the work there, but we'll see what we can do from now on, because as you know, it's a long race, so we just got to manage it as best as we can, and fingers crossed we get to the end.
Absolutely. Well, fantastic drive there, Bart, and we'll see you at the next one.
Yeah, thanks, mate. See you.
Right, that's all from us.
So, Bart Horston there, echoing shades of Michael Schumacher, Barcelona 1994, stuck in 4th gear. That explains perfectly why the 21, I wouldn't want to say he's falling back because it wasn't exactly dropping stones away, but was definitely dropping back from the number 4th gear. Hopefully that will resolve itself, or at the very least the team can manage that drama for the next 56 minutes and 31 seconds. They'll not be enjoying this safety car actually for that exact reason. It's going to be a disaster trying to pull that car away in 4th gear. Behind the wheel of that one is Kia McEconomy now. He's in a way, this safety car is kind of timely for Kia because it gives him the opportunity to just experience what stuck in 4th gear feels like before we get up to racing speed again. And we'll find out exactly how that goes for Kia in a few moments' time, because the eagle-eyed of you will have noticed the safety car lights no longer ablaze. They've gone out. Have they run out of battery? No, they've not. They turned it off because we're going to go racing again. And we all like racing, don't we? I certainly do. Seems like the folks on the chat certainly do as well. And here we go then. Yellow flags will get taken back in again as soon as we hit the timing line. There's the green. We all like a green flag. And away we go again. Back up to racing speed. The Molson Kent number 4 at the front of the field is happy as Larry because they're away from this particular battle pack that we're looking at now. A couple of MX-5s. Very different generation MX-5s that you can see there. The newer. In fact, that's a Lotus. Is that a Lotus on the inside? No, it's the MX-5, the newer shape MX-5, and then around the outside we go. That is the 92 Audi TT Chigarimbo that we saw in all kinds of trouble down pit lane a little bit earlier on. But he's still on the racetrack, is the number 92, and it seems to be that the heat is not affecting the car quite so much at this moment in time. Let's keep our collective fingers crossed. And the 92 can see it all the way to the checkered flag. We'll check in on this particular squabble, though. This is another one of the Audi TTs under pressure from BMW and a brightly liveried Mazda MX-5. And there is Chigarimbo's Audi TT looking one way and then the other, but they've just about, I think, made it through as we run down in a Paddock Hill bend, last of the late breakers. Thank you very kindly. I will take that position away. Yes, I will. That's the 67. Great move there to clear the 777 behind. That's a race 4 position, I do believe, between the two of them as well. The 67 being the Julian McBride BMW M3, and then the 777 car that you see just in the back of your shot is the TSR performance car, Mike Jones in the Audi TT. So Mark Jones, sorry, not Mike Jones in the Audi TT. So a good bit of driving from the two of them. McBride is currently running in 4th position. 777 telling me it's in 6th on the timing screen, but I dare say that's going to update itself as we cross the line in a few moments' time. A couple of drivers in pit lane as well. The 122 Raidstock down pit lane, car number 4 is our current race leader as well. So big opportunity for the number 4 Jeff Steele Racing Machine, because we know already the 21, the teammate, same brand, different model car, is stuck in 4th gear. So this is an opportunity for Molesdale and Kent to score big and potentially take a victory overall and in the Pro A category as well. Fuel goes in. Big respect to the mechanics as well. That's not the lightest thing in the whole wide world to have to hold up like that one for a relatively significant period of time. Doing stellar work though, of course. Safety is always the number 1 priority. Standardised equipment, make sure everybody fills up at a standard rate, and fire extinguishers are always on hand. Full flame retardant overalls and headgear as well, of course. Going for a double barrel. And go again. Second tank in. It's really, really difficult to keep that held up, to make sure that it joins the car absolutely perfectly. You don't want to get it in there and sort of have to take 2 or 3 bites of the cherry, but that's very, very smoothly done. Great bit of teamwork there from our race-leading Jeff Steele Racing squad. As I mentioned at the top of the show, minimise mistakes is the key goal all the way through in every aspect of the race, of course, not just the pit stops, not just the driver changes, there's also the on-track action as well. Minimise those mistakes, and then away you go. Also, worth bearing in mind, actually, I don't think I've mentioned this yet, it's the pit stops, the way it works in this championship of the PBS Brakes SuperSport Endurance Cup. It's a 3 minutes pit in to pit out minimum time. So there's no need to be rushing. It keeps it safe. It keeps it fair. It's 3 minutes from the second your front wheels cross the pit lane entry line to the second your front wheels cross the pit lane exit line. You can do that in no quicker than 3 minutes. That takes a lot of pressure off. Fueling obviously is a relatively dangerous pastime in motor racing. It's always a fear of drivers is fire, of course. So whatever we can do to minimise the risk factor. We don't want people to be modifying things to make it quicker. We don't want people to be rushing and causing all kinds of dramas and strife on track. And I think that's a very, very intelligent regulation. I'm impressed by that regulation, actually. Keeps it fair as well. It's relatively straightforward to do it in that 3 minute time barrier. Bear in mind, though, that we're lapping this track in 51 seconds. The pit stop takes 3 minutes. I don't need much time to work that out. That is a significant multi-lap lossage if you have to come down pit lane, so things will bounce up and down. You look at the timing screen and think, yeah, 5 laps down in 10th, that's not very interesting. Well, that'll change rapidly as it circles through the pit stop cycles. 2 mandated pit stops, of course, that our drivers have got to do. And here we go then. Coming out of pit lane, that is our former race leader. Car number 4 comes out of pit lane, and who snuck up in the first position? Bum, bada bum. Our 4th gear, stuck in 4th gear, number 21, retakes that race lead. They had about a 5-second deficit before they made their own pit stop a handful of laps ago. But now the 21, currently behind the wheel of that car, is Keir McConaughey. Brand new race leaders, despite having just the singular gear in which to use around this Brands Hatch Indy circuit, as of course, as Bart was mentioning down on pit lane. If you're going to be stuck in a gear, 4th is not a bad one to get stuck in. But nevertheless, this is a real stellar performance from both drivers in this car to be hanging on to that race lead. I don't think it's going to stay like that for a significant amount of time, but absolutely, as things stand at this moment in time, they've managed to swap you around about a 5 or 6 second deficit to the number 4 car. So good bit of driving, helped of course by safety car interventions. That didn't do them any harm whatsoever. But 3.3 seconds now. Let's see how quickly that can be reduced. Last time around, the number 4 car clocked I was wondering where it went on my timing screen because I scrolled down. Last time around, the number 4 clocked a 51.3. No, it didn't. A 57.3. So they're... no, tell a lie. Start again. A 54.1. There we go. Last time around. So they're still very far away from the ultimate fastest pace that car has done. Nevertheless, they're very much up against it with this gearbox issue. They're doing absolutely sterling stuff thus far to be race leaders with just 49 minutes left on the clock. They served 1 stop. They've still got another stop to serve, as does the entirety of the top 7. The first car that's got 2 stops in their books is the 777 Audi. So there you go, the 777 that we talked about regularly, the TSR Performance Mark Jones driven TT, is the leader of the cars that have made their 2 mandated stops. They're currently in 8th position as things stand. 5 laps in arrears, but that'll turn around very quickly indeed once the next cycle of pit stops makes it through over the course of the next 30 minutes or so, of course, because the pit window, as I mentioned earlier, closes 15 minutes before the checkered flag waves. So you've got to make those 2 stops minimum in that 15-minute period before the checkered flag is up. 777 flashing all the lights. Universally, that means get out of my way. And that's exactly what he's saying to the Mini as he tries to put a lap on the 83. The 83, though, the fueled up racing car, not particularly enthusiastic about giving that room away. Let's have a look now. That is a very hot and bothered looking BMW, it has to be said. It is quite hot racing out there today. Intense racing as always on a racetrack. The temperatures, we talked about the top of the show, not as warm as yesterday, but still very pleasant indeed. As a man that lives in the north of England, it's positively barnstorming to be back down south and in the heat. I guarantee it's cold and raining at home, but it is very, very nice here at Brands Hatch. Perfect day to go racing and an even better day to be a spectator. We see a few people up in the Paddock Hill grandstands enjoying the action. Fabulous views of the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit from the Paddock Hill grandstand. Fabulous views, to be fair, pretty much everywhere. As McBride tentatively gets back in to that number 67 Machine Julian, driving his own entered car actually. It's not a team, it's just Julian McBride, privateer entry. And he's doing a very, very good job indeed. Lovely shot. It's the overview of pit lane and racetrack. Not a million miles away, that camera, from my commentary position. Fabulous views of the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit. Sadly, we never get time to look out of the window unless it's picking out somebody on fire or smoking somewhere down the racetrack. And in this race, in the PBS Brakes SuperSport Endurance Cup, you can't really afford to be looking out of windows because it seems like, it's my first time in this championship, first time seeing these racing, to be fair, and it's been frantic, shall we say, for the last hour and 15 minutes. It really has. Some great racing. John Wyatt in pit lane as well in number 7, down in 20th position. 19 laps in arrears. Julian McBride in 4th place to 67, still on pit lane as well. We check in with the Volkswagen Golf. We've not seen this one for a while. That's the number 22 Jamie Hadley, STS Garage Doors with TSR Performance VW Golf. Great car. Currently doing some good work. Dives to the inside of the 99. No problems whatsoever for the 22. Great stuff. Where is Jamie Hadley? He's 3rd overall as things stand. I'm hearing actually, is that the Club A? Yes, Club A. Club A race leader. Thank you very much, Rob, for whispering in my ears there. It is the Club A race leader. And probably for his benefit as well, more importantly, on the overall podium. Great stuff for Jamie Hadley as things stand. Club A, by the way, just to give you a bit of an idea, Club A, cars with a power to weight ratio of between 191 to 230 bhp per tonne, as opposed to Pro A, it's 311 to 350 horsepower. Now we all know, you guys and gals watching at home know as well as I do in the box, power is one thing, but as I think it's Pirelli once said, power is nothing without control. You can go quick in a straight line, you also need to be quick in the corners, and it's a fine balancing act to make. And Jamie Hadley is straddling that balancing act very, very well indeed in 3rd position. The car looks fabulous. Really like the livery on that Volkswagen Golf, really like the Volkswagen Golf in general. And Jamie Hadley is pedalling that machine very, very nicely indeed. Great stuff then from the 22 as things stand. How many stops has Jamie made? Just a single stop. Last time around he was doing a 53.4 versus a 52.5, which is his best lap. So still has the pace in that VW Golf for sure. Heading up into Druids then. Only seeing that corner claim a singular victim, but you will have noticed during the safety car period that the orange BMW did get back out on the racetrack again, so that's really, really good to see. I'm just having a quick look down the timing screen so I can find out exactly where that car is. Is it still on the racetrack? Did it go to pit lane? Bear me a second, there we go. 11th place is the 179. So 11th place, they did get back out on the racetrack under their own, towed out and then away under their own steam. So that's absolutely fabulous stuff to see that car back on the track. In events like this one, we absolutely hate to see it when people go into retirement, because that means less seat time for the drivers who pay for the privilege of enjoying the sport they love. The 22 now to the inside of the 122. That is the 122, the Pro C leader so far in this race, and in overall 5th position. So Radestock doing a great job, doing a grand job, it has to be said, in the 122. Matthias Radestock and the ES Motorsports Lotus Elise. Nice to see a Lotus Elise on track as well, isn't it? Very different aerodynamic profile. The two cars ahead, it has to be said. A little bit of a mini sports car. And then you've got the big old Mini, well, big for a Mini. It's big for a Mini anyway, compared to a 60s Mini in front of it. And then there is our race leader, almost having his front end snatched away, desperately, trying to claw his way through the traffic in that 4th gear. That is still some absolutely fabulous stuff. 2.8 seconds, by the way, is the gap. I am keeping an eye on that one and will let you know if that one gets a little bit closer. In fact, 4 seconds now on the line, so traffic has been mighty helpful for the Kia economy-driven Jet Steel Racing BMW 1M. Remember, if you're joining this one late, in fact, it's worth mentioning, that car was nearly race leader, dropped into 2nd position, then started hemorrhaging lap time over the number 4 ahead of it, and then we found out why as our roving reporter, Rob Lewis, down on pit lane, managed to find out that it's stuck in 4th gear at this moment in time. New driver behind the wheel now. It doesn't seem to be doing any harm whatsoever, as Kia economy is doing sterling work in that car, keeping it in and around the 4-5 second marker, the gap between the two Jeff Steele Racing teammates in 1st and 2nd position, both in BMWs, but different BMWs, the M3 versus the 1M. And there we go, there's another BMW that we saw briefly diving down in the Paddock Hill bend and then up through the other side. Beautiful shot, this one. I love this shot at Druids, iconic at Brands Hatch. And then we're charging as one into Druids. That's the 67 that you've got eyes on there. There is the 179 I was speaking about a little bit earlier on as well. They found themselves into the set gravel trap at Druids, but managed to get dragged out. Still in 11th position is the 179. Let's have a quick look where they are on the timing screens in terms of Club A class. 2nd, 3rd, 4th. They're 4th overall in the Club A category, it seems. But obviously they need to serve their pit stop 3 minutes. That's going to take at a bare minimum. And that's still great. It's grand actually to see that car still on the racetrack. So it's always nice. It's always reassuring when you can pull a car out of the gravel and go racing again. It'll be a little bit second-hand underneath, I'm sure. But that's nothing that the team can't put right in the month's gap between this race and then the season finale on the 28th of September, well 28th to 29th of September should I say, at the wonderful Silverstone National Circuit. Slightly smaller than the International and the Grand Prix layout, but it's absolutely categorically one of those layouts where you just can't fail but have a sensational race. So I'm looking forward to catching that one as well. We'll go back with the 67 for a few moments. Dramatically liveried BMW is the 67 car. That's the Julian McBride vehicle. Another one of those drivers that's in the pointy end of the championship. Julian 4th in the overall standings, and in Pro B he's the classification leader in the championship. 176 points in class, including drop scores, versus 168 for the 50 car behind. So 67 having a really sterling day. 5th position overall, the leader of their respective category are Pro B. Really, really good stuff from Julian as things stand. The car looks good. More importantly, in a race like this one, looks pretty clean as well. So he's done good work to stay out of trouble while still maintaining a fairly hefty pace on track. Speaking of fairly hefty paces on track, by the way, our race leader's now gapped to 4.9 seconds. Fourth gear, ain't no problems for us. He doesn't seem. Seems like that BMW's working well out there on the Brands Hatch Indy circuit, and credit where credit is due to Kia McConomy behind the wheel, who's certainly doing a fabulous job. So we just watched this little swap for our positions. Our race leader, overall race leader, making his way past the leader, the 67, which is the leader of the Pro B category. I'm also actually just having a look at this one. Rob Rowley just mentioned to me, a very good point indeed actually, that car, the 67 that we're talking about just now, as well as leading Pro B and being 5th overall, is also the highest running car that's made both of their mandated pit stops. That could be very helpful indeed, thank you very much, in a little while's time. Next up in the 2 pit stop gang is the Jones campaigned 777 Audi TT, so looking good for them as well. They're down in 7th position. Always worth keeping an eye out. A few cars, the Miller Adams 123 and Michael Edwards 63 and the Shears 74 and the Adams Dennis 23 are all down in pit lane as well. And that's what we didn't want to see. Get the leaf blower on the engine. Try and keep that gearbox cool. 140 degrees I was hearing on my little chat group a little bit earlier on, with some of the temperatures spiking. And unfortunately the Audi TT perhaps struggling a little bit in the heat. There's absolutely no reason not to put the fans and the blowers on the car. You may as well while you're going through the 3-minute pit cycle, minimum 3-minute pit cycle. But I do think that car is wilting somewhat in this warm weather, and that's a real shame. It's a lovely car, and we always like to see the more competitive people on the racetrack, the better. Well, we've got a momentary lull in proceedings then. It's my wonderful opportunity to say hello to everybody watching on the Brscc YouTube channel. Great to have you with us. To say a big thanks to down in pit lane, we've got Robert Lewis bringing us all the news and the stories. Rob Rowley for Alpha Live is our producer today, and he's the one that's calling the shots to bring the pictures on the screen. My name's Paul Jeffrey. I'm in the commentary box, waffling nonsense for 2 hours as cars go fast and loud around the screen. It's our absolute pleasure to be with you today, all weekend long. We've been here at the Brands Hatch Indy circuit as we do the Brscc Summer Race Weekend. This is the PBS Brakes SuperSport Endurance Cup. Absolutely fabulous to have PBS Performance Brake Solutions on board as our title sponsor for this series. The cars are an eclectic mix of all different weird and wonderful vehicles across 6 classes of racing, and I hope you would agree with me that they most categorically produce some fabulous, enthralling and somewhat entertaining racing out on track. And of course, when we're done here, there'll be a very small lull in proceedings, and then we'll be back at it again for the Silverlake C1 Endurance Series, a 3-hour endurance race, but basically with cars that can't help but go side by side through every single corner. Don't miss that one. It's going to be an absolute cracker. So, back to the action once again then. And here we go. Almost 3 wide. But the 179 deciding that Golf is maybe just a little bit of a bridge too far in that particular move. We'll get the inside line and then wind it away to the outside of the circuit, hopefully using the power of the BMW to drag us alongside for the run down in the Paddock Hill Bend. Exactly what is happening. That BMW, in fact, actually has enough power to get the job done before we even get to the braking point, which is exactly as a driver what you want to do. You don't want to be side by side at the braking point if you can help it, because that just magnifies the amount of risk that you're putting yourself and your car under. Through Druids, hasn't been entirely successful that corner for this car. Today they were stranded about half an hour, 45 minutes or so ago, but thankfully that's back out on the racetrack and doing a very good job indeed. The 179, let's have a look, 14th overall. They're in the Pro A category though, and I think they're definitely in the top 3 or 4 of Pro A. Yeah, 4th position in class as things stand, so it was well worth extracting that car from the gravel and continuing on your merry way. You never know what happens in motor racing. You've got to get to the checkered flag in order to get the rewards, and that's great stuff. In fact, on topic, we have got an update from Rob Lewis down in pit lane on the car 179. So, perfect timing. Rob, over to you.
Okay, I've just spoken to a little bit of an embarrassed driver of car number 179, the yellow BMW that went off into the gravel. All it simply was, as he hit the brake pedal, he caught a little bit of the throttle as well. Gave him a bit too much enthusiasm into the gravel, just overstepped that little bit too much. These cars are still being driven so hard and to such fine margins that a little mistake like that can cost you a trip into the gravel. The 1 Series is still going by with the limiter whacking away on the main straight, so I can only guess that it's still stuck. There we go. It is still stuck in 4th gear. You can hear it every time it goes past. Hopefully they can still sustain the pace of that car going towards the end of this race. Keir McConomy is going to be driving the wits off of it. He needs those championship points to keep them at the top. For now, back to Paul.
Fabulous, thank you very much. Rob Lewis on pit lane. Speaking of said car banging on pit limiter, now we can see the gap. It's no longer measured in seconds. You don't even bother measuring it in tenths. You can measure it with your eyes. This is the fight for our race lead. Both cars are campaigned by Gestiel Racing, so they are, in effect, despite being in different models, teammates. There's not going to be too hard a fight between the two, but the 21 starting to succumb to the pressure now, having been stuck in 4th gear for pretty much the duration of this race. They managed to get a, that was a bit squirrely, from our 2nd place number 4 car, but this pace, I don't think he's going to be able to maintain it all the way through. I do think they're going to get swallowed up by the sister machine that is closing ever so slightly. Last time around, it was a 52.697 for our race leaders, a 53.311 for the 2nd position machine, but that is courtesy of the traffic. Being stuck in 4th gear, unable to shift up or down, it means you can't really do the optimal manoeuvres in traffic, so you're going to pay the price even harder than you would do under normal conditions. There we go, look, the launch out of the corner. You can't cog it down a gear to get a good run. You've got to rely on a little bit of people playing ball with you in the traffic. You've got no real wiggle room for things to go wrong, and this car is mighty, mighty vulnerable. And as Rob Lewis down on pit lane mentioned, it's a very, very good point. Being stuck in 4th gear, traditionally you'd want to be in 5th for the run into Paddock Hill Bend before cogging through the box. That's bouncing off the pit limiter. The car's not designed to go through that kind of hammering over the course of the race, and we're not talking 1 or 2 laps, we're talking thick end of 1 hour that car is going to be doing that one. It will be significant testament to the engineering skill of the team and the reliability of the BMW if that can make it through to the checkered flag without suffering even more mechanical maladies. So we'll keep our eyes open on that one. Hopefully they can make it to the checkered flag, and for their sake, hopefully they can make a race of it as well at the front of the pack. There we go, we're picking up that BMW again. A little bit of a battle pack there as well. Great racing all the way through the field, it has to be said. And I think actually, Rob has been a busy boy down on pit lane, so let's head back to him and see who he's managed to close eye and talk to now.
Well, I'm afraid if you live in Skegness, you're not going to get any tyres at the moment, because Skegness Tyres' very own Adam Reed has just jumped out of his BMW, leading class Club C as it stands. How did that stint go for you?
Hard work, very hot, very hot in that car.
The temperatures are sort of playing a game with a lot of the big power guys. How have you found it with the faster cars out on circuit?
So it's short lap, just getting out of the way, in the mirrors all the time. Got to be in the mirrors all the time really around here.
But the BMW E36 Compact Cup car is a great little starter car to go endurance racing.
Definitely, 100%. They just keep on going forever. They really are absolutely spot on cars.
And you've not got a bad co-driver either. I mean, to have David Drinkwater in the car, he's been there, done that, got the T-shirt, he's got a wardrobe full of them. That's not too bad, is it?
Yeah, he's all right. He's doing all right, isn't he? Yeah, he's doing good.
Is it good having a guy of his experience out in the car with you to kind of train you on the driving side?
Oh, definitely. This year, last year, yeah, he's been absolutely spot on. He has. He learned me so much throughout safety car situations, when to pit, when not to pit, that sort of stuff really, absolutely spot on.
And championship-wise, going really, really well at the moment. Are there any plans to develop the car moving forward?
No, it's just keep the car going really. No, the car's going pretty well. So no, I'm really happy with the car, I think.
Don't plan to have any more power?
Not at the minute, not at the minute.
Not the minute. I'll go and let you get freshened up, get yourself a drink of water, Adam, but good to see you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, guys, so that's Adam Reed jumping out of the car, ready for Dave Drinkwater to sort that class out. Lots of pit stop activity still going on. In fact, we've got a few behind us. We've got a Clubman B car number 91 in the pits, and we've got the Hadley Golf car number 22 in for their respective pit stops. We've got lots of blowers on the go at the moment. The conditions are hot at the moment. And the thing is with Brands Hatch, you don't have any room to cool the car down. It's all go. You're either on the power, nice and hard, you're turning in, you're on the brakes, you're using everything. It's such a tight to go circuit. You've got no time to rest, no time to relax. You've got no really long back straight just to let the air go through the coolers. And to top it all off, you've got to deal with all of that plus traffic. So yeah, this endurance race really is hotting up as we come to the conclusion. It's time, commentary-wise, to head back up to the commentary box. It's back to Paul.
Wonderful, thank you very much indeed, Robin. Here is the fight for the race lead. So we see the 21, the hobbled number 21 BMW teammate, Jet Steel Racing teammate behind. That is the number 4, goes for the launch. We think about defending into Druids. Will we close the door? Yes, we do. The 21 shuts the door but runs a little bit deep. Can't use engine braking because he can't change down the gears, but he does have the inside line for the run down into Graham Hill Bend. And number 4 gets a little bit squirrely on the grass, on the gas even, not the gas, and he goes to the inside again, using the punch of that car. He's got a full box. He can use whatever gear he wishes, and that works very nicely indeed. It was a game defence by the 21, but unfortunately it was very much a case of, with the mechanical issues that they have got, it was only ever going to go one way, and now's the time to dive down pit lane, and that's exactly what they do to make their final mandated stop of the race. Just over 15 minutes to go until the mandatory pit stop window comes to its conclusion. But that was a wise bit of driving there. Heads up driving from the former now race leading car number 21. Pass has been made. The inevitable conclusion has been drawn. Get in pit lane, serve that mandatory stop. Momentum is over and done with. So great bit of driving, clever bit of driving there, and absolutely, categorically and well and truly Keir McConaughey, and also of course Bart Horston, that initially received the problem in his first stint. Big up to the pair of you for the way that you've managed to mitigate as best as possible what is a nigh on impossible situation to find yourselves in. But that opens the door, of course, to Stephen Kent and Peter Molsdale in the BMW M3 to retake that race lead. They still need to make another stop. Of course, they're pretty much the only one of the front runners that haven't made both of their stops, but they've still got another, 11 minutes and 27 seconds in which to get that one done before that pit window will slam closed, and we will say no more stops in pit lane unless something goes very, very wrong indeed. Back in the car we get, harnessed up, pull tight. That'll raise your voice a little bit when that one gets pulled. It is certainly somewhat keen. So you have to make sure that you're comfortable behind the car, but you also need to be absolutely well and truly bolted into that seat. Any kind of movement, you're going to be in a world of trouble. Look at that, wafting the door as well for a little bit of fresh air, although I dare say that's probably circulating just hot air anyway. It's impossible in these cars. There's no real circulation of air at all. You don't want to turn the air conditioning on, even if you've got air conditioning available to you, because that sucks power and that's carrying weight that is unnecessary. So hot and sweaty out on track and inside the car as well. Not to mention the fact that you get your flameproof overalls and undies and your helmet and your balaclava and the hands device and the gloves and the boots and the full shebang. It's a real workout. I talked to some people, some of my friends that are not racing fans. I know, they're not friends really if they're not racing fans, they're just casual acquaintances. And they all say, well, it's not a sport, you sat down, get in a race car, son, find out for yourself. It very much is a sport at every single level, a very physical sport for these drivers. You require a lot of stamina, you require a lot of mental acuity as well to keep your concentration in the most trying of circumstances. The 1-2-2 that is race stock in 7th position, but the 122, of course, is also, let's have a quick look here, in the Pro C category, and I think thinking's never a good idea. You should either know or ask. And I think they're the leader of the Pro C class. Yep, I have confirmed they are the leaders of the Pro C class. So absolutely sterling work for the little Lotus. Fabulous stuff. Good job it's not raining, otherwise that would have rusted, being a Lotus, but it's a fabulous car. I joke, of course. Lots of trouble, usually serious, but my goodness me, do they look and sound absolutely incredible. And the 122 is working out very, very well indeed. Matthias Reidstock in the ES Motorsports machine, leading his Pro 2 class, but also, interestingly, 7th overall, which is a sterling job. A really sports car all the way through its upbringing. Colin Chapman, of course, famous for his engineering abilities. In fact, Lotus have been called up to many different things. They've found their engineering skills in things like the Lotus Carlton. And, of course, the one of my favourite cars in the whole wide world is the Lotus Cortina, especially in the Alan Mann colours. Looks absolutely spectacular, the red and gold. Love myself a Lotus, I must say, and the Elise is doing some good work at this moment in time. 7th overall, and very, very, very attractive out on the racetrack. That particular car is as well. So, 23 minutes, 24 seconds left on the clock. Will this race have any more twists and turns coming our way before the checkered flag waves? It's a brave man that bets against that happening for sure. When you think you're comfortable, that's when things all start to happen. As we get a bit of a very wise when the camera sweeps up, we can hear some locked tyres, but don't quite see what happens there. Incident between car 777 and car 4 at turn 3 under an investigation. So the 777 is the Mark Jones driven TSR Performance Audi TT, and car number 4 is the Peter Molesdale, Stephen Kent, Jeff Steele Racing BMW M3 that leads the race. That could be interesting. We'll keep our eyes on that steward's decision. Not quite sure exactly what it refers to or which of the two cars are in the most bother from our race stewards, but the number 4 comes down pit lane anyway. Another bit of door wafting, and then a little bit of under the hood work as well, making sure that all the fluids and the oil top up, I think that is. We've got Sicilian going on there, but doesn't like heat's particularly the problem. It's more the fluids for the vehicle at this moment in time. Clean the windshield, as always, where you've got the opportunity, give the driver a clear run. We saw a slippery surface flag out about an hour or so ago before we had the incident up at Druids, so perhaps there's a little bit of nasties floating about in the air. Clean that windshield though, problem solved. And I do like racing. I do wish I was a racing driver rather than a commentator, but I have neither skill nor money in which to do that one. But in conditions like this, I don't envy those folks whatsoever. It is a chore, an endurance test of man and woman, of course, versus machine, versus weather conditions. And yeah, ain't going to be a whole lot of fun in that cockpit. Probably quite fun in car number 4 because they're leading the race. It's always fun. You can put up with anything if you get a trophy at the end of it, of course. But drivers that are toiling further down the running order will certainly be finding this one a bit of a slog, it has to be said. There's not a great deal of time to rest at Brands Hatch. Even the Brabham Straight's not a particularly straight straight. You've got to curve gently to the right-hand side and deal with the undulations as well. Pit of the stomach kind of dropping as you dip, and then you rise up again before breaking into Paddock Hill Bend. So hard work for drivers and teams alike. But the number 4 still in pit lane. Remember, it's a 3-minute in and out minimum time for a pit stop. That means 3 minutes have to elapse from the moment your wheels enter the pit lane. Speed limit to the moment your front wheels exit the pit lane. Minimum 3 minutes. Of course, it can be much longer than that if you so wish. If you've been if you've been in pit lane for longer than 3 minutes, then you're giving up time to your rivals. So the stopwatch is going, and there we go, black and white flag for the 777 for driving standards. So the stewards have deliberated, come up with a quick decision. Thank you very much for that one. And Mark Jones has a bit of a tisk from those up on high, telling him to be a little bit more careful, a little bit more considerate in his driving further down the road, as the other car involved in that investigation is that car there, the number 4, on its pit lane speed limiter. Trundles down pit lane at 60 kilometres per hour. And I'll press a button on his steering wheel and it'll all go loud and fast once again. We just briefly saw Chigarimbo there as well, there as well, in the Audi bonnet up The heating issues are still prevalent in the Audi TT. 2 BMWs almost became 1 BMW on pit exit, but the number 4 avoids that one. Good bit of heads-up driving from the Team Maha machine behind the 99, staying out of strife. It's always a bit spicy on the run of Paddock Hill Bend on pit lane exit 1. It can catch you out a little bit if you're embroiled in your own particular fight for position. I can smell some tyre smoke in my commentary box. Man, oh man, that smells good. Someone clearly is either burning some brakes or have had themselves a fairly hearty snatch of said brakes on the run down into Paddock Hill Bend. But the upshot is, it is smells like motor racing up here, folks. I might get increasingly delirious as the day goes on if this continues, as the flame-breathing BMW seems to be emitting a bit of smoke. Maybe is that where the smell is coming from? Is the smoke screen being deployed by the 179? I dare say it is, actually, because that is very, very pungent indeed. And that BMW could be starting to suffer from the weather conditions, starting to suffer from the heat. Let's follow it for a little while, and that's not small amounts of smoke. That is James Bond-esque deployed smoke screen. In fact, he's getting well out of the way on the run up to Druid to the inside line, which is handy in case he is kicking off some slippery stuff out of the back of that car. And I do think there is some trouble for the 179 BMW, the 179 car campaigned by David Goodin, Nigel Greensill, Gestial Racing Beamer. We saw it in trouble at Druids about an hour or so ago, and it's in trouble again. Tezza Boy, by the way, is asking, does anyone know the lap times for the driver who's stuck in 4th gear? I do, and I can tell you exactly what that is. It is car 21. Last time around, a 1 minute 53.660. Fastest lap overall for that car is a 53.660. Best overall lap is a 50.7. To put some context to it, our race leading number 4 last time through did a 53.3. So they're only a few tenths of a second away from the ultimate pace. And there we go. The smoky BMW comes into pit lane, and I think with 17 minutes 25 seconds left on the clock, unless that's a quick fix, that could be the end of the day. Mechanics checking underneath the car, making sure that theoretically we have gone through the gravel at Druids here and then been pulled backwards out of it. There could be a little bit of bodywork or something, fouling something there, and that's what the smoke's causing. Doesn't have to be mechanical in terms of mechanical moving parts. Could very well have been a little bit falling off here, there and everywhere, and that's where the smoky smoke is coming from. Does seem to have reduced slightly the smell in the commentary box, so hopefully they can work out whatever it is that's wrong, put it right and get out on track once again. They're in 9th position overall, as you can see in the time and stack, 4th in class as well. Just dropping down to 10th position, of course, because they're stationary while everybody else is going like the clappers around the racetrack. So difficult day for the 179, it has to be said. 1 minute 25 seconds then left to go before the pit window will close. But I'm looking at my timing screens, and I think everybody's made their mandatory minimum 2 pit stops. Car with the most number of pit stops, the highest placed car that's done more than that one, is of course the BMW that we were looking at momentarily in pit lane. They're on 3 at the moment because they've got some troubles afoot. So let's head up into Druids once again. The 67 that you're looking at goes through shot, then the 37. This is the 1 and 9. Wants to make it the 9 and 1. It does make it the 9 and 1. The Honda through to the inside. Fabulous, fabulous racing then here in the PBS Brakes SuperSport Endurance Cup. This is round 6 of 7 in the 2024 season. That car has the number 1 emblazoned on the side of it. It is, of course, a very beautiful Volkswagen Scirocco. More trouble than you can shake a stick at that car has had to undergo over the course of this race. But it is back on track at least, and that's the main thing. It's good to see him circulating on the circuit and getting some more seat time for the drivers, some more time under their belt. They've done 88 laps as the VW Scirocco. That's versus 108 for our race leading car. So those dramas were most certainly problematic. And there we go. There's your sign. Pit window has closed. Race control has spoken. Everybody's made their stops that they need to make anyway, so nobody's going to be falling foul of trying to leave it a little bit too close to the bone. Everybody's made the stops they need to make. Some people have made multiple stops, such as the enjoyment they found from their 2 mandatory ones. They'd come back in again to have leaf blowers and all sorts wafted at their cars in a desperate effort to try and keep the temperatures down enough to keep the car at the pointy end of the field. There's the one again. Fabulous looking machinery that I really am going to make. I've got to go home at the end of today, and it's a long drive back to where I live, but I'm still going to make a beeline to the paddock and have a good look around that car, because it is categorically, in my opinion, absolutely beautiful. Stuart Mead and the Tim Hartland run Vogue Motorsports VW Scirocco. Really wish they were still racing, really do. They're fabulous. One make championship they had for a short period of time. Both road and race cars. Never had quite the life expectancy I thought they would have done when it was launched. It was quite the iconic car to bring the Scirocco name back. Brave from Volkswagen. They brought it back though, and in fact some can argue they improved significantly on the original. But unfortunately the market didn't seem ready for it, and very quickly as it appeared, it disappeared again. What are we looking at here? That is the number 7 BMW Mini Cooper S of John Wyatt, the John Wyatt Jewellery. It's the F56 model, the 1998cc car. It's in Pro C category. Is the Mini. Let's have a quick look. I've just lost him actually. My time's going off. Forgot his number, but we've moved away from that one now. So there we go. There he is again. It's number 7. Thank you very much there for Rob whispering in my ear as I make a bit of a boo-boo. Where are they? 20th overall in the race at this moment in time, but it's good to see the gold liveried Mini out on track. It's fabulous car there. The Will Make Mini Racing Series, of course, is absolutely wonderful throughout the world and UK as well, and those cars pop up here, there and everywhere, and they pop up in very fine style. Great cars. Where are they in class? Pro C. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. While I'm counting, I've got a better idea. Let's go and talk to a man that speaks more sense than me. Rob Lewis, down on pit lane. Let's have a quick word.
You saw the images of the yellow BMW M3, the Jeff Steele Racing Run BMW M3. I had a brief word with Nigel Greensall, who has decided to retire the car from this race. It looks like when the car went off into the gravel and was towed back out, it's knocked a fitting on the differential that was for the oil cooler, so it was slowly emptying the oil out of the diff onto the exhaust. Better to call it a day and come back stronger next time rather than break more bits on the car. For now, back to Paul.
Brilliant. Thanks very much, Rob Lewis down there with the update. We did suspect that something was rubbing that shouldn't have been rubbing, or something was slightly out of place, and that has been confirmed by the legend that is Nigel Greensall, of course. So real shame. Good that the car got back on track following its momentary trip to the beach, but unfortunately that has proven terminal. The test of time waits for no man and waits for no machine. And sadly, you can't go forwards and then backwards through gravel without some kind of damage, and the BMW comes to a halt. I did my counting while Rob was talking, by the way. The number 7 BMW Mini, I know it's a long time ago, we talked about it now before the interview, but they are 6th in class. So there you go. I started, so I shall finish. I did some quick count on the timing screen, and there we go. So, can you believe, folk at home, that we've been watching this motor race for 11 minutes short of 2 hours? Yes, it's gone fast, hasn't it? I thoroughly enjoyed it. This has been my first exposure to the PBS Brakes SuperSport Endurance Cup, and I want more. This has been really, absolutely, well and truly tremendous racing from a whole bunch of different cars, drivers of all different ages, skills and experiences, and it's never, ever let up for even one moment for me to start reeling off facts and figures and statistics. I haven't had time. Too much going off on track. Brilliant stuff from the championship, from Brscc and the drivers and teams involved. We're taking a look at car number 8 at this moment in time. Darrell Cresswell, Timothy Steele and Wes Payne for the Break Dancer Racing. It's the Mazda MX-5 1600cc Club C car, and where are they in the running order? That is car number 8. Number 8 is, let's have a look at the smallest time screen in the world. They're in 17th position, so they're doing a good job as well. Open top, he's probably one of the very few drivers that aren't almost fainting and sweating because of the temperature conditions. Open top car, of course, as is the Mazda is famous for. Roll cage, obviously, helmet and all that good stuff, but a bit of fresh air wafting through the cockpit. Anyone who's driven a soft top will know for sure that it is fabulous, fabulous stuff. Just in case it was missed when I mentioned it a few moments ago, Tezza Boy on the Brscc YouTube channel is asking for the lap times of our second place car stuck in fourth gear. Last time around was a 57.5, so much slower than we've seen over the preceding few laps. It's been give or take between the two race leaders in terms of lap time for the last half an hour or so. I dare say there was some traffic involved. For reference, a high 53, low 54 is where you want to be at. And in fact, as we cross the line, a new lap time of 52.9, which is 1 second quicker than our race leader. So, might only have one gear, but it's a good gear, and it's working well. Third position then, we're having a look at here, Julian McBride. What a drive in the 67 Pro B category leader. This has been a real banner day for Julian McBride. He's the leader of the Pro B class. 10 points up on the number 50 coming into this race. Well, he's going to have a full set when it comes to the end of this one. So Julian McBride is doing everything in his power to make it a no contest. And you head over to the Silverstone National Circuit. Brilliant stuff from the car. Currently in third position overall, but top of the tree in his category. Absolutely amazing stuff from Julian. The number 67 BMW is self-entered, apparently, I believe. There it is, 67 BMW. Yep, self-entered BMW M3, the 3-litre Pro B classification car. Quite a pretty livery as well. Not sure about the highlights on the front, but I certainly like it from the side. That is kind of shades of mid-2000 World Touring Car-esque design work going on there. Julian McBride can paint the car. He can most certainly pedal one as well. So it seems fabulous stuff. Only 12.3 seconds away from the still hobbled 21. So not exactly game over yet with 7 minutes and 33 seconds left to go. I dare say Julian McBride feels a moderate amount of enthusiasm, shall we say, about the prospect of closing that gap down and going for second overall. If he possibly can, of course, leading his class, so no need to really panic a great deal about climbing up through the running order, but hey-ho, it's well worth it. Whoa, sweet child of mine, what's going on there? That is a mother and father of all tank slappers. That's a Mini in the gravel. That's not the gold number. Oh, it is indeed. That is Wyatt in the number 7, 6th in his class. Was running well overall as well in the lower reaches of the top 20. It went left, it went right, it went left, it went right. It stopped in the beach is the end result. Doing his best impression of the driver of the Playdays bus. Seesawing at the wheel. Not quite quick enough hands. Not Pato O'Ward-esque hands. And unfortunately, that tank slapper leads to gravel. Anybody who's ever owned a Mini, myself being one of them, will know all about that trim missing on the right rear fender. But I think that is beached for the day. Real shame for Wyatt there. Hopefully we get to see a quick replay of that one if possible, but that was, can he catch it? No, he can't. And we've seen that so many times. Front wheel drive machinery, floor the throttle, hope for the best when you get it all squirrely. Unfortunately though, not on this occasion. We're checking in with the 25, Paul Hinson. Saw very briefly on screen there as well. He's in 5th position overall, leading his particular class. And then this is the number 21. 4th gear is all he's got behind the wheel of that car at this moment in time. Mechanical maladies falling their way, dropping from the race lead, falling back heavily in the early stages in 2nd position. They managed to get on top of that one, and they're now driving very well. Schumacher 94, Barcelona-esque, stuck in 4th gear, and still not a million miles away from the conversation for the race lead, but they'll be taking minimal risk into Team Jeff Steele Racing cars. No need to do silly things and charge your way through the running order when you don't need to. 2nd position will do very nicely indeed. Thank you very much for the 21. They're 3rd in the standings heading into this one. 178 points, including drop scores, versus the 203 from the absent number 69. So it's going to be a very hearty day. Our race leader in the car number 4 is all the way down the running order in terms of championship points, having not contested each and every round. They only rocked up for the last couple. Very nice style as well, it has to be said. But this is going to be a good day if they can hold on for our second position car. Not a great day for number 7 though. Didn't want to be ending the day with a lift from a tractor, but that's exactly what it's going to be as they went off Skidley in the final corner. And out comes the safety car again. See, we've got a wild collection of cars in this one. We've even got a BMW safety car at the front of the pack. Very pretty looking car as well, I must say, as he picks up our race leading pack of vehicles. And I think, what have we got on the clock? Let's have a look. Where does it say? 4 minutes, 25 seconds in this race. Ain't no way that car's going to get pulled out of there and go racing again in that kind of time frame. Maybe. I mean, the marshals here are absolutely exceptional, so wonders could be worked. But youch, if you're a team, you absolutely hate to see your car being dragged through the gravel like that. It really is. Mechanics look at it and think, oh, every inch that gets through the gravel, that's another hour that I need to stay behind and clean it up and fix it up and get it ready to take home and go racing again. Speaking of which, while not a great deal's happening, I will do a call to action, if you may indulge me for a moment. The PBS Brscc SuperSport Endurance Cup, it began in March at the Silverstone International Circuit. Then in April, we headed to the Snetterton 300. May, we visited North Yorkshire at Croft. In June, my favourite place in the whole wide world, Donington Park and the Grand Prix layout. Then July, we came to Alton Park. We're here at Brscc this weekend. And then we finish off our year at the Silverstone National Circuit, weekend of the 28th to the 29th of September. If you fancy watching these cars, if you're enjoying this broadcast, first and foremost, I'm delighted you are. But, mark my words, trust me on this one. Watching these trackside is absolutely marvellous. It really is. They're fabulous. The entire package is great, but these cars are particularly wonderful, I must say. So if you've got nothing to do the weekend of the 28th and 29th of September, and you want to go to the home of the British Grand Prix, Silverstone, to the National Circuit, recommend you do it. Brscc put on a great show. Get there. Watch these for yourself. It's absolutely fabulous. It really is fabulous to be trackside. And the Silverstone National Circuit, unlike the Grand Prix one, you can actually see the cars more than 400 miles away. So you can get really up close and personal and see the drivers working hard behind the wheel. Thoroughly recommend you give it a go if the opportunity presents itself. And of course, the Brscc put on pretty spectacular racing weekend of activity, it has to be said. This weekend we've had yesterday the Fun Cup, the Zio prototypes, had some Pragas on there on track. We've got the Formula Ford Super Classic 9399s. They were absolutely sensational, it has to be said. And then today, of course, we've got the PBS Brscc SuperSport Endurance Cup, and then following right after the Silverlake C1 Endurance as well, which I'm massively looking forward to, I must say. So yeah, kicking around 28th, 29th September. Come down, say hello, watch some racing. Absolutely fabulous. In fact, Phil McDougall on chat agreeing with me. Yes, they're great to watch trackside. Here, Phil. Absolutely. Right, miracles then. Miracles have been done. Turning water into wine? No. Clearing a mini out of the gravel trap in about 2 and a bit minutes. Well played, marshals at Brscc. Well played. Wouldn't have put nothing on this one. British green flag with 1 minute and 23 seconds left on the clock. Absolutely legendary. So here we go then. We're racing again, and that is a fight. The 21 car hobbled. 21 car, it has to be said. We wondered if Julian McBride would be able to get in touch with this car. Well, he has done. There's been a safety car, and now a battle royale for the second step of the podium. That BMW car number 21 has one gear only, and that is fourth gear. You've got to go like the clappers now. Bit of traffic as well, not helping matters whatsoever. Julian McBride in the 67. They're in a different class, but they're racing for the overall podium. Second and third place separated by little more than enthusiasm with 42 seconds left on the clock. Can the impossible be achieved for this 21? Can they hold on despite having nothing to give in terms of gearbox life expectancy? We're going to run out of terminal velocity at the end of this straight. There we go. We can't shift up in the fifth. The 67 very aggressively cutting across the front as well once the deal is done. And sadly for the Kia McConaughey driven and Bart Horston teammated Jeff Steele Racing 21, it's looking like an uphill battle, although they're not giving up yet through Druids on the run down to Graham Hill Bend. Enthusiasm, commitment and bravery are most certainly not lacking It's just the ability to have the drag out of the corners to get in competition. That's the big problem. And I do think now the 67 is free and clear. At the front of the pack, though, for Jeff Steele Racing, car number 4, driven mightily well by Peter Mulsdale and Stephen Kent. Rounds the final corner, accelerates to the line. There is the checker, and there is victory in round 6 of the PBS Brakes SuperSport Endurance Cup. Heartbreak on the bottom step of the podium, as at the very last minute, the Jeff Steele Racing number 21 drops to 3rd, because sneaking up there is the number 67 Julian McBride driven BMW M3 in 2nd. 2 hours of endurance racing, and it all came down to the last 1 minute 15 seconds. Don't know about you folks, I love motor racing, and that was absolutely spectacular. Bravo to all concerned. What a race. What a way to start Sunday afternoon here at Brands Hatch, here at the Brscc Summer Race Weekend. Taking the applause of the crowd, waving to celebrate with the marshals, and also probably to cool himself down somewhat. That was a commanding drive. At the front of the field, car number 4, Peter Mulsdale, Stephen Kent, take the victory, and also, of course, the Pro A class victory, and help their championship cause no harm whatsoever with a victory here in the 3rd round that they've contested in this particular series. The 21, it did drop to 3rd, but it's a whole host of points for them as well, and that's going to give them a massive boost in the championship tables. I like good racing, you like good racing, but we've just had absolutely sensational racing. Really well done. Let's take a look then at those provisional results. It is car number 4 that takes the 2nd flag, and then just behind, that's where the drama was. 67 and 21, Julian McBride, McConaughey and Hawson in 2nd and 3rd positions respectively. The 777 of Mark Jones and the Audi TT did a great piece of work in 4th position, 3rd in class. Then Paul Hinson in the number 25 BMW Compact takes 5th overall and 1st in class. Kuma, Simmons and Kay in the Honda Civic FN2, 4 laps in arrears, 6th overall for car number 9, and then 7th. First in their category is the 122 Matthias Reitstock in the Lotus Elise. 7th overall, 1st in class. Jamie Hadley comes home in 8th, and then in 9th is Evans and Hart in the Type Hart Honda Civic. In 10th position is 6th place, 1st in class for Alison Lindley in the Audi TT 2 litre. In 11th place, 53 car is McCarthy and Gardner, the Golf GTI. 12th is the Ferguson Luke Run Mazda MX-5 Mark 1, 2nd in category. 13th and 3rd in class, the 91 of Stuart Humphrey, another of the Mazda MX-5s. 15th position goes to the 99 Drinkwater and Reed BMW Compact. 16th is the Cresswell Steel and Payne driven number 8 machine. 17th is the Mead and Heartland VW Sirocco, despite all of the dramas that they've had to overcome. Cullinan Greensole, early retirement. Wendy and Paul Ellis Smith in 19th, classified 19th. The Mini Cooper, John Wyatt is classified 20th. The Miller Adams Clio RS200, 21st. Then Rashan, and let me get this one right, Chigarumbo is in 22nd position. 23rd place, Michael Edwards. Then it's Williams and Shears in 24th. 25th place goes the way of Adams and Dennis in the Clio RS197. They reach the classification 25th and last. That was more fun than you can reasonably shake a stick at. I am sure and I hope you agree. There's a tractor on track now. They're not going to lap in very quickly as they go back to their escape point. Big shout out to the marshals at Brands Hatch for getting that car so quickly cleared at the end of the race so we could finish under green flag conditions. I don't think the 21 are particularly cheerful about that happening, but I most certainly am. What a buzzing way to end an absolutely exceptional first race of the day. Massive thanks as well to everybody watching at home. Thank you for the lovely comments on our YouTube channel, and thank you for keeping us company as we go through today. Plenty of action. Absolutely barnstorming amounts of action still to go. So you've probably got a moment or two to grab a cup of tea or whatever beverage of choice you so wish. And then don't go too far away, though. It's all going to get rather exciting again. Next up, Silverlake C1 Endurance Cup. I've had an intention of flicking through the previous race at Snetterton just to get an idea of the championship. I ended up sitting down for 4 hours and watching the thing from start to finish. These cars are wild. Absolutely, absolutely fabulous stuff. I think in a few moments, I dare say, we're going to be going down to pit lane to talk to some of our race winners. And I cannot wait to see what these guys in the top three have got to say, because that was more than its fair share of crackiness at the end of the race. Really, brilliant fun, brilliant fun. This series, these racers are just sensational. And that was the PBS Brakes SuperSport Endurance Cup, round 6 or 7. Remind you again, of course, 28th, 29th of September for the Silverstone National will be the season finale of this category. And if Brands has anything to go by, I reckon that's going to be an absolutely must-see experience. Right, so I'll be quiet because it's post-race interview time, which is always going to be fun. So let's head down to Rob on pit lane to talk to our winners.
It's warm enough down here at Brands Hatch today, but I'm now stood in front of some very hot racing machines. Steve Kent came home jubilant in his lovely E46 M3. He looks rather warm. He's had a drink of water. Steve, great race, 2 hours. That must have been grueling.
Well, I only did the second hour, of course, because Peter did the first hour. But yeah, it was hot. It was really hot. A lot of concentration, but yeah, you win, so you can't say anything else.
That one series was particularly potent, but was hampered a bit today and got you the victory. What were the other issues you had out there?
Oh, I think it was just the temperature. The temperature really takes it out of you as a driver. Obviously takes out the tyres, but that's the same for everyone. But yeah, it was just keeping on the black start, keep it nice and smooth, don't go crazy, and keep chugging along. And yeah, it's endurance racing.
Superb endurance racing. Peter, let's bring you in here. A great start to the race for yourself, and obviously you're able to kick back and watch nervously as the win was brought home. How was it for you watching in the garage?
Yeah, it's never easy, is it, when you've done the first stint, sitting watching, and anything can happen. And you know, as Steve said, it's so hot out there. And when I brought the car in, it was hot. The tyres are hot. So, but we were lucky, I think, with the one series. You had a problem with the gearbox. We kind of inherited that a little bit, but we pushed hard, you know. And they were still doing some quite incredible laps, even though they were stuck in fourth gear. But yeah, great, fantastic, very happy.
Good championship points.
Yeah.
Yeah, more points. Yeah, we
got a first last time out in Alton, yep. and then a first again in Brands, so great.
Fantastic result there, guys.
Can I just say a quick hello? My sons are watching, so Callum and Spike, Rachel, Mother Duck, hi, see you in a bit.
Fantastic there. Congratulations on a superb overall win and the Pro A win. So that's a superb effort there. Now, we have spoken to Keir McConomy and co. I'm trying to get hold of Julian McBride, and here he is.
With my Go Faster stripes.
With your Go Faster stripes. We did the pre-recorded interview, which you will see coming up in the lunch break. Julian, you told me you hadn't put it on the front row, but you brought it home. Class win, second overall, so you've taken out the Pro B. And you're second overall. You must be thrilled with that after 2 grueling hours.
Yeah, mildly chuffed with it, yeah. Yeah. There was a period in the middle of the race when I lost it a bit. I just lost concentration. My lap times are going up too much. Like, come on, have a swig on my electrolyte fluids, get back on it, focus, and yeah, just start banging the laps again. So yeah, really pleased with that, really pleased. I know, and Keir had a bit of bad luck at the end, but you know what, I'll take it. So,
but that's the thing with championships and endurance championships. You've got to ride with the luck as well as the engineering and the driving.
Yeah. Well, in the last couple of races, I've been on the wrong end of the bad luck. So this time, yeah, thank goodness. And this thing is just brilliant. It just keeps going and going. Magic car, yeah.
And a good dose of points for that championship.
Useful, very useful. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, happy. Very good day.
Fantastic. Julian, as always, an absolute pleasure to speak to you. I told you we'd be speaking to you at the end of the day. That's your Pro B winner, Julian McBride, and second overall. A superb effort from them. That's Joshua Barrett, just getting ready, set to interview on the circuit comms. We're going to go down to the club class now because I've got a very happy chappy here. I've got a pair of happy chappies here, actually. I'm going to start off with David Drinkwater. We spoke to Adam Reed when you took the car earlier. Club C win, you must be thrilled.
Yeah, that's good. So good lot of points there. Fastest lap as well, so happy with that.
Really happy with that, and you're on double duty today because you've got to go and jump into C1 now.
Yeah, and they're making me start as well. So literally, a couple of hours in the C1.
Couple of hours in the C1 to end the day. More importantly, good points for that championship.
Yeah, mega points. I think because George isn't here, we may be P1, but I'm not sure. and then I think it comes down to Silverstone. So we'll see.
Title fight down to the wire.
Yeah, last round, and I think obviously Julian will be in there as well because I think he's up with us. So yeah, that'll be good at Silverstone.
And Adam must be absolutely thrilled. He's a great little driver, isn't he?
Yeah, he's all right. I made him do most of it for. I think he did an hour and a half or something similar to that because obviously we're doing the second race later on. I thought let him do a bit more.
Fantastic. Great result, David.
Yeah, cheers, man.
Thank you. Right, so that is your Club C winner. Now, I want to talk to this man because when you saw me, your fists were pumping. You were loving that. Paul Hinson, class win, Clubman A. The car was making some funny noises. You haven't had anything your own way. You've got some mechanical issues.
Yeah, we had a nightmare actually. I flat spotted the front tyres going into Paddock Hill Bend after 30 minutes, which started bouncing a lot, and I rid the curbs too much. And after an hour, it felt like the rears were on like square tyres. And I think I've broken the drive shaft partially and the bearings inside. So I backed off middle of the race because Adley had gone. I thought, no way he's going to start, you know, I was not going to catch him. Then all of a sudden I saw him in the pits for 2 laps. So I just started trying to get faster and faster and faster. But literally the car was shaking for an hour. I think I've lost my fillings today. but to get the win, unbelievable. Unbelievable.
And more importantly, good championship. I've said this to a lot of our drivers today. Good dose of championship points.
Yeah, well, I've had 2 DNFs this year, so I was sort of getting a bit away from them. But a class win today gets me right back in the championship, and I think I might have got the class championship today as well because I was 50 odd points ahead, and I don't think anyone can beat me in the last round now. So I need to look at the points, but that's why I was pumping because I was so happy to get that today.
And the great thing is as well, your overall finish. I mean, upper end of the top 10 in a car that's in the Clubman A class. It's a great drive as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think without the mechanicals, we could have been P3 or above maybe because I was losing a second a lap easy for a good hour. So, you know, that could have been 30, 40 seconds up the road. And I just got caught behind the safety car one as, you know, on the first safety car. So I could have been ahead of that in another lap. But you know, I'll take the class win. Thank you very much.
Absolutely, you'll take the class win there. Congratulations, Paul Hinson. Fantastic win there. Let's grab a couple more drivers there as we just slip our way past Charlotte White, who's working hard as part of the ops team for the Brscc. Alistair Lindsay. Now, we're going to hear from this man as well on the pre-recorded interviews later on during the lunch break. Alistair, fantastic result from you. That plucky TT bringing it home to a class win.
Yeah, it was a really, really hard race. We were managing the temperature on the gearbox all the time. We were right on the limit, so we had to keep slowing down, getting fresh air to try and come through it. But yeah, the plan we talked about earlier worked, and it was an interesting race, an exciting race, and we got a P1. So it was an overall fantastic weekend.
Good dose of championship points, and those Audi TTs are great endurance race cars, aren't they?
Really are fantastic cars. I think everybody did well, but again, everybody was struggling with the heat on the cars, and I think everybody drove extremely well today. The standards were good.
Have you got a manual or DSG gearbox in this?
DSG.
And you were suffering with the temps?
Yeah, we were right up. The maximum should be 105. 120, and we were virtually on 120 and going upwards. So then we had to keep short shifting, dropping back down, and slowing down to get fresh air to get the temperature back down again.
Wow, and to bring it home with a class, that's got to make it so much more satisfying.
It's great, and Mark was on the radio. He was telling me what pace we needed to do to try and stay ahead, even with a safety car pit stop, because the second place car pulled in just before the safety car, so it got quite a good pit stop, but we still managed to keep our lead and bring it home in pole position. So,
what can I say? Superb teamwork.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
Congratulations there. And there's Mark, the race engineer. Just a bit of embarrassment there. Part of the race-winning team. I'll grab a word with you actually, because in an endurance environment like this, it's much more than just the driver; it's the team as a whole.
Oh, most certainly. So as Alistair was saying, DSG temperatures was really high, brakes high. So I was constantly pacing him, seeing where the other cars are, and telling him what pace to go. Then we would make a gap, we could back off, cool it down, and then we could go again. And we was doing that constantly. I feel like I've driven 2-hour endurance for how much effort went into that.
I think the mental strain must have been absolutely crazy.
I was looking at the time thinking, please end. It's exhausting just studying, looking at the time.
Fantastic, great result there for the team, and well driven, Alistair Lindsay. Now, last and certainly not least, Mr. Radstock, how are you? You've walked away with the Pro C win there, fantastic effort.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I've been on the top side of the podium, and Yeah, I didn't do any testing. I haven't been here for a year. I just turned up for quali this morning, and car ran flawlessly. Not super quick, but I think just kept it very consistent, and tried not to make any mistakes. So.
These little Lotuses are great little endurance race cars, aren't they?
Absolutely. Things can go wrong with them, right? the saying has some truth to it. But my team from ES Motorsport, they prepped the car fantastically. It ran, no issues whatsoever today.
So the plan is more rounds later on this year, more points, get that championship?
I'm not actually racing for the championship. It's too stressful. I just take it one race at a time, right? So, and not think about championship points. Just go for the win every time.
Okay, so let's change that slightly. Next race, you're going to have some fun.
I always have fun.
Congratulations on a superb class win there. Now, that rounds out all of our class winners, our many class winners from a brilliant 2-hour endurance race there from the PBS Brakes SuperSport Endurance Championship. We're going to have a little bit of a lunch break. I'm going to go and get something to eat, but don't go away. We've got some interviews from this wonderful paddock earlier on with some top-level drivers, some of which didn't make it onto the podium interviews today. So stick around and listen to those interviews. I'm going to have a quick bite to eat, and then I'm going to make myself ready because we've got Silverlake C1s coming up. We're going to have a pit lane walk around. I'm going to get myself in the assembly area. We're going to hear from some of the drivers, and we're going to sit back and relax as we watch the 3-hour race unfold. I cannot wait for this race. I normally cover the C1s, everyone knows that, and there's something about Brands Hatch Indy that just lends it to these cars. We've got just over 25 cars in this race, or we should do, and I'm looking forward to the action. But let's cut across to those interviews and let's get ready for the C1 race later on. It's a beautiful Sunday morning here at Brands Hatch, and first of all, we've got the PBS Brakes SuperSport Endurance Championship. We're going to have a word with a few of the competitors. I've come down to see husband and wife team, Pure Track Racing. They've brought 3 beautiful French cars out this weekend. We're not going to ask how the Megane went in qualifying. There's a bit of repair work going on behind. Sarah, you're out in the Clio. How's it going?
Maybe don't ask about that one either.
What happened?
We've got a steering or suspension issue with it, so you brake and it's trying to throw you off track and a bit of a knocking noise. So, yeah, we're going to try and fix that one. That's probably the better of the 3 currently.
It kind of shows just how tough this SuperSport Endurance Championship is, really.
It's very hot today as well, so it's very stressful on the cars. And it is tough. The competition's really tough, and you're throwing everything at it just to get those extra bits, which sometimes doesn't always come to plan.
Now, Matt, running 3 cars in this series across different classes, how much does that affect the strategy for the whole team?
We just need to look at it. Luckily, we've got the drivers. We talk about all 3 cars before the race as well. So we know we split the strategy. So we've got enough team, luckily enough, that we can double stack, which is fine. But we do look at strategy. So we're only boxing 1 car at a time, so we can maximise it if it needs anything. If you get a puncher or something, you can change a wheel, so it's just a case of just communication with the guys, and everyone knows what's going on. They do. So
now the elephant in the room, there's a dusty Megane behind you with a bit of a broken rear light. What happens?
I'm driving with Graham today. He just wanted to go out and do 3 laps and then just let me loose in the car. In Class A today, we've got some real tough competition. We've got 7 cars, and on paper, that's probably the slowest one. And he's put me in the car, went out there, didn't feel right, come in, suspension change, felt great, went out again, sitting 5th in class, I believe, come back in, tyres were overheating, let the tyres down, went back out, set a 54.8, so it's good pace for the Meg, got up to 4th in class, going into paddock, car felt on rails, hit the brake pedal, straight to the floor. So, yeah, it wasn't...
Worst place to have.
It was not nice, no. So, literally, I managed to just get a bit of lock on and just caught the rear end as I skirted down the tyre wall down Paddock Hill.
We did see during the Fun Cup race yesterday, there was quite a bit of pad knockoff around the circuit. Could that be a contributor factor?
It could well be. We're going to pull it out, obviously. We're going to get everything off, check there's no gravel in there and stuff like that. We'll have a look. We'll probably change the pads and discs as well on the front, just as a precaution. We will. So, but yeah, we've only got an hour between race and quali, so it's tight.
And finally, Sarah, what brings the team, the family, back to the SuperSport Endurance Championship?
It's very friendly. Everyone's very friendly. I mean, we've got the most amazing team, but likewise, all the other competitors, we're really good friends with all the drivers that are actually in our classes as well. And if there's a problem, like yesterday I had an issue in scrutineering, one of the teams was over trying to help me. So it's just that whole family unit, and that's what racing's about as well.
Sarah was here yesterday setting the cars up for today, and half the team was up at Silverstone running 3 cars in Club Sport.
Well, we had a great result. A great result.
So busy weekend for us. 6 cars over 2 days.
No rest for the wicked, eh?
No, definitely.
Fantastic. Thanks for chatting to us, guys.
Cheers, guys. Cheers, Rob.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wonderful stuff. It's always great to hear from the characters and personalities behind the scenes, and there are so many characters and personalities throughout the grid, throughout the field, throughout the entirety of the Brscc. Full slate of events that we host all around the United Kingdom, of course. Summer race weekend here, and these were pre-recorded, so we spoke to, or Rob, should I say, spoke to some of the drivers from the PBS Brakes SuperSport Endurance Cup race that we have just seen, and even qualifying doesn't necessarily mean that your car is going to come back all in one piece, so it's a real effort for all the teams to prepare, race, compete, and then keep running repairs. All of these cars and teams going throughout the race, and as we say there from Sarah, there's been a fair few problems that they've had to overcome, but overcome them they most certainly have. And the aim of the game, it was mentioned already in that set of interviews, it's about having fun. It's a family atmosphere here, people look after each other, they help each other out. It's all about getting as many bums in seats on racetracks as you possibly can do to give you maximum seat time, maximum value for money, and maximum enjoyment. I dare say, though, when we're talking about maximum value for money, that segues me in nicely to this next event that we've got coming up. It is the C1, Silverlake C1 Endurance Cup. These are for the Generation 1 Citroen C1s. They're small, they're cost effective, they're not massively powerful, but goodness me, do they make absolutely sensational racing. It really is an absolutely incredible 3-hour race that we've got coming. So I look forward to that one. So before we do that, though, I am going to segue again out of the conversation I would have said and to have a look at some talk that we had with Rashan Sigarimbu earlier on today. So let's head over and hear what he's got to say about things.
And the other side of the TT awning, I've got Rashan Chigarimbo here, who's graduated from Fiesta Juniors. Rashan, great to see you here with the Audi TT this weekend. How's your weekend at Brands gone so far?
So far it's been quite good. We was here testing on the Friday in the car because we've made some new changes to go in upper class from Clubman B to Clubman A, so we've got more power. So we're just here Friday so I can get used to having a car with more power to adapt my driving to it.
And what has brought you to the PBS Brakes SuperSport Endurance Championship?
So initially we did the TT Cup, but it was only sprint racing, so the race was about 15 minutes long. Yep. But where I want to go in the future, hopefully like GT racing, that's more longer timed races. So with doing the endurance racing, it helps me build my driving style. So if I do make it in the future, I'm more ready. Like the car, I've got to look after the car, look after the tires. There's a lot more to driving the car in an endurance race compared to driving the car in a sprint race.
So do you feel like you're learning a lot more in an endurance racing environment?
Yeah, a lot more, because you've not only got to just look after the tyres, it's about you as well, mentally be there for the whole 2 hours, rather than in the 15 minutes I can switch off just after 15 minutes, but this I can't really do that. So I've got to make sure I'm concentrating, looking after the car, giving good feedback to the team over the radio so they know what's going on with the car as well.
Bit different to the Fiestas, these, aren't they?
Yeah, a lot different, a lot more power as well. So I've got to make sure that I'm concentrating on what I'm doing.
Absolutely, and obviously you've come to the Endurance Championship to learn more about endurance racing. What's the paddock been like for you since you've sort of arrived?
The paddock's been very friendly. Everyone here has got a smile on their face, which is a good thing to see. No one's miserable, if you can say that. But yeah, everyone's all smiling, everyone's happy, everyone's all friends. It's like a big family that races on track just for fun.
Absolutely, and of course racing would be possible without any sponsors. Who have you got sort of backing you to get you in the car?
I've got Tyler's Consulting, that's my biggest sponsor. They've paid for pretty much most of this as well. And obviously my mum and dad putting money into it as well, so you can't not say thank you to them as well.
Fantastic. Great to chat to you, Rashan. Good luck later.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Rashan Chigarimbo there having a quick word earlier today. Unfortunately, he wanted time behind the wheel. He wanted some more experience of a more powerful car, and that one ended up being a little bit challenging, courtesy of the heat and the mechanical issues. So real shame for Rashan, but hopefully we see him again very soon and he can get some more time behind the wheel. Now our Rob Lewis was a busy bee earlier today, and he's been catching people left, right and centre. Next up on the list of those in which he spoke to is the one and only Daniel Douglas. So let's have a word with Daniel and see what he had to say about all things racing cars.
The Brscc loves Mazdas, and I love a homebrew build. Daniel Douglas, this Mazda MX-5 is certainly a homebrew build, and she's fast. Tell us all about it.
Yeah, so this is my first year racing, so I bought this this time last year. Got a little workshop, and I set about building myself a race car.
So tell us about the spec. Obviously, there's a few go faster bits on it. What sort of power are you running? Modifications, upgrades?
So she's 1.8 turbo, running about 200 horsepower. She's got a roll cage and seats and an extinguisher and an engine, a wing on the back and a bit of aero on the front that hopefully maybe makes some difference. And that's about it really. She's got no ABS, no power steering, no frills or anything.
No frills or any bits, proper raw race car.
Raw race car, yeah, that's it, yeah.
So what brought you to the PBS Brakes SuperSport Championship?
Yeah, cool. So these guys, Scott and Neil, they've been racing this series for about 2 years. I think they hoped I'd become their mechanic. So they brought me on a track day to kind of get me into the idea. And I loved it so much I went out and bought a car.
You got the bug from then on in?
I got the bug, yeah.
So looking into the race today, how did qualifying go and what are you thinking going into the race?
Yeah, so qualifying went really well. I've had diff troubles on testing on Friday. We ended up spending half the day changing a diff to an open diff, and then I spent all of yesterday rebuilding something, so I've got a limited slip again. And that seemed to do well. New tyres, and I set my personal best on Brands Hatch, so that's nice.
Doesn't sound bad at all then.
Happy with that.
And the great thing about Brands Hatch Indy, it's a very tight, twisty circuit. Power is not so much an issue here. It's a great handling, well set up car.
Yeah, I don't know if she's well set up, but we'll try and go around the corners as quick as we can.
Thanks for talking to us. Good luck today.
Cheers. Thank you.
Thanks, mate. There we go.
Fabulous stuff there. It's always nice when you can go and have a taste today and then decide to buy a race car. I did that once, and that was 10 years ago, and my wife still says no. So congratulations on getting that car, Daniel Douglas, and obviously looking forward to seeing how he progresses as he builds the experience in a race car and in his particular car and fettles it in fine style. Now, next up, during our stalking of the paddocks in the wonderful sunshine of Brands Hatch, we found Jeremy Evans. So let's have a quick look what Jeremy had to say a little earlier on today, talking to our very own Rob Lewis.
And I've managed to jump down to Simprini Racing to grab Jeremy Evans for a and you're going to be very And I've managed to jump down to Simprini Racing to grab Jeremy Evans for a chat.
Morning, Rob.
Jeremy, you're very well campaigned in this Honda Civic. You do a bit of Club Sport Trophy, you do a bit of all sports around the UK. Talk to us about SuperSport Endurance.
We love it, really. It's a really relaxed paddock. Nobody takes themselves too seriously, which is good. Massive variety of machinery that's out there, so we could be racing against BMWs, Renaults, Lotuses, Lotus, whatever they are, and other Hondas. It's a really good mix of cars in the paddock. Nice, friendly paddock, and yeah, it's when you've got an hour each in the car, certainly get to know your car a little bit as well.
Honda Civic Type R, the EP3, they make for a great endurance racer, don't they?
They do. I hesitate to say bulletproof, but they are pretty strong motors, and there's so many parts out there. They're so well developed as a car that you've got all sorts of people out there running them with various degrees of setup on them. But there's a massive choice of parts and bits and pieces for them. So yeah, whichever way you like your car to handle, you can set one of these up to do it.
And the championship overall, it comes here to Brands Hatch Indy. There's not really an emphasis on power here. It does affect it a little bit, but it's more about how these cars handle.
Yeah.
Should you be a lot further up the grid, do you reckon, in the race?
I think we'll race better than we'll qualify. We're doing the times that this car is this car is a kind of mid-54s car around here, really. I did a low 55s. We've just looked at the data, and the ideal lap is a mid-54, which is about right. It's just stringing it all together when you've got a clear lap, and it's a short circuit, 30-odd cars under it, gets pretty busy. So finding that lap.
Traffic, that's going to really play a part today, isn't it?
Yeah. I think if you can work your way through traffic without taking too many silly chances, but actually take them when they're there and move yourself up, I think you could do all right.
And it's not just yourself in the car, it's your partner in crime, Phil. Had a bit of a scare a few years ago, but he's back driving and fighting fit.
Yeah, no, he's back fighting fit and giving me a run for his money. It's the good thing about us two in endurance racing is we're on the same lap times. So you see in endurance racing a car will go out and qualify with a rapid driver, and the second driver is a second slower than that driver. We don't have that. We're within most races, we're within a tenth or two of each other, whichever one of us comes out on top. So and for endurance racing, that's what you want. It's all about consistency.
All about consistency. Good luck today, Jeremy.
Cheers, mate.
All good. Thanks, Dave.
All about consistency indeed, and that's exactly what we've seen from the race that's just been unfolding a few moments ago. So it's good to hear from Jeremy Evans. And then the next on the hit list for our Rob is Barton Kaya. So Barton Kaya, let's have a quick word and see what Barton had to say.
And you're going to be very much used to seeing this car towards the front. I've got Barton Kia here with this beautiful BMW 1 Series that's not exactly your regular 1 Series, is it, Kia?
It's certainly not. There's very little of the original M140i left. It's it's a custom job, yeah.
Very much a custom job, and you've got Bart Horston in the car as well. How have you found the endurance racing?
Really, let's say educating for me. Like good coming from lots of sprint racing and short 20-minute races. It's nice to have something a bit different to learn a lot of the skills I want to develop in my career and get better at. And it's also good to get back out on the British tracks and be able to help and develop Kia at the same time. So it's a win-win for me.
And Kia, a 2-hour endurance race, but you're doing it around the Brands Hatch Indy. It's such a short lap. Going into the race, you guys are in a great position to take overall honours. What's going to be the key part of the race? Is traffic going to be an issue?
2-hour race, 6 classes of cars on Brands Indy. Yeah.
It's going to be fun, isn't it?
It's the perfect track for a 2-hour endurance. Yeah. So, yeah. But we were out testing on Friday. We've already had plenty of traffic. It's it's managing the traffic, but it shouldn't be a problem.
Been there, seen it, done it.
Yeah, it's good fun. 2 hours goes like that. So.
And Bart, obviously being a part of the SuperSport Endurance Championship, you were in it last year as well. Is this part of a long-term career move to move up into endurance racing a lot more?
I certainly know it's a personal goal of mine to step into doing the big endurance races around the world, like Le Mans, Daytona, and things like that, and racing championships like DTM and GT World Challenge and WEC. And yeah, it's a fantastic opportunity for me to, like I said, develop my skills, but also try and help Kia here and see how we can help each other out, and also support him in his effort of trying to take the championship this year.
It must be quite satisfying having a brilliant driver coach like Bart behind the wheel with yourself, helping develop your talents.
Yeah, it's been good. Yeah, we work well together, and it's been great.
Fantastic. Well, you've qualified really well. You're up there right at the front. Thoughts on today's race strategy-wise? Is there anything different you're playing? Anything unique?
Nothing crazier since we had the really good rule change this year that you can't really pit on a safety car too much. It's not advantageous to. It means that it's a lot easier for us to plan out our strategy. And generally we like to give ourselves a 50-50 split, so we just get an equal share of the driving time. But there's always playing around with trying to, we can't pit on the safety car or this and that, and also try and help the team out and not try and make it too busy with all the cars they're running this weekend.
And more importantly, bag the points.
Absolutely, yeah.
There's a championship to chase out there. Well, thank you very much for chatting to us today, and good luck.
Okay, thanks, Rob.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Fabulous stuff there. For some reason, I wrote down Barton Kia rather than Bart and Kia. That was Bart Horston and Kia McConomy, of course, in the Jeff Steele Racing BMW. Sorry about that, chaps, but good to hear from both of them nevertheless. And we've certainly been busy with these VTs. I'm not sure if we've got another one coming. I'm just going to check that one in a moment. But Rob has certainly been busy down on pit lane, and I think actually he's caught somebody else, I've been told. So let's have a look at who Rob Lewis managed to catch a little bit earlier on today.
And it's time to talk TTs now. I've got Alistair Lindsay, who's here this weekend. You've just qualified first in class for the Brscc SuperSport Endurance Championship. Alistair, Audi TT, they're proving to be very good little endurance race cars.
Yeah, this we started off in the TT Cup, but the car, it was just a competitive field, very competitive, where you couldn't really move forward easily, and the races were only 15 minutes. So we wanted to go to an endurance race. So we had to do quite a bit of work to the car, fitting the grills in, putting more cooling in, etc., so that the car isn't overheating. We still have to monitor carefully on the dash the gearbox and engine temperature, because it's still not really ready for long-term endurance races, which we'll work on next year for the winter. But agility and speed, everything, you can see there's class is above us, class A. And so there's a lot of faster TTs with bigger turbos, but they're still the same chassis. Everything's the same on them, and they're really, really reliable, great cars.
You've clearly got the speed because you've qualified first in your class. What's the strategy going into the race?
Well, I've had 2 seconds and a third, so I'm obviously looking for a win. Don't want to give it the kiss of death. It's consistency. We've got our pit stops down pretty much that we're about 5 seconds over, which is good, because better be over than a drive-through penalty. So it's just consistent laps. That's the main thing, not to be overzealous on it. If we've got to take time getting past somebody, we will do, because we know we're competitive. So I'm a single driver, so we think it's going to be about 118 laps. So there's a lot of time to play games to catch up and make sure that the car's kept running reliable and that the temperatures are good.
Fantastic. And what brought you to the PBS Brakes SuperSport Endurance Championship?
Basically, because it's endurance. I used to race in Brit car years ago, which was obviously a longer race, and the 15-minute race is just, you're hardly warming the car up and it's finished. The 2 hours is really good. People that want to go with 2 people and split the cost, you can do, or 3, so it's great. But I myself, I like doing the 2 hours myself. I'm getting a bit older, as you can see, less hair, but it's good for me for my keeping physically fit, and it's a good mental challenge to keep the car going. And for 2 hours is a long time. You can see today, even in qualifying, there were 3 or 4 or 5 cars which didn't make it, and so preparation is the key. The team are absolutely fantastic. Motor City Performance, they really prepare the cars well. And so it's just consistent lap times. Keep it within the same second each lap, and if we're a half a second quicker over 118 laps, we should do okay. But it's motor racing, so anything can happen at any point.
Most definitely. Alistair, good luck today.
Great. Thanks very much. Cheers. Bye.
Fancy going front?
Alistair Lindsay there, and next on the list is Paul Hinson.
And certainly one of the most entertaining drivers in the field, I think, that always punches well above his weight. Paul Hinson, great to see you back in the BMW.
Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, it's been a good season so far. We're leading our class by sort of 50-60 points. Hopefully we can get the class win this season at this track if possible. But I always love brands. I spent most of qualifying going sideways through Paddock Hill and sideways through Clearways. So I think my record was like 3 seconds sideways going through Clearways this morning. So yeah, really enjoyed it.
There's something that's quite spectacular about your driving. We've seen that in the past. Does the car lend itself to that?
I think so. I think we've got a lot of power in the front with it being a 3-litre, and we've lined it so much it's really light at the back now. And Robin Welsh helped us set the car up, and it's just to get it on the limit, you have to have it moving all the time, constantly, whether it's the front end, the back end. And I've been driving it for 10 years, so I know it like the back of my hand. And I don't think I want to move cars, so I don't think I'll ever have a car that's as entertaining as this to drive, to be honest.
Absolutely. And Brands Hatch Indy, it's a tight, twisty circuit. You're obviously enjoying yourself. Doesn't really emphasise on the power, but on the handling. Will that help you get even further up the grid?
Yeah, I think so, because we've had a lot of high competition coming into the championship this year, and the gap to me and the guy in first place is 4 seconds at normal tracks now, so I'm really struggling to compete this year. But we come to Brands Hatch and I'm less than 2 tenths behind him, so it's a proper driver's track, and power doesn't matter as much, so all I've got to do is launch it into that first corner and keep him behind for 2 hours.
Well, thanks to the interviews earlier for the SuperSport Endurance Championship, Rob Welsh, it's Silverlake Endurance time. They're setting off on the grid on their green flag lap. Just quickly, not as many cars this time round, but that's not going to reduce the racing.
No, if anything, I think it's going to make for a better... Sorry. If anything, I think it's going to make for a better race here, because this is what I call the core regulars. So they all know each other. There's a lot of, good camaraderie in the paddock. The C1 paddock's one of the most friendly paddocks, as you know, that you'll ever come to. And these guys are going to race really, really close. I suspect at the end of 3 hours, and you can call me on this at the end, I reckon we're going to have at least 5 cars actually racing for the win after 3 hours. That's my prediction. Let's see what we can do.
I'm going to go for 6.
Okay.
Paul up in the commentary box. We'll get his number shortly as well. But they're already out on their pace car lap. Are they going for 2 warm-up laps?
No, just 1 like usual. I think we're running early because we weren't predicting them to be gone already. So no, I think they're running early, which is nice. I guess everyone can go home early if we start early. But no, just one warm-up and then lights are already on. So.
Well, I think, unfortunately, Paul was expecting a bit of a break. We've got to cross over to the commentary box. We've kind of jumped ahead of time on the schedule here. Paul is not in the comms, so we've currently got cars out on the grid ready to start the race. So
the lights are out on the safety car.
Lights are out on the safety car as well. So we've got Oakley Motorsport on pole. The cars are about to enter clearways. It's over to Paul for the start of the 3-hour Silverlake C1 Endurance.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls all around the world, watching on the Brscc YouTube channel, welcome. It's time for the Citroen. It is time for the C1 Silverlake Endurance Race. This is going to be beyond spectacular, I'm absolutely certain. Right, let's get ready to go racing. It's been a quick turnaround, and here we go. We are green flag, and in typical Citroen style, C1 style, 5 wide for the run down to Paddock Hill Bend. Everybody clears the way then through the first corner of the lap. Little bit of bumping and boring further down, but no big problems. We run up to Druids for the very first time. Everybody makes it through safely, which is what we want to see in an endurance race. Got to be a little bit careful. Don't want to throw it away in the early doors of this encounter, but no problems whatsoever through Graham Hill. And then we run up 3 hours, remember, of racing. These cars are so close together. It is unbelievable in terms of performance. Expect to be going side by side for several laps in a row. That's the way that we do the Silverlake C1 Endurance Series races here at the Brscc. We're, of course, at Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit. And you can already see almost as one they come over the line. It's the 455 that is our race leader, but the 323 trying desperately to find a way past, follow through, run down the hill, and then it's hard on the gas as we drag our way up into the Druids hairpin to the inside. The 323 goes for it at the very last minute. The Trojan car gets the position at the absolute death. That is a fantastic bit of driving. That, unfortunately, though, makes the former race-leading 455 under a little bit of pressure, it has to be said. They make it through without any harm or foul on this occasion. Beautiful stuff thus far in our race. The 455 down a second position there. You can see it on your screen. That is the Oakley Motorsports car. Just behind him is National Battle Pack. Around the outside, the 427. TRX Motorsports trying to find a way through. Not on this occasion, though, side by side again. I'm going to be saying side by side so many times over the course of this broadcast. I'm absolutely certain these cars, this championship, are just sensational. Over the timing beam again. Now trying to buy into the fight is the 558 car. Tyres are squealing. The 558 Silverlake 2 machine. 2 wide in the Druids, almost 3 wide, and there's a little dive. That's a 421 to the inside. The Alpha car goes to the inside. The 421 on the attack through Druids. The team in Scene Citroen C1. Do they manage to get it all the way down Graham Hill? Ben, we're having a look at the 300 side by side with 409. 300 is, of course, the BPC tyre buffing vehicle. And the 409, the Dragon Speed by Amigo Motorsports car, winding their way up again. Lots of intense racing here at the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. Always a great track to go racing, and they just lend themselves to these C1, the Silverlake C1 Endurance Series cars. These are drivers that absolutely know how to pedal this thing at the very fastest speeds possible. The ultimate speed is not always the quickest, but the racing most certainly is. 3 wide down the Paddock Hill bend. The 434 makes it through when encumbered. So that's a nice bit of driving. Again, we know how to go sideways. We know how to go side by side in these cars without causing any problems. But the 558 that you're seeing on your screen there, that is a Silverlake 2 car, now in an attacking posture. Follow the 323 all the way through Graham Hill Bend. Will we find a way past? That's the big question for the 558. Can the Silverlake Racing, Greg Rose, David Drinkwater. Drinkwater, I think, is the driver behind the wheel that we've just seen in the previous race. Out of one car into another one, and that's the way that we'd love to go motor racing. It's fabulous stuff. 2 hours he's going to be behind the wheel of this absolute beautiful piece of racing machinery. Fabulous, fabulous racing. Absolutely wonderful entry level in terms of costs for the drivers. You can share the costs, you get loads of seat time, and as I'm sure you're about to see in a few moments' time, you get loads of absolutely sensational racing. So, out of the pack, Adam Willis and Charlie Bingham in the Trojan Motorsports car. Then there is pretty much everyone. Wonderful stuff. The 451 has the inside line, almost gets up onto 2 wheels, but just about keeps the car planted on the grey stuff. A little nibble into Druids. 451, a little bit correcting as well. The 300, the BPC sponsored car around the outside. Can he do anything though about the cars ahead? 3 wide as we run down to Graham Hill Bend. Good driving from all concerned. We thought we was going straight to the scene of the accident, but clearly we got away with that one, which is fabulous. And look at this one. Everywhere you look, there's a squabble for position. Everywhere you look, there's an opportunity for someone to make their way past. And that's exactly what the Silverlake C1 Endurance Series is all about. This is the penultimate time these cars are in action. And the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit, this is the final racing activity of the day. A 3-hour endurance race, believe it or not. Someone's running slowly on the outside of the circuit. They're going to try and cut back into pit lane. They found a bit of real estate in which to do it, which is great news. I'll have a look who that is in a few moments' time. But let's turn our attention to the front of the field. And this is a ding-dong battle of 409, getting very interested in that one as well. 323 still leading the race. As we go through Druids, the 558 in close proximity. Silverlake Racing 558 in second place. 323, the Trojan Motorsports car, currently leading the field down, picking up where they left off somewhat at the end of the previous race that we had at the Snetterton 300 back in July. And they'll be hoping for good things to come. The pit window opens 15 minutes into the race, so a little bit of time yet before we need to start worrying about strategy. Now it's all about going as quickly as possible, giving up as little space to the cars around you as you possibly can. Not easy in a small car where going door handle to door handle is not difficult at all. And there is the stricken car. That is the hashtag blessed C1 of Chris Etheridge and Colin Bysal. So real shame for the 326. Some kind of dramas. We'll come back to that one in a little while. Let's turn our attentions to this particular fight. Fastest lap, by the way, for Monday in the 421. So that's a good bit of early pace from our third place running car. And still we are fighting tooth and nail at the front of the field. This is your race leading battle. Trojan Motorsports are the car at the head of the pack. And just behind is the Silverlake Racing vehicle in second position. A little bit further down the running order, we've got a few squabbles as well. The 421, by the way, is trying to buy in this. Alpha Trojan, Jonathan Monday, Austin Monday behind the wheel of that car. They're doing fabulous stuff. Fastest lap of the race. Why? Because they're closing on the cars in front. Brilliant stuff then at the front of the pack. Just like we ended last time at Snetterton. We pick it up again at Brands Hatch. Big question is, does everybody have enough fuel in the car to make it to the checkered flag? We saw that one last time as the Bacon Racing squad forced to make a late pit stop caused by that low fuel. That opened the door to our current third place finisher, third place runner and fastest lap holder, Alpha Trojan, that took a late race victory. They'll be hoping for more of the same, but this time get it done on track with passers. And here we go then. This is the charge. Silverlake Racing still about half a car length would that be between these two warring vehicles now as we run down into Graham Hill Bend. Be careful not to use too much racetrack. No, we don't. There's the switchback manoeuvre that we're looking for. Fabulous stuff. The 323 knows when he is cooked. Can't do anything about that one. Trojan Motorsports, that opens the door to Alpha Trojan as well. So the 323 momentarily into second position. He settles back down to third place now. 421 up into second position. Good bit of driving, good bit of heads-up driving from Alpha Trojan there to minimise problems and drink water using his experience, I think it's fair to say, is David from the previous race. Straight back in it again. Doesn't need warming up, that's for sure. Might take him a few laps to remember which car he's in. He definitely doesn't need warming up. Great stuff from our drivers here. Charging uphill already. We're starting to get a little bit of traffic. I think that was a 326, the blessed car that we saw in a bit of problem earlier on. Great to see they're back out on the track. It's always worth being on track. It's a 3-hour race. Absolutely anything can and will happen in 3 hours. So if you can minimise the amount of time that you're stationary, get back on the racetrack, then that is all for the better. The blessed car is back on the racetrack, which is fabulous stuff. I'm trying to have a look at my timing block. Who's in the car? It is Etheridge. Chris Etheridge is behind the wheel of that car, so it's wonderful that they're back and in with a shout of things again. Right, it's calmed down. Well, it's not calmed down, but it's as calm as a C1 Silverlake endurance race is ever going to be at this moment in time. So let's take a few moments to have a quick look and an assessment as to who's where. The biggers, the winners, and the losers over the course of the opening few encounters. The big winners, as always, in this series, for those watching at home, because the racing is sensational. Let's come back to that one, because said sensational racing is about to explode again. That's been a change for the race lead. It's not lasted very long, though. David Drinkwater to the inside line. He's going to use the blessed car as a little bit of a blocker for the Trojan vehicle behind. So Drinkwater, good bit of driving, good bit of heads-up driving there to use the advantage of the traffic in his favour. Druids sneaks back up into the race lead. He lost it for about half a corner and then recovered it again Monday in the 421. Still in second position, and just behind them is Bingham in the 323. While they're squabbling, though, that's going to allow the remainder of the field to start closing up slowly but surely. This blessed car then gets out of the way. Good driving. Sensible driving, in fact, actually, because he's minimising his time loss. He'll try and sneak into the slipstream, which are, mark my words, critical in these cars, and he'll hope that the front three can drag him round to competitive lap times and let him close back up to the back of the field following the pretty foray into pit lane a few moments ago. 421 then, still on the charge. We're almost lifting the wheel. I'd love to see these cars at Knockhill. They would get some air. They're absolutely fabulous race cars, but it's still David Drinkwater at the front of the grid. 24-21 is in second position. That's a good result so far for Alpha Trojan Monday behind the wheel. Next Bingham in the Trojan Motorsports car in third position. So Alpha Trojan definitely having a end of Snitterton vibe type feeling to the start of the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. Second position is where they stand, but they're in the pound seats. Still got 2 hours even and 48 minutes left on the clock. If you're just joining the Brscc YouTube channel, big hello to you all. My name's Paul Jeffrey. Down on pit lane, we're going to have Rob Lewis. Our producer for Alpha Live today is Rob Rowley. It's our pleasure to welcome you along to the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit for what should be a fabulous way to end what has been a sensational weekend of motor racing here on the behalf of the Brscc. Here's a little squabble that you like to shake a stick at. That's the 392. Around the outside goes said 392. Seventh position is where they find themselves. Still can't find enough real estate to insert themselves in. Why? Because there's two C1s, nose to bumper. The longest C1 in the whole wide world. We go down the inside with a 423. Will there be enough room left? No, not quite on this occasion. good effort, but the door slammed firmly shut by the 427. The 427 being, of course, the 427, that's right. Of course, being Zachary Arthur and Luke Francis for AF Racing. So they're having a very valuable start to their race at this moment in time. 6th position, Francis behind the wheel on this occasion. Ringing back to the front of the pack though, and it is still David Drinkwater that heads the cars over the line. Drinkwater rocking car number 558, just behind him the 421 of Monday and the 323 of Bingham in 3rd position. As you were then, as we start another lap. Great stuff from all of our drivers as we head down in a paddock hill bend. Panicking for a second there as I momentarily lose pictures, but they're back again, which is good news. So, big question I asked myself in the Fun Cup race, when do we start driving like it's an endurance race? I was warned in the Silverlake C1 endurance, never. It is just a long sprint race, these cars, momentum cars, side-by-side action cars, all the way through the field, and that's exactly what we're seeing right here and now. The 451 just about holding on in 12th position. They've got a lot of cars for company though, currently driven by Brown, and then we've got Livesley in the Brimstone racing car just behind, and then Amigo Motorsports Hickton in 14th position. So that's a nice little fight that is going on there as we take a look at the field, winding their way through again. These may be small cars. These may be cars that aren't quite as quick as everything else on the calendar, but what they lack in outright straight line speed, they more than make up for it in the fact that they are so raceable. The racing always is absolutely incredible at Brands Hatch in any car, to be fair, but in the Silverlake C1 Endurance Series, never more so than in these vehicles. They're mighty, even though they only pack a very small punch. And if you're interested in getting in touch and getting involved in the Silverlake C1 Endurance Championship, I do implore you to reach out to the organisers. It's a great championship, very cost effective, a lot of time behind the wheel for the drivers to enjoy, a lot of opportunity for the drivers to get seat time, to get racing activity underway, and to really enjoy these very, very small cars. The engines, the gearboxes, they're as standard from Citroën. There's nothing that you can do to change them. Not one of those cars that you can throw money at in order to get the result, to get the speed, to get the performance, to get the pace that you want against your rivals. You go in, the differentiator is how hard you work as a driver. The differentiator is how well you execute your race weekend. And the key selling point, of course, for the championship is the fact that the racing is absolutely sensational. So, here we go then. We're still in the early running of this race. 15 minutes has elapsed thus far. The 558 from the 421 and the 323 Trojan Motorsports with Bingham behind the wheel are your top three runners as we come down into Paddock Hill Bend once again for our race leaders, and it is beginning to build ever so slowly at the front of the pack. So the drivers, it's an endurance race, it's 3 hours. Let's remember that. It is 3 hours long. You don't want to go great guns straight away. Keep the car clean. Keep the car out of trouble. Don't do anything silly is the name of the game. I'm looking at my commentary box window and I can see the 392 it is coming out of pit lane. So the 392, of course, is the 392 Alistair May and Christopher Park's Quattro Formaggio vehicle. They're out of pit lane, so hopefully that is not going to be too much of a problem for those drivers as we rock into this race. Something that's worth bearing in mind, by the way, I need to mention this one. It's been quite a tight turnaround from the last race to the to this one. So tight, in fact, I had to sprint to the bathroom before we came back on air, which is why I started somewhat out of breath when we begin this one. But the way that this works, it's a Citroën C1, the Generation 1 car, 998cc, 3 cylinders, unaltered engine. It's a Citroën or a Persian or a Toyota unit, produced between 2005 and April 2014. It's a standard C1 transmission box, pre-May 2014, about 940 kilograms is the weight of the car. OEM or KYB front struts and rear dampers, Apex 70 2400 spring sets, C1 Racing Club supplied lower front wishbones, drive shafts, track rod extenders, and then a Powerflex front wishbone. Rear bushers are also permitted. So basically, technical speak aside, What does that mean to the layman? I'll tell you what it means to the layman. It means these are very, very standardised cars. It means these are cars that you don't have to throw tons and tons of money at to get out on the racetrack and go racing, and that is absolutely fabulous, because that's just what you need as a driver. Share the cost with your teammates, get maximum amount of seat time, and as you can see on screen, we've got a couple of technical difficulties here that we're just overcoming as we speak, and then as you can see on screen, these cars are raceable. Very, very raceable indeed. It's all about how hard and fast you can drive as a driver. You've got to be consistent. It's a momentum car. You want to carry the speed through the corners, but you also need to know where to take the risk, where to take the problems, where to make the moves. Not easy on paper when everything's so similar to each other. Not easy at all, because you can be the differentiator between success and failure, and that's the big thing. That's the big thing that we need to look out for. If you do a good job and your team executes a good performance, then you are absolutely golden in the race. So 2 hours, 41 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock. The 558 is still our race leader from the 323, and the 434 finds themselves in third position. Gaps, yeah, barely even worth talking about. That's how close they are. Fabulous stuff at the front of the field as well. So really good stuff. 558, by the way. In fact, coming back to that one, there's an interview with Rob down on pit lane. So let's head to Rob and see who's found.
Now, the car out in front looks a little bit different to the other C1s you can see out on the circuit. The camouflage livery is making it a little bit difficult to see out on the track, but we're trying our best. Now, I'm here with Greg Rose. You already know Robin Welch, who is the owner of the C1 Racing Club. Greg, you built this Gen 2 car. This is an invitational car this year, and it's in development, and it's leading this race. How are you feeling?
That's really good. Really happy with that. Yeah, it's going really well.
We may have some international viewers as well that are interested in the development of this car too.
I wonder who that can be.
It could well be the series sponsor, Alan Preble, of course, the Silverlake Automotive Recycling MD, watching from afar. And the car's going pretty well without him here.
I'm not going to comment on that, Rob, thank you. No, he's going very well at the moment. I'm very happy. Hopefully when we swap over, we'll keep going.
Rob, yourself and Greg were talking about the little differences between the Gen 2 and the Gen 1 C1s. What are we looking out for?
So the differences are so minuscule. You've got the body shape, obviously. The rear axle is the only arguable difference in the two cars. The engine is the same 3-cylinder, twin cam, single Vanos, same horsepower.
Cylinder head, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's essentially the same engine, same power. And then the rear axle is just a little bit stiffer because it's a more modern car. So there's not a lot between them, but it's really nice. Me and myself and Greg were just watching then, and there's nothing between them. You look at the fastest lap today, Alpha Trojan on a 2:04.7, and David's done a 2:04.9 in the Gen 2 car. So it's slower, but you could argue that is just because he's in a tow. There's nothing in it. So it's really great. It's great for us because obviously when you bring a new product in, there's a bit of a concern. Will it be better? Will it be loads worse? But I'm so happy. And it was really good this weekend. Greg needed another driver. David Drinkwater was available. So we thought, okay, cool. Let's put a known C1 fast driver in the car. Not that Greg's actually very competitive in this car, but I thought, well, let's put one of the best C1 drivers in the car just to see what it can do. And he's here at Brands with the car, and he's second fastest, leading the race comfortably. But what's nice is it's not loads faster. He's actually not the fastest car. Lap time, Trojan have got that. But he's there, he's going around, proves the car can do it, and there's no difference. So now new customers, if they choose to build a Gen 2 car, purely based on cost or looks, whatever, they can build a Gen 2 or a Gen 1, whatever they want to do. There's no difference between them, which is what we wanted to achieve. So we're really happy with that.
You've driven both cars and raced both cars in the racing environment. What's the difference from having the bum in the seat?
I prefer the Gen 2 car myself, and it's just because it's the latest one that I built. I like getting in the last car. I feel it is a little bit more stable. It's nice, but what you might gain in handling, you lose a bit on the top end. But yeah, we've looked at it, haven't we, and made little tweaks that have made it so it's the same weight, same car, and like you said, it's like you can see here today. You know, it's very comparable. So I don't think there's anything in it.
Nothing in it at all, and the developments going forward with the Gen 2 car, you have a C1 Club car that's potentially being sold. Are there more in build?
The C1 Club car is now sold, so CSC Racing are taking that one on, so they're going to be taking that one on under his wing, and Patrick and his team are going to carry on. And it's great for another competitive team like that to have the car. They'll probably find things that I just haven't got time to find, and it'd be great to have them out in it. We got 2 more in build, AASP Recovery, they've got one which they're building, and Rob Smith Green Recycling, they're talking about having one on the grid next year as well. And we know 2 other teams that they want one because the sponsors want a more modern looking car. So that's kind of cool in that respect. If the sponsors want something more modern, more today's, you see a lot of these cars on the road still. Yeah, and that's it. It just looks a bit more professional from a sponsor perspective. So I think there's going to be a few more of them on the grid. And don't get me wrong, we still haven't finished the development. If I find that someone finds something in this Gen 2 car and it becomes a dominant car, I'll just weight penalty it or whatever I have to do to bring them back in to check. Everyone knows how anal I am with this series and how much I love this series, and I want them to be the same. And I won't let there to be you have to have this car, you have to have that car.
No disparity at all. And a last shout out for the sponsor, Silverlake, Greg, a key part for the series, bringing lots of good reclaim parts down for the competitors to use.
Yeah, we got a van full of stuff with us today. We've got everything we normally have, offer all the facilities. Anyone can come along, buy anything we got here now.
At a great price.
Yeah, great price.
Fantastic. And going on later into the year, you've got another 24-hour race that you're doing away from the C1 series, and you're heading to Silverstone as well, more development for the Gen 2.
Yeah, we're actually next weekend we're doing a 24-hour race, so not far away at all.
All fun and games.
Yeah, I'm just glad the Mark II managed to, between us, managed to develop it using only 2 cars to where it's just competitive with the other cars in its first season of trying it.
It doesn't happen very often in one-make racing to be able to introduce a new product and it not completely upset the apple cart.
And we've got one more race to go, haven't we? Competitively, we can make change, but I feel that there is no changes to make. It's good as it is. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, guys, I'll leave you to it for the moment. So lots going on with the Gen 2 car that is out front with David Drinkwater at the wheel. That was quite a nice long interview. Hopefully Paul got a nice break, and who knows, the lead may have even changed. But for now, back up to the commentary box.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you very much, Robert. It's really insightful to see some of the things that are happening in the C1 Cup, and there is said Generation 2 car, the new one that is on track, and fabulous stuff. Massive credit to the organisers of the championship and the championship from Roaders and everything to develop this car to be so equal, despite being a brand new product, to be so equal with the previous first generation machines that we see out on the racetrack. Their gap at this moment in time, mostly down to the auspicious talents of David Drinkwater behind the wheel, are just under 14 seconds, but the fastest lap of the race, of course, is from the 11th place car, the number 421, the Alpha Trojan machine. So quite what's happened to Alpha Trojan. We've missed that one during the excitement, but the 421 is running further down. In fact, of course, it's the pit window that opened a few moments ago. So 558, it looks lovely, I must say. I do like the Gen 2 in racing colours. It's in camo, of course, which is always cool on a racing car, and Drinkwater is pedalling that one. It's within an inch of its life, it has to be said. Fabulous to see that product on track, and caught a bit of debris there as well. Good catch on the run down to Graham Hill Bend, but Drinkwater doing a good job as we look at him coming through Paddock Hill Bend there. And there's a good little race as well. 300 and the 323 side by side with each other. BPC tyre buffering car under significant amounts of pressure. So let's take a moment then. So we've been away from the racing action for a little while. Let's have a look at the running. The 558 is still our leading car, the Silverlake racing machine in the Generation 2, as we've mentioned in that interview. You can tell with the front grille is the easiest way to spot the difference between the older and the newer versions of cars. In second position, currently as things stand, is car number 451. Car number 451 is the PMF Racing with CSR. Peter Kay, Martin Brown, Matthew Tron and William Hodgson are the drivers behind the wheel of that one. And then the 458 is next up in third position. 458 being the Silverlake 2 car. Paul Sawyer, Zach Blackwell, Steve Kite. The drivers there. To interrupt myself though, because there is some racing to be had as we run down in the Paddock Hill Bend 300, doing everything he can in 7th position to find a way past the 6th position 434 car. To the inside, no quiet room on that occasion. Druids still the passing place of choice, but on this occasion not enough racing room to snurtle the car to the inside. Great little battle, 6th, 7th and 8th position. 6th place currently occupied by the 434 Bacon Racing with Liquid Marley entry. That's the car that had so much trouble at Snetterton last time out, but now we've got some side-by-side action. Can we make it all the way through? The Liquid Molly machine is leading that little pack. It's coming vulnerable as well, though. Trojan can't quite find a way past BPC, desperately climbing all over the back. If he could extend the height of the car, he would go over the top of him, given an opportunity. But on this occasion, he can't quite find enough real estate to insert that vehicle into. Looks to the outside line. Outside line is the risky place to be on the run down to Paddock Hill Bend. Will he get the racing room? No. Elects for the switch back, trying to keep the minimum speed up as high as possible in these cars to carry the momentum as best as possible through. But on this occasion, not quite enough room to get the deal done. And don't forget, this is an endurance race, contrary to how the driving appears to be very, very sprint race-esque. There's still 2.5 hours of racing action to go, so plenty of drama yet to unfold. Of those who've made the pit stop, Bacon Racing with Liquid Molly in 6th position are your leading runners. Trojan Motorsports, Bingham behind the wheel in 7th, and next up, so 6th on down, with the odd exception, of course, have made their first stop. We didn't see that one during the interview, but the TRX Motorsports, Dickinson behind the wheel, the 447 in 17th, is the only one of the lower runners from 6th on down that haven't made their stop just yet. And of course they need to make their mandatory regulation stops. Of course, 3 is the mandatory driver changes or procedural pit stops during the course of this race. So on we go. 434, despite being pretty much on 2 wheels, as the car leans heavily over through Paddock Hill Bend, absolutely pushing to the extreme. Are they pushing enough though? That's the big question, because that looks to me suspiciously like there may be a few gaps starting to open up in that defence. Good things coming for the 323 if they can just keep this pace and momentum, but more importantly keep the head in these hot conditions. Very, very easy to start over driving the car. Adam Willis, Charlie Bingham. Bingham behind the wheel for Trojan Motorsports, of course, knows how to pedal one of these. But the thing is, you can push a little bit too hard. Try and find a little bit more lap time than you've actually got in your back pocket, and then if you do that one, it very quickly starts going backwards. So conservative but hard driving thus far in 6th, 7th and 8th. Head over to break the timing beam for another lap. This is another opportunity. Outside line, not quite on this occasion. 434 has the line covered, although carries a little bit more momentum than would be ideal through Paddock Hill Bend. Got away with it on this occasion. I did think we were going to be skirting a bit closer to the gravel than we really were, but no problem whatsoever. And the 323 continues to follow. Really difficult to get alongside unless there's a mistake or a little bit of a support from the driver in front. And absolutely elbows sharpened. I can guarantee that one from these C1 drivers. They'll be sharpening those elbows, because if you need to go past somebody, you need to be a bit enthusiastic with it, shall we say. Enthusiasm, yeah, I'll settle on enthusiasm. That'll work for me. That's a much politer way than saying give him a bit of a shunt up the rear and push him wide. No, enthusiastic. So the 323 has a slightly better capability of getting it down to the apex. Tries to go for the switchback and keep the car underneath. Not enough overlap though. They're almost identical in terms of performance, barring who pressed the loud pedal a little bit earlier than the other driver. So can't quite get alongside at the moment. The 434 still has the line. Doesn't feel the need of the Liquid Molly car to defend the inside line. Just wants to carry the speed to the middle of the corner. Monday has the fastest lap, by the way, in the Alpha Trojan, so the quickest lap of the race for our 9th place runner, and that's a dive! Now that is last of the late breakers with a cherry on top, but too much speed into the corner, so it worked, but only for a few tenths of a second, and now there is big pressure from behind the BPC, the green car, at the back, in the middle now, in fact, of your shot. Fancies buying into this one, sees an opportunity, doesn't have the inside line, that one's being covered off looks to the outside line. He'll carry the speed all the way through this little section of corners. He'll become the inside line, and that, ladies and gentlemen, if you have to buy somebody a textbook on how to do some overtaking, head down the pit lane, have a word with that car and say, write me a passage, because that is how you make an overtake at Brands Hatch. Absolutely beautiful stuff there. Really clean overtake, really nice pass, not losing any time or momentum, but gaining track position. Can we do that? Can we repeat that a little bit further up? There we go, to the inside. Fabulous stuff. The 4-3-4 gets the job done. A little bit further back as well now. Further strive for the Trojan machine. The inside line is wide open into Druids. A little bit of debris being kicked off in the background. Not passing one car. That's no fun. Let's pass two. Fabulous overtaking there. Great racing in these cars. Promise you a cracker. A cracker you are most certainly having. 558 then makes up 2 positions in one bit of real estate. You can definitely see that Drinkwater has the speed at this moment in time, and he's putting that to very, very good use indeed. Affirmative in his lapping action, and it's working very well indeed. It's the new generation car, as we heard, and there is David Drinkwater to the inside. The Silverlake racing car carving through this traffic, almost like multi-class racing. Such is the confidence of driver behind the wheel, although I dare say that 300 doesn't fancy giving that one up at all. Don't forget they're on a different lap, folks. There we go, the 300, realising that's the case, and while he was squabbling, that opens the door to the 323, so Bingham now has all of the space of the Brands Hatch Indy circuit to decide where to put his car. Has the inside line. That's a wise choice, methinks, and that inside line, as we've seen times many before, pays dividends for him. Position gain. Drinkwater now has a bit of fresh air between the two of them. Remember, David, of course, is in the lead of the race. The reason he's lapping these cars so early is not only the fact that he's a mighty driver, showing some mighty pace, but of course, a lot of drivers have been down pit lane to serve their first mandated stop of the race. It's only our top 4 cars that haven't made their pit stop as things stand. Hence the reason our race leader's mixing it up with these drivers, and arguably these drivers aren't quite sure if that's a race leader or not. After only 35 minutes of racing, they'll be a little bit perturbed to have David Drinkwater charging his way through, but hopefully they see the blue flags. They recognise that ain't for position, but David's certainly got to be more aggressive than you would like him to be. I thought he was going to go to the inside then, but the gap was slightly too big to overcome. Well, Drinkwater, there we go, we're defending in the 4-3-4. He's not aware that that's our race leader. A little bit of a love tap on the back bumper just to let him know that this is not for position. No need to worry about it for the 4-3-4, but they continue on their merry way. That is the 5th position car, such is the turn of pace and the way that the pit stops are working at this moment in time. David Drinkwater, though, still can't find a way past. This is not really going to concern him too much in terms of overall performance. They've got 21 seconds at the front of the field. Bryce in the Brscc YouTube chat saying, this is awesome. Bryce could not agree with you more. How wicked is this? Tell your friends about the Silverlake C1 Endurance Cup, because on paper, you look at it and think, I'm not sure what to think of that one. It's a curious choice of car. In reality, it's sensational. Could not have been built for this purpose and designed by Citroen for this purpose any more suitable than it is now. Just brilliant racing all the way through. Brilliant racing from the 421 as well, for good measure. That is Jonathan Monday in the Alpha Trojan car. Saw an opportunity, took an opportunity, and finally our race leader dives up the inside into Druids and gets the job done to put a lap on those cars. That opened the door, though. The door was starting to become closed a little bit, but there's nothing that a bit of shoulder and a bit of knee as well can't do to encourage it to stay open a little bit longer, to snurtle the car to the inside line, and the 3-2-3 gets the job done. That is Charlie Bingham in Trojan Motorsports. The 4-3-4, though, under a little bit of stress, under a little bit of pressure, trying to desperately hold on to position. 5th place is this fight. 421 is just behind as well, trying to buy into that one. Monday very interested to see what's going on with the cars around him. And you can't blink for a moment. These are not kind of cars. This is not the kind of racing where you can take a breather. No. Doesn't work like that one at all. It is all about track position. And track position is exactly what the 421 achieved on that occasion. Good stuff by Jonathan. To the inside. Is the door open? Not quite on this occasion, but the 300 is very interested in the BPC tyre buffing machine. Is very interested in buying him for this one. Rob Smith behind the wheel of that car. And the 434 just behind Sandro Prietti in the Bacon Racing with Liquid Molly. Liquid Molly, of course, very famous sponsor in touring car racing. I'm a bit of a touring car man myself, and I do like a Liquid Molly sponsored vehicle. I must admit, it's a very pretty colour scheme. But anyway, enough of that one. Let's have a look at the racing action. So Drinkwater, 22 seconds to the good as things stand. The top 4 drivers still to make their first of 3 stops over the course of this race. And Drinkwater, look at that, he's not pulling away, is he, in the 558? Despite being on a lap ahead of these cars, the 3-2-3 behind. He's definitely keeping the manners on him. Bingham doing very good work using the slipstream while he's keeping an eye on the mirror for good measure as well, because just behind Bingham, Monday is having a good Sunday. And hopefully he's trying to find a way past if he possibly can. Fastest lap of the race for the 421, so Monday's definitely got the pace. Just trying to find a little bit of real estate to make his own. That's the big thing. That's the hard part, isn't it? As a driver, when the cars are so deeply competitive and similar to each other, you can be as quick as you want to be, but if you don't have the clean air, if you don't have a racetrack around you, it's mighty difficult to do anything about it. This is a great squabble, though. Now the inside line has been covered. Big question is, though, how early can you get on the loud pedal? How soon can you get on the loud pedal? For the long, these cars are relatively long drag into our first turn of the lap. Fabulous stuff, this one. Loving every moment of this one, folks at home. So we get going. Oh, I am being whispered in my ear that I need to do a quick shout out. It is happy birthday, a very big happy birthday to Alpha Live's Archie Webber, who's working trackside here at the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. Archie, if you are listening to this one, which I've been informed that you are, many happy returns to you, sir, and a very happy birthday. Hope you're enjoying the racing. And this is Archie's camera. Give us a wiggle of your camera, Archie, to acknowledge that you can hear us. He daren't, because his producer's not told him to. But happy birthday, Archie. Great stuff. Hope you're enjoying your day of racing. Fabulous, fabulous stuff. I'm certainly enjoying it, and the 421's certainly enjoying it, because right on cue after the shout-out, he decides it's a good time to make a move. To the inside goes Monday. The inside line is the premium line. That's where you need to be. And he's got it covered for the drag up to Paddock Hill Bend. No need to even defend the inside line. Such is the overlap. That is a beautiful piece of driving from Monday, and his reward, he moves that car up into 5th position. Bingham down to 6th place, and they're still, as you were, following our race leader, David Drinkwater, at the head of the pack in the camo-coloured car that you see in front of this one. He's a lap in front, but he's absolutely and categorically not gapping the chasing cars behind. Through Graham Hill Bend, then tyres are a-squealing as everybody's pushing these cars as hard as they possibly can. If you're watching this on the Brscc YouTube channel, great to have you with us. Over the course of this broadcast, my name's Paul Jeffrey. Down in pit lane, we've got Rob Lewis bringing you all the news and stories. Rob Rowley is our producer for Alpha Live in the background, making sure these pictures come to you as wonderful as they do. And out on track, we have got touching 30 cars that are all rather interested in having a absolutely fabulous race. 23 cars, in fact, to be precise, and smaller grid ever so slightly than we're used to seeing in this championship. And my goodness me, the racing is just as big as it always is. The Silverlake C1 Endurance Series never fails to impress, and absolutely that is the case today. Fabulous, fabulous stuff. 421, this is interesting. So Monday in the 421, that is the Alpha Trojan, Jonathan Monday, and Austin Monday behind the wheel. Austin has got the car at this moment in time. Is he getting a little bit held up by our race leader? That's a very distinct possibility. Let's remember, David Drinkwater, the race leader, he's a lap ahead of these cars. but he ain't pulling away. Black and white flag, by the way, we'll come back to that one. Car 311 for track limits. That's the TGR Racing car of Luke Haberman and Max Walsh. Track limits warning. Be careful, keep attracting those, and you're going to be getting yourself a black and white flag on the third warning, a drive-through on warning number 4, stop go on warning number 6. So can't stray too far away from where the racing surface is here at Brands Hatchinde, otherwise the stewards, eagle-eyed as they are, will be down on you like a ton of bricks. So we see one of the drivers diving down pit lane to make one of their mandated stops. Not a bad call, actually, if you're in this little battle pack, because oftentimes you can be a little bit limited. That's Francis in the 427, the AFR car. There it is. That's really nice livery on that car, actually. It looks like a real proper little race car. And here's something interesting. This is a squabble. Our race leader, bear in mind, that is David Drinkwater on the inside, the Alpha Trojan car. He's trying to find his way past, but the Alpha Trojan car is not racing for position. They're a lap down, but it does have the pace as we run down into Graham Mill Bend again. Now we come through the final few corners of the lap. Drinkwater struggling. The Silverlake car struggling for pace in comparison to those around. He gets pushed a little bit wide. He's not going to be too concerned about this one because he is a lap in front, but he could very easily get wrapped up in somebody else's incident. This is a new generation car, a development car, so to speak, of the Gen 2 Citroen C1. You can tell it's a different body shape, but under the hood and under the bonnet is very, very similar indeed. And pace-wise, it's bang on the money with the Gen 1s. And there we go. That is a overtake, but not overtake. What do you call an overtake when it's actually not an overtake, but it is an overtake? I don't know. I can't wrap my head around that one. It's too hot, and the day has been too long to work that one out. And the 421 eventually makes his way past, not for position, but it's to give him some clear air in front and start to push. Can he move away from the David Drinkwater driven Silverlake Racing entered Generation 2 car? And while all this is kicking off on track, we're going to head down to pit lane. Rob Lewis has an interview for us. So let's head down to Rob and have a quick word with somebody on the page.
Well, there's some well-behaved drivers out on the track so far. There's a lot of pit stops have been completed, and if the safety car were to come out now for whatever reason, it would really give the advantage to those who have completed their first stop already. However, on some different business, I've got Gracie Mitchell here with me that's driving the Dragon Sport by Amigo Motorsport car. Gracie, at Snetterton, you had quite the impact when you had a sudden brake failure in the car. You bounced back, you raced in the Fun Cup yesterday, you're fighting fit. How's it going today?
Really good, obviously, from when we were last out in the Citroen C1 on Friday testing. We've definitely made up a lot more time just from jumping back in it after the Fun Cup and into qualifying this morning. Obviously, the team managed to put it on, I think it was P8 and P10, and that meant that we were included in the random grid decider, where we were actually placed third. So Oren, our teammate in the 381 car, obviously he started. And we've already done our dummy stop. Obviously, he's still out at the minute, I'm out next. And I think we're running about 14th, 15th. Obviously, it's changed around a lot more now that people have started to make them stops. But so far, going so good.
Great experience for you.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think being able to do the endurance races, especially at the big tracks as well, it gets you out and gives you a lot of track time, as well as kind of being able to learn a lot more and getting used to the front wheel drive, because obviously before I've only really ever done rear wheel. But no, it's definitely great that we can get on the main tracks and for so long as well.
So are you doing this as a programme for the rest of the season? Are you looking to jump back into it with Dragon Sport next year? Where's this looking for you?
I think we're obviously looking to still do a couple of more rounds this year in the C1, and then I think we are going to look at maybe something to do with the Clios next year, obviously with the programme. I think obviously with myself outside the programme, I am kind of looking to jump into the Ginetta GTP Championship, which obviously I am looking for sponsorship for that this year, in hoping to find some sponsors for the 2025 season, obviously with McKenna driver development. So hoping something comes off, but so far really happy with how the driver programme's going with Dragon Sport, and just see where it takes me really.
As for today, the race, are you taking the last stint? You bringing the car home, or are you in the middle?
Yeah, so I've already had a chance to start the race. Obviously at Snet didn't go so well in the end, and at the first round I think we did at Donington, I brought it home to the checkered, whereas this time mixed it up a bit. I'm actually taking the second stint, and Reese-Lloyd, obviously Dragon Sport's main man, he'll be finishing it up for us in our car.
Fantastic. Great to see you back in the C1 paddock, ready and fighting fit after a bit of an instance at Snep.
Yeah, no, definitely hurt more than the roll here a few months ago, but no, came back stronger than ever. Luckily, it hasn't really scared me, to be honest, and I'm looking forward to get back out.
Fantastic. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so that was a good chat with Gracie Mitchell there with the Dragon Sport team. Bit of news, I was chatting to the team at #Blessed. They've got no cardboard cutout of Lewis Hamilton in the garage, and I'm placing it entirely down to that, but they had some clutch issues early on in the race which forced them to drop back. They've got some cracking drivers in that lineup, so I'll be looking for them to make their way back up the field. But for now, back up to Paul.
Lovely stuff. Thank you very much, Rob Lewis, down there on pit lane, keeping abreast of all the dramas and the action and the news and the incidents as they happen all day long. So great stuff. Thank you very much, Rob. Now, Monday has the fastest lap for Alpha Trojan. Has just crossed the line, 3rd position for that car. There are only 2 cars in this race that haven't made their first stop of the day, and that is Silverlake Racing, David Drinkwater at the head of the pack, and Silverlake 2, Blackwall behind the wheel. In 2nd position, as things stand, the Alpha Trojan car that we've just mentioned of Monday that set the fastest lap of the race thus far is 3rd position, but the first of those who have made their first stop of the day. So that's going to be a big advantage, methinks, as Rob mentioned on pit lane. If there should be a safety car called at this moment in time, it could look very uncomfortable indeed for anybody who's not made their first stop of the day. A risky strategy, methinks. Already in qualifying that we saw somebody go off in a paddock hill bend in quite a big way that would have been a safety car in racing conditions. So it's certainly an ever-looming spectre in the background, the possibility of safety cars when there's so many cars on the grid in such tight and compact racing as this. Very, very easy for things to go very wrong indeed, very quickly indeed. So risky business for our top 2. In 3rd position, sitting pretty as things stand, is the Alpha Trojan 421 car. Austin Monday still behind the wheel of that one. And doing a great job, it has to be said. In 3rd place, a little squabble with Drinkwater to get themselves back on the lead lap a short while ago. It's kind of paid dividends actually, because look at the gap that there is between the 2 of them. There's a healthy 3 or 4 car lengths, which is absolutely nothing. That wouldn't be very uncomfortable in the passenger seat in a road car if you were that close to the car in front. But when the margins are so fine here in the Silverlake C1 Endurance Series, and it's almost night and day 4 car lengths, and that would be satisfying, I think it's fair to say, for the Alpha Trojan team to have gapped our runaway race leader, it has to be said, David Drinkwater, at this moment in time. But the prophecy of the Gen 2 and the Gen 1 cars being equal in speed seems to be coming true, because Drinkwater absolutely cannot keep to the pace of Austin ahead. Pit lane for the 386, I think that was on the timing screen there. Could have been 389, not quite sure. There we go. The 338, wrong altogether, Paul, well played. The 338, that's the Brimstone Racing car, Jeremy Crook and Alec Livesey. Alec is behind the wheel at this moment in time. They head down pit lane. But there, that's the 2nd stop for that car. Let me just check that one out, actually. The 338, yes, 2nd stop for this car. So hopefully that's no dramas. Hopefully that's more strategy than anything else, but I very much doubt it. It looks like there's some kind of shenanigans. We'll come back to that one though, as they're pushed back out and away they go. That car running in 15th position as things stand, so still very much in a comfortable place in the field, a competitive place in the field, ensconced as they are well within the top 20 as things stand. Pit lane at last for our race leader. The 558 is down pit lane, slows to 30 kilometres per hour. Feels like walking pace when you've been out of the racetrack, but Drinkwater from a comfortable and commanding race lead in a Silverlake even racing car, elects to come and make his first stop of the day with 2 hours 8 minutes on the clock. This is a nice battle that we're looking at now in the Druids. You got your money's worth if you've sat at Druids this weekend, haven't you? There's been some real good action up there and through. In fact, I don't know why I'm calling individual corners, because there's been real good action all the way through the field, and there it is again in a Graham Hill bend at the bottom of the hill. 3:01, 3:81 even, trying desperately to find a way past. And as they go through almost as one, it is the 3:81 that is the leader of the pack, respectively speaking. Hickinson behind the wheel of that one. The 4.55 is the car that has just been liberated of their position even. That's the Oakley Motorsports machine. Saying 8 on the timing stack, but it's 9 in reality. And there we go. Update in the battle for 8th position. Buying into this one as well, deciding, boys, you're having a lot of fun. I fancy a piece of this one as well. It's the 409. The 409 are Dragon Sport by Amigo Motorsports. Very quickly gets involved as well. 2 teammates into team play? Absolutely not. No time for any of that kind of tackle. They're racing very hard indeed. Fabulous racing here. We've almost broken into the first hour of a 3-hour endurance race. You wouldn't know it was an endurance race, would you? Well, looking at the action that we're having out on track, it is frantic from beginning to end. Here we go again then to the top of the circuit. 381 still leading this little battle pack of cars. And we see running through the very top of the circuit there is the formerly occupied by David Drinkwater number 558 car. Came in from the leader, fairly comfortable lead courtesy of the way the pit stops work. David, I think, has jumped out of that machine and we'll be doing a swap. Say the 558 drivers lined up for this one are David and Greg Rose, of course, for Silverlake Racing. We'll find out when the timing screen clears itself up as to where they find themselves. And everybody cycles through their pit stop. Everybody now, with the exception of the 442, have made their stop. So Mears in the 442 is still circulating, having yet to come down pit lane. And what we're looking at here, there we go. That's David. That's a 458, of course. My apologies. The car that's currently leading the race. Silverlake 2. Confusing me there. Very similar liveries, of course. Paul Sawyer, Zach Blackwell, and Steve Kite behind the wheel of that one. They inherited the lead when the 558 came in. But obviously, they're now in pit lane as well, so they will drop down the running order. And it's now at the head of the pack. This car, the Alpha Trojan, that you're looking at. And they behind the wheel as things stand, and they've got a relatively clean 3.8 second gap to the 3-2-3 behind the Trojan Motorsports. You've got Trojan in the name of your team, you're probably going to have a fairly reasonable day, and that's proven to be the case so far. Alpha Trojan and Trojan Motorsports in first and second position respectively as things stand. Then the 432 is in third place. The 432, the Rab Sport racing car. James Hitchin, Gary Mitchell and Daniel Kell are piloting that particular car. Hitchin, it appears, is the one that's behind the wheel as things stand. So 2 hours then, 4 minutes and 22 seconds left on the clock. Hope you all are enjoying today's action for the Brscc Summer Race Weekend. We're here at the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. This is the final race in action of the day in what has been a very stacked weekend of endurance and also sprint racing. We've seen some absolutely incredible cars and drivers and performances out on track. I've had a blast all weekend long, thoroughly enjoying myself, and what a fabulous, spectacular, incredible, sensational, put whatever superlative in there you want to do, way to end the weekend with the Silverlake C1 Endurance Series. Personal favourite of mine, this one, I must admit. I've relatively late to the party in terms of being exposed to it, but now I'm here. I am hook, line and sinker in love with this championship. Brilliant cars, brilliant racing, cost-effective way to go motor racing. If I can convince Mrs. Jeffrey to allow me to have some budget, which is unlikely because I work in motor racing, then I will would like to have a go at these myself, I must say. Fabulous, fabulous racing, fabulous, fabulous stuff indeed. And testament to that fabulousness you can see on track and on your screens. The racing is as close as you could possibly wish it to be. 409 that we caught a brief glimpse of there, whipping through our shot. That's the Dragon Sport by Amigo Motorsports car. They're doing a good bit of work in 8th position as things stand at this moment in time. Will that change though? We have a look to the inside for the 381. Yes, job done. Nice move in a Paddock Hill bend. Intelligent driving by all concerned. Give each other racing room. 455 now to the inside. Cleared the back marker with no problems whatsoever. And there's the third of our trio of drivers still in this particular battle pack. Makes it through as well. Good stuff, good heads up driving there. Minimising time loss in traffic. But still looking after your own race as well, the 447. Car being the TRX Motorsport car of Paul Bishop, Craig Dickinson, Ben Howarth, of course, running a little bit further down the running order. 16th place is where they find themselves as things stand. 381, those on a charge. Let's have a look at lap times. Who was quickest last time through? The best lap we've got thus far, 104.687 for Alpha Trojan, of course. Who else at the front of the pack? Last time around, everybody's in or around the 105s, 105, 169 from our race leader being, broadly speaking, the quickest of those laps. David Drinkwater's vehicle here, the 558 that we saw at the very start of the race, whistle their way up to the top of the tree. And the astute of you will be wondering, well, how did he have a massive advantage and then suddenly he's nowhere? Well, relatively speaking, nowhere in 8th position. Well, look at my timing screen. There are 2 pit stops in the bag. So Drinkwater and the 558 have made not 1 but 2 of their regulation stops. And I believe, I'm pretty confident, they've done it all within the pit window. So I'm certain actually they've done that one, because for sure they didn't come in after 15 minutes. So David electing to get a couple of them out of the way as early as possible, really. And that gives them a clean run all the way through to the checkered flag. Of course, driver change is not taking place. I don't think. I still believe Drinkwater is behind the wheel of that car. So I think he alluded in the interviews at the end of the last race that he's going to be in the car for 2 hours. I didn't know whether that was just stating a number to illustrate a point or whether that's factually 2 hours. But the scratch plan, I think, is at the moment for David Drinkwater to get all the pit stops out of the way, do 2 hours worth of driving, and then hand over to his teammate Greg Rose in and or around the 2 hour mark, giving Drake an hour behind the wheel of that car to take it through to the checkered flag. So quite remarkable, it has to be said, that the 558, having had a couple of stops to their name, are still running in 8th position, just ahead of the BPC tyre buffering car, Smith behind the wheel of that one, who've also made a couple of stops. So the choice strategy, it seems, and right on cue, almost as if they're listening to this one thinking, that's not a bad shout actually, that. The 421 comes down pit lane from 3rd position, so the 421, interestingly, they're also on their 2nd stop. So it seems to be everyone's coming in a little bit earlier than I kind of anticipated them to be doing so, to get the cars and the regulation requirements out of the way. And then off it pops. Hard charging, 30 kilometres an hour speed limit in these cars. And that is the 421. They've dropped to 7th as things stand. I dare say that the Silverlake machine, the 558 machine, will probably sneak its way past. But it's going to be tight. Let's have a look then. As we accelerate the 421 out of pit lane. That was nice and clean. Well played. There we go. Just around the outside. That is beautiful. So I thought it was going to be close. That's about as close as it gets. The 558 retakes position. It is down in 7th and 8th places, but that will be a net race lead when everybody else has made their stops and we're all back on an even playing field again. So Drinkwater most certainly had to go hard in those few laps, and it's paid off very nicely indeed. Just by a couple of car lengths do they take that position away, that 7th position away, but that will be a net race lead when it comes to it a little bit further into the race. Both of these teams having made not 1 but 2 of their regulation pit stops, which is brilliant stuff for both drivers. Good strategic call, methinks, and they're going to start working, sort of filtering their way back up the running order as those ahead of them decide to make their own pit stops. By the way, Austin Monday, he may have lost position, but he's still got the fastest lap of the race. And he is absolutely and categorically on the tail of the 5.58 ahead. This is why he was so desperate to unlap himself and clear away a little earlier on, because he knew, that's good racecraft actually, good racing intelligence. He knew that this was going to turn into something a bit spicier further down the road. The 3.23 comes in pit lane from second position. Bingham behind the wheel of that car. He'll step out, which he does. The 3.23 goes for a driver swap. I think Charlie's out, and Adam Willis is the man that's going to be behind the wheel of that car, taking us into the second hour of this absolutely categorically fabulous race. Off he goes, and now look at this one. This is where it's all at. This is where it is at. This is the fight for 7th and 8th. Net first and second when everybody clears way through. And it does look to me a little bit like the pacier car of the two is the Alpha Trojan machine. So can the Silverlake car do anything about Alpha Trojan? Well, that makes it absolutely irrelevant, because down the inside we go. Lick that stamp and send it. Got the move done, but didn't have the launch off the car. These cars are amazing. They're absolutely fabulous. The momentum cars, and big brain move like that one looks fabulous, but there's just not the drag to get it off the corner. Drink water, well aware of the strategy needed. Concentrates on the exit, gets the launch, gets the job done. Fantastic stuff. 6th and 7th they stay as they were. Make no mistake though, Monday will for sure know that this is a net race lead fight that we're having here. And he'll be desperate to be the one that takes the honours. 2 stops then, completed by 6th position, all the way on down to 13th, with the exception of the 4.58 Silverlake 2-car of Sawyer. Although, last time around, strategy stop number 1, they came in a couple of laps apart. Be interesting to see if Silverlake 2 do the same again this time around. He's only got a lap or so in order for that kind of symmetry to continue, and I dare say they're going to continue on their merry way for a little while longer yet, which is the wise call, of course. Split your strategy, you may as well. Ain't going to win nothing by doing the same as the sister car. And if there's some kind of shenanigans or interventions at any point, then obviously opportunity presents itself to do something different and sort of split the risk. Of course, conversely, flip that around, and that means you're knowingly putting at least one of the 2 cars on the wrong or the suboptimal strategy, which is a little bit uncomfortable position to find yourself in as a team manager. Depends if you're a glass half full or a glass half empty person. I'm a half empty kind of guy. The half full will say that is the shout. And this is the shout for position. The 421 just starting to show his nose a little bit. A defensive stance has been acquired by the 5.58. He knows now that the pressure is starting to apply, does David, in the Silverlake machine. Sponsor of the series, of course, sponsor of the car as well. The reason it's got the Silverlake name is because that is the recently developed Generation 2 Citroen C1. Very, very similar, if not borderline identical performance to the Generation 1 car, but in newer shape, as we heard earlier on. A newer, more modern, sleek design, just to be a little bit more pleasing to the sponsors and the partners of the various different teams that they can be rocking the latest generation technology on face value, at least. And the cars very, very similar between the 2 of them, but either way, still absolutely spectacular. Spectacular cars to drive, spectacular to watch, more importantly of everything, spectacular racing indeed. 1 hour, 53 and 56 seconds even left on the clock. Big hello, I can see plenty of people still watching on the Brscc YouTube channel. Wonderful to have you with us this afternoon. We've had a great day of racing. It's only been 2 races, but they've been long ones and they've been sensational ones as well. SuperSport, we were out last time, produced some cracking racing, and you absolutely guarantee to be some spectacular racing in the Silverlake C1 Endurance Series, and that's exactly what we are seeing. We're following the 431 at this moment in time. Are they going to get themselves into some kind of shenanigans? Beautiful shots here of Brands Hatch. We're overlooking the start finish straight. You can see the pit lane. This is the amphitheatre. This gives you an idea of what Brands Hatch is like. You can see all over the track from anywhere around this wonderful venue down in Kent, not far away from London.
southerly point of Great Britain, and it's one of the finest racetracks in the country for a very, very good reason indeed. 434 then. We saw the back of the shot momentarily there, trying to buy into this particular fight. 326, also very interested. That's the hashtag blessed car that Rob was speaking about on pit lane a little earlier on. Etheridge having his fair share of dramas at the start of this race, but that seems to be all under control now, and that car is working hard up in the 15th position. They've made their have they made this two stop? No, they've only made the singular stop, so they will drop down the order a little bit later on, but for now it is a grand recovery drive for this team. Going through that final corner again, one of the most iconic sections of racetrack in British motorsport. You'll be shocked if you've not been how far downhill this Paddock Hill bend corner drops. The bottom falls out of the car as it dips down, and compression in the middle of the corner pushes your spine into the bottom of the seat, and you rise back uphill again. Dip the car into the Druids hairpin. You don't want to get the curb on the inside. Conversely, you don't want to run a little bit too wide on the exterior of the corner. And then again downhill, the car's desperately wanting to swivel away from you and get onto that grass at the bottom of Graham Hill. Use all the racetrack and a little bit more. Then there's nothing to do but hit the loud pedal. In one of these cars, a light feather will do you as you run up into Surtees. This is a double corner though, and inside becomes an outside and vice versa. And then through the final couple of corners, one big long right-hander in the Citroen C1, the Silverlake Endurance Cup car, foot flat to the floor. You're almost looking at sky at this point, as then you charge up the gradient and start another lap. It's short, it's sharp, it's sensational. Sprandach in the circuit. Okay then, so the 432, wow, that was good timing, wasn't it? Just as it came on screen. The 432 is in pit lane, the Brscc Racing Citroen C1. Belts are tightened inside, very good work by the team. Get the car pushed back, and away we go again. The 431 came in from about third position, I think it was. They're currently fifth as things stand, but of course, obviously, they're going to be dropping down the order. They get that car back up to speed again. They'll be looking for the pit lane speed limit line. Don't press that button too early, otherwise you're going to get yourself in all kinds of bother. And then away we go again. You don't want to suffer the wrath of these stewards. Oh, that is for sure, because their wrath can be mighty and all-consuming, and the penalisation in a race as tight as this can, will, and often does spell the end of your competitive proposition. Stay within the rules, race hard, race fair, race fun. That's the name of the game in the Silverlake C1 Endurance Truck. Let's wind back time almost to a fight that had been developing, that was developing, that we thought was extinguished, and then is back alight again. The 300 versus the 323. The 300 7th position. That is the BPC tyre buffing car. You can see because it's got BPC in big black letters there on the side of the motor, and just behind them is the 323, the 323B, the Trojan Motorsports car that we expect to be at the very pointy end of the race throughout. They're still separated by a tenth of a car length at this stage, it seems, but it is, as things stand, advantage BPC for now. That's been a race that is going to continue cooking. I'm absolutely sure. Smith behind the wheel. And here we go. Here's a bit of a change. Alpha Trojan and the 558, another two cars that seemingly have been as one for several times. We suggested the Alpha Trojan looked a little bit spunkier of the two the last time we checked in on these, and clearly that has worked very well indeed, because they have now got the position. Both drivers remember, both cars, both teams remember, have made two stops, and they're the leaders of the two-stop brigade even in English. As things stand, Drinkwater perhaps starting to fade a little bit, having done a mighty stint last time in the last race as well. But he's doing great work in the Generation 2 car to the inside. That is fabulous bit of traffic management, and let's take a short break from all this one, because I do think down on pit lane
we've got another interview. So let's hand down to Rob Lewis on pit road.
I've got a very hot and sweaty James Hitchin down here that's just got out of the Brscc car. A bit warm out there.
Very warm. I mean, it's a hot day anyway, but we had our heating stuck on full, so it was just getting worse and worse. I didn't want to open the window and lose time, so I just thought I'll sweat to death instead. But the team kept leaving me out longer and longer. I was thinking, oh God, when will it end? But we're in now. We're first, so can't complain too much.
The team themselves, you got a really good result, Race of Remembrance last year, and you've really built on that this year. Some really solid results. Richard and the team working hard in the background. It's a good team to be a part of.
Oh, it's fantastic. Richard's the best person I've ever raced with. I mean, came into the team for Race of Remembrance. Did Silverstone 24 last year, which we were unlucky in. We had a bit of unfortunate contact at the second Snetterton race. We qualified fourth, got pole there in the draw. It could have been a good result, but hopefully this time it'll go the way that one should have gone. So fingers crossed.
And you've also got a teammate running in the car that can't quite remember his gear.
Yeah, Gary's a little bit special like that, but we love him. He's part of the furniture, so we have to put up with him, unfortunately.
Let's talk strategy. What's it going to look like for the latter part of the race? Have you got all your stops completed? Have you got a dummy to come?
So we did our procedural stop early on. I came in for the second one there. Gary's out now, and then we're putting Dan Kell in at the end, so we've got one left to come later in the race, so we'll see how it falls.
All three of you sort of with an equal pace?
Yeah, I like to say I'm the fastest, but Gary likes to say he's the fastest, so we'll see. I reckon Dan might take it at the end, but who knows?
We'll let Richard decide.
He'll pick me, I'm the favourite.
Fantastic, great to speak to you, and I'll let you go and get hydrated.
Thank you.
Certainly looks rather hot and sweaty down here. Lots more pit lane activity underway. If we have a look behind us, I think we're going to have a little bit of a walk. I'm going to hijack one of the teams because, I don't know about you guys, I was absolutely heartbroken at Snetterton with the issues that faced this team towards the end. They just missed out on a great result. Bacon Racing, we absolutely loved having you at Snetterton. You're getting ready to get back in the car. Things haven't gone your way this weekend. How's the car doing?
I think it's more a driver than a car. That's not us. Yeah, it's more the drivers than the car. Just not quite got the pace that we did at Snet.
Is it Snet being the home track, home advantage?
Yeah, definitely. Both of us feel confident 100% of the time at Snet, not all of the time here.
So we're just, Luca's just getting everyone sorted behind us. Plan for this race then, you're playing the strategy game?
We're trying to. I think we've just failed, to be fair. The safety cars, is that off?
Right, so we've got some breaking news there. It does look like the Bacon Racing car has come a cropper and calls the safety car. Let's head back up to the commentary box and we'll find out more.
Thanks very much, Rob. Yeah, we can see on track now, this is a big bit of drama. The Silverlake machine is stationary. You can see the arms waving in the cockpit. Drinkwater absolutely desperate, wants a little bit of support. Double wave yellows, but this is safety car conditions. Now, we spoke about this one very, very briefly, that if a safety car comes and you're outside of where you need to be in terms of your pit stops, then you're going to be in a world of trouble. Well, cars in first and second position, they've only made one stop as opposed to two for the vast majority of the field. So that is going to penalise the Bacon Racing with Liqui Moly machine and the Oakley Motorsports car as well, the 434 and the 455 respectively. But the biggest disappointment, I think, it has to be said, of each and every one of them is that 558 Silverlake Racing car. We've been waxing lyrical about how cool it is to have that car in the field and how well it's doing, how incredible a job that the team and the driver in particular are delivering the performance. But it seems like something has fallen foul with that car. I don't want to speculate on what it is because A, I have no knowledge of these things, and B, it's never a good idea to make a guess live on air. But I can tell you the end result, for one thing, it ain't going nowhere as things stand. Clearways is where the car is stationary. I can tell that almost I can see through my commentary box window just up in the distance, and it was briefly shuffling from its original position, but that could more have been the effects of gravity rather than a powertrain. And Drinkwater not particularly enthusiastic about getting out of the car as things stand, perhaps hoping that maybe a hearty push from one of the officials can get it restarted, and once you're out, and then it's game over. But that's a real shame really thoroughly enjoyed, I must admit, watching the 558 out on track. And here is our Citroen C1 safety car. I don't see that very often. Actually quite cool is that one. I do like that. Nice livery too. Just bringing the field under control. Safety car conditions, of course, are absolutely vital when you've got a stranded car, not only for the fact that you don't want contact with anybody, any stranded vehicles, but also it's for the benefit of the marshals trackside, that they can safely get out there and do what they need to do to clear up the racing surface and put us in a go position again for the racing. So steady as we go behind the safety car, and I dare say Silverlake Racing, the car 558, shared with David Drinkwater and Greg Rose. They were one team, two drivers even, that were very, very firmly in the conversation for the outright race victory here today, and that has all gone a little bit Pete Tong, as they say down this neck of the world, and it's a real shame to see that one. Real shame. See that one in the dramas. Hopefully it comes, it can be cleared quickly, or even better, hopefully the thing can restart under its own steam and get back out again. But oh no, there we go. That's a low loader, which is a visual representation that car ain't going to be going nowhere at racing speed anytime soon. And shame for David. Had a good day. Had a good day of racing today. He's been a busy boy. Do envy that one, I must admit. Been a busy boy, having been out just before this race in the SuperSports. Had a quick interview with our Rob Lewis down on pit lane, and then quick wash, quick drink, possibly even a pit stop of his own, and then straight into the car in the C1, and away he goes again. So not how he wanted to say goodbye to Brands Hatch this weekend, but solid day's work. Very stout performance from David Drinkwater, and towing eye on the front of the car, hooked up. That'll get dragged onto the back of the low loader. Look at that one. That's the 434. Just open the door a couple of minutes, get a bit of fresh air in the car. It's a novel way of doing things. You're behind safety car though, so it's no problems, is it? Not hurting nobody doing that one. Keeping cool, keeping hydrated, keeping temperatures of cars and drivers as low as possible is vital in these conditions. Well, we've got this temporary pause in racing proceedings. Let me just thank everybody again, the marshals trackside at Brands Hatch and around the world, for the fantastic work in very difficult conditions, sat in a fire suit or stood in a fire suit in these come rain, hail, snow or shine. They're there to help us keep things on track, and my respect could not be high enough for the marshals around the world. They do what they do, allows us to do what we do. If they didn't turn up, then we won't be able to turn up, because they keep us safe, keep racing action on track. So thank you again to the marshals around the world, and here in particular at Brands Hatch, for keeping everything exactly as it needs to be to allow us to go motor racing. Fantastic work from all concerned. We appreciate it greatly in the world of motorsport. Fabulous stuff. Thank you to everybody watching on the broadcast as well. We've had quite a few people today. It's been wonderful to share this Sunday afternoon with you all. I've got the chat open on my laptop next to me, so if you've got any questions, comments, queries or suggestions, post them in there, and I'll do my best in a moment's calm to have a little look and respond to you if I may. It's wonderful to have your company all watching from wherever you're watching around the world. It's fabulous to have you with us here this weekend, watching on from afar at the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. And I do think that looked like a very unhealthy looking front left wheel on the David Drinkwater machine, so perhaps he's hit something, or something's hit him, or something's gone pop somewhere down the line. I'm absolutely certain that Rob Lewis, as we speak, is sniffing out that information to report back to us in the immediate future. So stay tuned for that one. We'll find out exactly what's going on with the 558, the Silverlake Racing Generation 2 Citroen C1, that unfortunately has been deeply impressive today in this race. And it's despite it being a DNF at the end of the day, in my opinion, for what it's worth, it is absolutely mission accomplished in getting that car out on track and showing that it is exactly the same level of competitive proposition as all the Generation 1 cars as well. So they aimed to have parity between the two,
And they've delivered that one in the finest way possible. So bravo to everybody for getting that car up and running. It does look very nice, I must admit. I think coming into this one, if it had said there's a Gen 2 versus a Gen 1, I think I would have suggested that perhaps it's visually not going to be all that different, but actually the Gen 2 does look like a really proper little modern race car. Fabulous, fabulous stuff. So looking forward to seeing more of those as the years come by, although the Gen 1's still an absolutely exceptional piece of kit as well. And as we've seen today, and we've been promised going forward, the parity between the two is going to be borderline identical. So no advantage can be won or lost from having either of the two cars. So down to your personal style and preferences, of course. And I dare say that there's a lot of teams here that have got a very, very capable Generation 1 C1 in their possession. So why make a change? Stick to what you know and then go out there and deliver. But the options will be there for them, and that's the main thing, and it's absolutely fantastic. Just shows that the Silverlake C1 Endurance Series does listen to their teams, does listen to their stakeholders. They feedback suggested that sponsors would like a more modern design, and they've gone away and delivered one of those in absolutely fabulous style. So a championship, not only is it cost effective, it produces sensational racing, but it's organised by people that listen to their stakeholders as well. And that is not as common as you would think. So I think that's probably the biggest credit I can give to this series. It's very impressive to see. And I knew I'd enjoy Silverlake C1 Endurance, and man, I'm enjoying it a great deal as we're eking ever closer to the halfway marker of this 3-hour race. I had to do a little sprint race myself, actually, to get back from a refreshing lavatory break before the race started, so I apologise for being somewhat out of breath at the start of the race, but it was very tight indeed in more ways than one. But we got going and we got started, thankfully, and I didn't run out of oxygen. I do wish it had been slightly less frantic, would have helped me if it had been a bit more sedate, but you want sedate and lack of racing in Silverlake C1, come to Wrong Championship. It's action all the way from start to end. Fabulous stuff. So then, you saw the low loader, you saw the C1 on the back of said low loader. It's only a short hike from there to get back behind the wall, and I do suggest that perhaps we're in a go time position in the non too distant future. Only a circulation of the Brands Hatch Indy or two at the absolute maximum before we go racing again. I'm looking forward to this one. Who's our race leaders? Let's have a look at who's who and who's where and why before we do go racing. It's the 434, the Bacon Racing with Liqui Molly car is our race leader. Alongside them is the Oakley Motorsports vehicle, the 455. The big one, though, to note, neither of those cars have made their second stop, whereas the majority of the field behind absolutely have. So they have been hung out to dry, as they say, for the safety car period, which, thankfully, as you can see by the extinguished lights atop our pace car, is coming to an end right here and right now. The safety car will peel off into pit lane halfway around this corner, and then it will be down to the field to set their own pace before they're allowed to go racing again. There is the Liquid Molly machine. Not hanging about, is he? Get a whip on for the restart, and that's a healthy cushion. A bit sleeping, I think it's fair to say, behind. Indicators are on. I don't know what that was for, actually, if I'm quite honest, but that was a good restart from our race leaders, and that is a launch to the inside. Almost immediately the 455 makes their way past, so good stuff there from the Oakley Motorsports car. They're very much on a charge, it seems. Is the 455 in second position. 3 wide into Druids. Spells disaster. 3 wide into Druids. Turns into 2 wide. That's a bit more like it. Silverlake 2 car getting bumped and shoved out. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Thank you very much. Not 1 but 2 kisses. Those 2 again a bit too close for comfort. The 550 does well to hang on to that one. The 409 would do well to put a clean pair of heels before that one happens again. That is a fight for 10th position. The 409 being the one that occupies said 10th spot as things stand. There's Oakley Motorsports scything their way through still. 385 putting a lap on them is the next victim. Why are they being enthusiastic in traffic? Well, it's their job to start with, but more to the point, they're chasing down the race leader. But let's head back down to Rob Lewis on pit lane because he has got another driver to have a quick chat with. So Rob, over to you.
Well, we sung the praises of the Gen 2 car a little bit too early. I'm here with a gutted David Drinkwater. David, what happened?
It looks just like a part broke on the front left, ball joint or something like that. So, yeah, just turning through the corner it went, so bit of a shame.
Bit of a shame. You were having a great battle with the Trojan cars early on, fighting nice and fairly, no contact, clean racing, as always with those guys. Looked like it was going to go right to the end.
Yeah, I think so. There was a great battle between myself and both of the Trojan cars. You know, it was side by side for a lot of corners, no touching. So, yeah, it was brilliant racing. Really enjoyed it.
Your first try of the Gen 2 car, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, really enjoyable. Nice and easy to drive. Seems to be a little bit easier with a full tank at the start. You're not struggling with it as much. Brakes are brilliant. So, yeah, really good.
Tempted to come back out for another go?
Yeah, always, you know me. Definitely, 100%.
Fantastic. Go and get yourself showered and ready to go. Gutting to see that.
Yeah, it's a shame. Unlucky. We would have been, you know, nice top three. That would have been there or thereabouts. Would have been great for Silverlake guys, but yeah, bit of a shame.
Bit of a shame. No worries, David. Gutting to see that. So that's David Drinkwater, unfortunately, out of the race with 558. We've got another safety car out on track, so I'm going to keep myself busy and find out what's caused this one. Back up to the commentary box with Paul, and you might just see me again in a minute.
Thanks very much, Rob. I have unlocked the secret to commentating in the Silverlake C1 Endurance Cup. If I need something to happen, I'll throw to Rob, and then almost instantly that he comes on screen, drama will crack off on the racetrack. And unfortunately, the drama on this occasion is car number 300. You can just see it there very deeply into the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend. Tried very, very hard indeed, the BPC tyre buffering machine to make it through, but alas, it would not to be. There's a fair bit of gravel down there in Paddock Hill Bend, and that is the end and all she wrote for that car. You can just see the hand signals there saying tow, give me a tow, get me back out on the track. But the 300, of course, was in third position, if memory serves me, or fourth position on track, second of those with 2 pit stops to their name, and that is really and absolutely not what they want to see. Not quite sure whether that was a self-inflicted incident or they were given a bit of a helping hand in the Paddock Hill gravel, but the end result is the same. It becomes irrelevant after a while because the end result is car has stopped, snatch vehicle is in position, and that is all she wrote. So real shame for the BPC tyre buffering car. Rob Smith, Sid Smith behind the wheel of that one. They're getting pulled out of the gravel, which is good. Will we be able to get restarted for that car? That's the big question. Never quite like to see a recovery vehicle quite so close to the racing surface, but of course we're under safety car conditions anyway. Hopefully there's plenty of fuel in that safety car because we've seen a fair bit of it over the last few laps. And again, such is the nature of close racing. Lots of cars, very, very evenly matched. Well, I've got an interesting one. I've got an interview again with Rob down on pit lane, so let's see if we can make it 3 from 3. So Rob down in pit lane has got an interview with BPC.
Well, as you can see, Sid Smith was suited up, ready to go into that BPC tyre buffing car. Rob Smith, your dad, is quite heavily set into that gravel. Something's gone a bit awry. Any ideas?
Yeah, I can't say much at the moment. I've just come down from Silverstone and got here like 15 minutes ago. The plan was it's meant to be tight. I was helping out the Fiesta lot at Silverstone today. But I've got here, unfortunately, on that restart. I can't say exactly what's happened, but he's off somewhere and it looks like he has a bit of damage to the right-hand side of the car. So whether that indicates he's been pushed off, I'm not too sure, but it's so gutted. And it's such a shame to see after being in such good contentions for a good spot there. So what can you do? Hopefully you can get pulled out or we can keep going. But I'm not too sure the situation of the car right now.
Just going away from that for the moment, getting the chance to race with your dad, what's that like?
Yeah, it's been mega all year. Every chance I've had to race this weekend, the C1s every weekend I've taken, and I've enjoyed more than anything really. It's great fun to firstly race with him and a father, some like teammates like that. It's brilliant. So, but yeah, we've got to
go. It looks like they've got the car back out the gravel and back in. They're going to get Sid back out into the car, which is quite remarkable. A great turnout from the BPC racing team. In fact, Is that him not just flying past now? Yeah, he's back out on circuit. So we'll go back up to the commentary box and work out what's going on.
That car looked moderately unhealthy, it has to be said, but I think Sid is enjoying himself a little bit too much to hand over to the youngster. Perhaps he doesn't know he's arrived yet from Silverstone, that could be the case, and I do sincerely hope that we will be able to get that car back in the garage and Rob can have himself a little go. And the safety car lights are off. Will this open up the door to more shenanigans, or are we going to be a little bit cleaner on the second time of asking? Let's find out again as the 434 Bacon Racing with Liqui Moly car takes us round to begin another lap. The 455 in close attendance as well. There again, still the only two cars that haven't made their stop. And there's a big launch to the inside. That is a good move from Trojan Motorsports. They have a look, but this is the fight for our race lead, or our race lead on track at least. As things stand, 455 trying very hard. Oakley Motorsports, they're all the way onto the back bumper, sellotaping in fact themselves to that rear bumper. That pushes the Liqui Moly car a little bit deep, pressure-wise, if not contact-wise. And then look at this one, 3 wide almost for a few moments, buying in this overtaking, up, down, left and right on this racetrack. It's almost too difficult to keep track on who is where. There's a couple of cars that are on slightly different strategies. They're mixing it in with this one as well. The 434 though, still just about, there we go. They're going in now for their second stop. That is a very, very wise strategic move. Take yourself out of that battle pack. There's precisely nothing to be won by being involved. The 458 almost getting himself into a little bit of strife, getting that car back up and running again. But here we go. Great stuff all the way through the circuit. That is the 421 that we're looking at there, the Alpha Trojan car to the inside of the Oakley Motorsports car. Wham bam, thank you ma'am. That is position race lead re-attained again. Didn't last very long for Oakley Motorsports. Ain't going to last very long for Oakley Motorsports anyway, because they need to dive down pit lane and Alpha Trojan take over the race lead. Plus, they've made their 2 stops. So Alpha Trojan sitting pretty at the head of the pack. And at last, Sid Smith gets down pit lane. That's a rather dirty looking number 300 Citroen C1 getting refueled up. Hopefully there's nothing particularly foul about the car in terms of damage, and we can get Sid out and Rob in for a little bit of seat time as well, have himself a little bit of fun at the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. At the front of the field though, it is still Alpha Trojan at the front, just behind Oakley Motorsports. In third position is the Trojan Motorsports car. Fourth almost is the 338. That's moving up the running order actually. It's the 338. Where are they now? They're up in the 8th position. Couple of places gained over the course of the last few corners. Couple of drivers diving down pit lane as well. This little pit stop issue would have been a bit of a problem, it has to be said. These 2 safety car interventions for several of these drivers, and there's going to be some frustrated drivers watching and team managers watching on this race for the poor timing of the pit stop window. But the 421 Alpha Trojan car ain't very frustrated at all because they've got the race lead, and they are very, very happy about that one indeed, because they've taken the 2 regulation cycle stops as well. There's the Oakley car diving down pit lane at the bottom of your shot. The former brief race leaders. That safety car intervention has not helped them out one iota, it has to be said. So, fastest lap as well. Collect them all, eh? Race lead, fastest lap, why not? Alpha Trojan, Austin Monday behind the wheel. A 1 minute 4.6 is significantly quicker than those around him. So, not only does he have track position, he also seems to have the go-go beans in him. And he's doing a great job. Drive it like you stole it. That's what they always say. And that's absolutely what's happening for Alpha Trojan. Squeaky, squeaky, go the tyres. That's a car that is absolutely on the edge of adhesion. And Austin Monday knows how to get this one pedalled, it has to be said. And that's a very, very impressive bit of driving so far. Almost the lock of a tyre. And not quite. Little jerk of the wheel. And away you go. Pulsar in chat
on the BRSCC YouTube channel is asking, how much does running a season normally cost for these cars? Frankly, I'm new in. I haven't got the answer. But what I will say is go over to the BRSCC website, BRSCC. All the information about the championship is available there. It's a wealth of information. Go and have a look, find out the cost-effective, pound for pound, for the amount of time you get behind the wheel. These offer some of the best value racing anywhere, not in the country, in the world. And look at the racing. Who doesn't want a piece of this? I want a piece of this, for sure. Love commentating. Best job in the world. I'm so delighted to be able to do it, but I would stop it in a heartbeat for a racing one of these. They're absolutely sensational. They're safe, they're cost-effective, they're accessible. It's a great atmosphere, and the racing is arguably some of the best you're going to see absolutely anywhere. As the 432 now gets trying to buy into this one, the Brscc car has the inside line, gets shuffled out a little bit. That opens the door for the 382 to be involved as well. That's the blue and white car that you see on screen. 392 even, my apologies. Alistair May, Christopher Parks in the Quattro Formaggio vehicle. 2 wide. Desperately trying to make it 3 wide in a few moments if things... big contact on the start-finish straight with the inside pit wall. We picked it up late. I'm not sure exactly what is happening there, but that is a big bit of contact. Oh, good Lord almighty. That is not the most impressive rejoin, shall we say, that I've ever seen. Good bit of driving from the 448 actually to avoid turning that one into an airplane accident. The Road and Tracks car gets out of the way, but the 550, that was that was spicy, I think is the generous term I'm going to use. But that could have been a little bit leery. I don't know quite why that car was facing the wrong direction. It looked like they potentially could have been shuffled out towards the pit lane wall, but we picked it up just at the end of the incident rather than the start, so I don't want to make guesses and assumptions, but thankfully everybody's pointing in a straight line again, and we could have been that could have been significantly more interesting than it ended up turning out to be. And I'm just hearing that we're going to have a replay actually of what we caught on camera, so in a few moments time, here we go, let's take a look at what happened here. So there is the 550 coming on to the Brabham Straight. It's a gaggle of cars together. Oh, that's a very Brands Hatch moment, isn't it? I know exactly what happened there. The blue car will have come down onto the red 550. 550 would have been nerfed into the wall. There's a little bit of shock. There's a little bit of awe going on there. And then the rejoin was something I definitely don't want to see again, because that was not great. Anywho, let's get back to the racing action. All's fair in love and war. Everybody's pointing in the straight direction. Everybody's got all the fingers and toes still in one place and one piece. And that's what we like to see. And now, undeterred, we've decided that not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 cars all fancy being on pretty much exactly the same bit of racetrack. And this, folks at home, is your battle for third position. Yes, bottom step of the podium, currently occupied by the TGR Racing 311 machine. As things stand, the timing screen will update itself in a few moments' time, but the 311 has the bottom step of the podium. There we go. It's been upstated as we go over the timing beam, and just behind, keeping them good company, is the Brscc car, the red and white striped vehicle that gets a little bit closer than he perhaps would have desired to the Brands Hatch gravel, but it's all good stuff. Mitchell, of course, is the driver behind the wheel of that one. My apologies to Brscc. It is she got a little bit close to the gravel, not he. Force of habit. Do apologise, Brscc. Doing great work there in the 432. Oh, no, I apologise, Gary. Come on, Paul, get it right, son. Gary Mitchell. That was right first time. Don't doubt yourself, son. Gary Mitchell behind the wheel of that one. So, good bit of driving from Gary. It'd have been easy if you'd have gone off, Gary. You give him more time to read about it rather than save the car. But hey-ho, I don't think you want to be doing that one. Good stuff for Mitchell. Although he's lost a bit of momentum, it seems, actually. Does the 432 for the run through the final section of corners. A little bit compromised in a straight line. That's made him vulnerable on the run down into Graham Hill Bend. Not Graham Hill Bend, Paddock Hill Bend. So I'm enjoying the racing too much to be looking at the timing screens and looking at my sheets to see who's who. It's just absolutely fabulous, fabulous stuff.
as lots of drama out on track and plenty of action for us all to enjoy. 1 hour then and 18 minutes left to go. There's plenty of life in this old battery yet, it has to be said, as we're enjoying this race with 1 hour and 17 minutes and 51 seconds and counting. It's a 3-hour endurance race. It's a lie, that, if you ask me. It's not a 3-hour endurance race. It's 3 1-hour sprint races back to back without a break. That's how these drivers are treating it. That's how I'm very much enjoying it on the racetrack as well. Cars on every square inch of the circuit fighting tooth and nail. Brilliant stuff. Thoroughly enjoying this one, and I very much look forward to seeing how things unfold, as currently the 421 is our race leading car, and that is the Alpha Trojan Machine, Jonathan Mundy and Austin Mundy behind the wheel. In second position, a 323 even, sorry. They're doing a good job as well, is the 323 Trojan car. 8.4 seconds in arrears as things stand. 8.4 seconds ain't a lot though. They can very quickly be in contention, I am absolutely sure. 311 in third position. 311 car being the TGR racing car of Luke Haberman. Max Walsh behind the wheel of that one. How far away are they? 1 lap. Here's the difference between the two. Last time around, 1 minute 5.347 versus 1 minute 4.594 for our current race leaders. There's a little bit of swapping and changing of screens going on in the background here, but we're all sorted. Well, if anybody's watching this one that hasn't watched the Silverlake C1 Endurance Series before, if you're watching it on the Brscc YouTube channel and this is your first time watching this championship, please let me know in the comments what you think of it. I promise you it was going to be exciting, and it has been beyond exciting in my opinion. Are you enjoying it? Good folks watching from wherever you are around the world, tell me whereabouts in the world you are, and if you are enjoying this race as much as I am on the trackside fans at Brands Hatch are. It's been some incredible racing. You wouldn't in a million years think this would be an endurance race, but it absolutely is. Even though they're racing like touring cars, it's racing like the last lap of the Le Mans 24 hours. Absolutely fabulous stuff. And we're in action again, of course, in this particular series, the weekend of the 28th to the 29th of September. It's the 3-hour on the Silverstone National Series Silverstone National Layout, should I say, for the 5th and final round of the 2024 season. So if you're near Silverstone and you fancy watching some racing dramas, get yourself up there. The Brscc, they sure know how to put on a fabulous schedule of racing events, and none more so than what we're seeing here today. It's been brilliant. I'm really enjoying myself, and we've still got 1 hour and 14 minutes before we say goodbye for the final time to the on-track dramas, trials and tribulations. Will this be a story that has more to see? I'm sure we'll find that answer out in the non too distant future. So round again we go. Let's have a look at the pit stop situation. This feels like good timing, doesn't it? Let's have a look at some pit stoppery, see what's going on. Everybody's made 2 stops now, with the exception of 442 in 11th position. Crockett behind the wheel of that car. They've only been down pit lane the once. 3 stops have been had by the car 427, the AF racing car. Arthur's behind the wheel of that one. They're in 15th position, so they've had more stops than everybody else. 1 stop, the 447 TRX Motorsport machine in 17th place. And then here is the 331. They're coming in for their 3rd stop on this lap. 910, the 311 in 4th place is in pit lane. So this is stop number 3 for this particular car. Very iconic colour scheme, if not wording, on that livery as well. Well, his pies. Oh, could eat a pie. I'm not eating today. I could have a massive treat.
heading down your way for a pie in pit lane at the end of the race, methinks would be good. Got a 5-hour drive home after this one, so that would go down a treat indeed as they're filling the car up. Driver gets out of the car, of course, and once the fueling's in, he can get back in again. Fantastic stuff, much appreciated there for the pit stop coverage. Brilliant things. Here is the Trojan car, the 323. So we're just having a little look at what's going on here. That car is stationary at this moment in time. 323, is there some kind of trials and tribulations for our third place car? Oh, I wouldn't want to be pushing that one back in this weather, but the team are pushing the car back. Be careful of another car. And that's a big drama. Let's go to Rob, see what's happening on pit lane.
Oh my word, we've got so much action going on. Car number 311, Luke Haberman, has just got out of that car. I'm getting ready to interview him. But the Trojan car has just come into the pit lane after some damage. The front left corner of that has got a light smashed in. It's clearly had some contact, and it's also resulted in possibly a puncture. Something's rubbing, or something sounded terrible. You can see the damage on the front left-hand side of the car as the team just go to work on it now. But this is awful for the Alpha Trojan squad. They had the cars at 1 and 2 for the Trojan roller doors team. They've clearly had some contact there. I'm just going to wander in and see if I can grab some information off the driver. Right, let's just find out. I'm going to see if I can grab a chat with the driver coming out. Give me a second. There's quite a bit of damage there. Adam, gutting for you. What happened?
I don't know, I just went into the hairpin as normal and it just all locked up. Couldn't get it round and kissed the barrier.
Is it a repeat of the ABS issue that was going on?
I don't know, there's no ABS lights on, so I don't know.
I'll leave you to it. Get yourself a drink. Gutting for you, sir. They were going so well. Just looking at the tyre here, I can't see any punctures on it. It's nice and warm, nice and toasty, so they've got the tyres up to temperature. Robin, this is what happens in the Silverlake C1 Series. We had quite a nice processional race, lots of drivers, nice smooth driving out on circuit, and then something like this happens to one of the leaders.
Yeah, it's mad. I don't know what did Adam say then? What happened?
Wheels locked up, went straight forward, kissed the barrier.
Oh man, it's just rubbish. Like, I mean, yeah, why, what? Who knows? Tyre failure. The wishbone's bent. I just had a look, but it's not failed. So, I mean, who knows? Who knows?
Who knows? We shall see. Let's see if we could still grab a word with Luke Haberman. The thing is, we've ran so far down the pit lane. Hopefully, he hasn't disappeared. No, he hasn't. Here he is. Let's grab a word with Luke. The pit stop was a bit hampered there by a very damaged Trojan car. We were due to have a word with you. You stepped out of the car looking fresh as a daisy. I joke. Very good stint from you. The car is in a very good position. How are you feeling after that?
I'm very, very hot, as you can expect. But no, it was good. It was busy out there. Lots of lap cars. I wasn't sure who I was racing, so I was just trying to go as quick as I could basically the whole time.
Not as many cars as usual, but still a good amount of cars out there. Quality all the way down the field. How have you found the racing out there?
That's not the problem. That's the benefit to it. But everyone's quick. There wasn't a slow car out there really. Everyone was pretty much on it. So yeah, it was tough, but I think we did all right. I think we're doing well. So need to keep going. What we got left in that? An hour and a bit left.
Hour and a bit left. So what are we looking at strategy-wise for the rest of the race?
That's it now. Max all the way. So Max is done now, and off he goes. I did 2 dummy stops, so Max is in the car until the end.
Oh, sit back with a drink, fingers crossed.
Yeah, I'm going to get my suit off and cool down.
Fantastic. Good to chat to you, Luke. Well done on that stint as well. Well, we thought it was going a bit quiet down here. Clearly, it's not. We've seen what can happen to the Trojan car. We've also got car number 458 into the pits. We're going to start to see some of the refuelling stops going on as well. We're going to hand back to the commentary box, but shortly I'm going to talk you through one of those pit stops when it comes to fueling. There are certain rules that happen, particularly in this series, that the people at home need to know. But for now, back up to Paul in the commentary box.
Fabulous stuff, thank you very much, Rob. And it's that's the first time that we managed to break the curse. Normally the drama happens when we talk to Rob, but this time we caught it as it was happening. So really good stuff down there, and absolutely devastating for the 323. Still not entirely sure exactly what happened there, but
The end result is that car's in the garage, and I think it's going to be, might get back out again for sure, but it's definitely the end of the competitive proposition, it has to be said. So that changes things at the top of the pack then. Alpha Trojan are still our race leaders, 96 laps in the books. And then 4-3-2, the Brscc racing car. Mitchell behind the wheel of that one is in second. Then Dragon Sport by Amigo Motorsport. Renard is the car there in the 409. He's promoted up to the bottom step of the podium as things stand. So that works out really well indeed for that team to be on the provisional bottom step of the podium. 1 hour, 7 minutes on the clock still to run the 427 that we see on screen at this moment in time. Down in 12th place, AF Racing Arthur is behind the wheel. He's got a similarly liveried, but not quite the same car, just behind with the 427, doing good stuff for AFR Racing. As things stand, they'll be hoping for a solid result, it has to be said, and they're not a million miles away from breaking into that overall top 10. I always think a top 10 is really a little bit easier to swallow. Zachary Arthur, Luke Francis behind the wheel of that car when you come to tell people how your weekend went of racing. You can say I was in the top 10. And you're doing very well indeed. Follow this car as it runs down to Paddock Hill Bend. You can briefly see in the cockpit there, great shots down Paddock Hill Bend. It's how hard the driver's working behind the wheel. It's a relatively benign car apparently. It's a Citroen C1, but you still got to get a bit of a shaker on to make it go quickly, because that's a racing car. At the end of the day, the lighter on its toes you can make it, the more willing to accept your inputs, your rotations on the steering, on the brake, on the pedals as well. Absolutely vital to get a car to go quickly. Front wheel drive, of course, torque steer is also a bit of a problem. You don't want to be too hard on the gas too early, otherwise you're going to be taking too much life out of the tyres, scrubbing the tyres, losing lap time as well. Good bit of driving though from that 427 car. Holding position, have a look down the timing screen to see if there's any dramas. A little bit further on, fastest lap is still for the Alpha Trojan, 421 on the front of the field. 26.9, let's call it 27 seconds for the sake of a couple of hundredths. That's a fairly comfortable gap heading into an hour's worth of racing still to go. All made 2 stops in the front of the field, as Rob mentioned. Rob Lewis on pit lane is going to explain a little bit about pit stops in the very near future, because there's some interesting foibles associated with the world of the Silverlake C1 Endurance Series, and so it's worth keeping these sort of things in mind, because it all adds to the strategic element. It's not just the exceptional racing on track, there's also a bit of strategy involved as well, and that's what makes it all the more difficult to be successful in this particular category. And speaking of, Rob, let's head back down the pit lane again, because I think he's got somebody he wants to talk to on camera. So without further ado, down to Rob.
More pit stop action going on at the moment as we see car number 338 just enter the pit lane. But Silverlake 2 has also been right up there this weekend, and we've got 2 guest drivers out in that car. We've got Paul Sawyer and we've got Zach Blackwell. Normally used to mini racing, but you decided to do some proper racing this weekend, and you've decided to join the Silverlake C1 series. We'll start with Paul. What got you out in the C1?
Well, being sponsored by Silverlake in the Mini, it was a bit of a no-brainer to come and do this, to try it out, and what an experience, I got to say. Very, very different to what we're used to.
Bit of a baptism of fire?
Just a bit, yeah.
And Zach, what's it been like for yourself?
Yeah, well, it's definitely interesting. The car characteristics are quite a lot different to the Mini. You almost feel like you're driving a rear-wheel drive car a lot of the time. It slides so much, so yeah, it's very, very different to the Mini and what we're used to.
You were quite well up there on the pace early on, got the car up to 3rd before the first round of pit stops. You must have been dead chuffed with that.
Yeah, I was happy. It was just I could just see the time, like I just staying steady with the times and the lap time, just monitoring that the whole way through, and just watching the minutes go by, and then we're ended up dropping down. I think people were making a lot of pit stops, and then we just found ourselves into 3rd, and yeah, then we handed over to Paul.
And Paul, you took the middle stint of the race just to sort of ease yourself in. It's been a rookie year in the minis for yourself, and now out on the C1s. Is it quite good to try different forms of circuit racing?
Yeah, definitely. That was something I really wanted to do and still want to do, to be honest. Try out some different series, just see what it's like, just to compare it to the mini racing. But yeah, this has just been a really great experience. and it's just absolute bonkers when they're all together.
It's nothing like pack racing, is it?
Oh my God! when the safety cars start, the first one, it was just carnage around the first bend, and it's like, oh my God, what's going to go happen here?
Fantastic. And can we tempt you back perhaps for a 24-hour race at Silverstone, guys?
I'd be keen.
I'd love to
I'd
do
be
that.
keen.
Yeah, okay, right.
I just need to get someone to help me fund it.
Get someone to help. All I heard was I'd be keen. Robin, if you're watching this further down the pit lane, we've got 2 more cars for the 24 hours. But Paul, Zach, great to talk to you. Welcome to the series, and hopefully we'll get you back out in the car soon.
Cheers, Rob.
Thanks for having us.
All good, so that's 2 welcome drivers for the Silverlake 2 team in Paul Sawyer and Zach Blackwell. The MDA car into the pit lane. Now, I don't know if it was caught on the cameras earlier. It had quite a scary spin onto the start-finish line. The whole pit lane winced as it just managed to get itself sorted out. I'm going to have a wander up and down the pit lane, see if I can get some more interviews, but for the moment, back to Paul in the commentary box. Alpha Trojan car still in the pits.
Superb stuff, thank you very much. And that's brilliant to see that so enthusiastic people are sampling these cars for the first time. Come from the mini class, great category of racing in its own right. Jumped in the C1, Silverlake C1 Endurance Series, and absolutely love what they're experiencing. I dare say any driver out there that gives these a little go can't fail to be impressed. As Rob mentioned, the Alpha Trojan car in pit lane. I think that one's back out again now by the looks of it. So the Alpha Trojan 421 should have made it back. In fact, no, I tell a lie. Let's have a quick look further down the running order. While we're doing that one, though, let's have a look at this little battle that's starting to develop. Bigger gap than perhaps the position to throw a launch into the equation would be the case, but the 311 and 380 are certainly locked in a titanic struggle for 7th position, currently held by car number 311, which is the TGR Racing. We've seen plenty of that car over the course of this meeting, and the gala performance with BPC Motorsport is the chaser in that particular occasion. Car 8th position, car number 380, Andrew Scott, Mark Thompson and Sylvain Rubio behind the wheel of that one. The body language to me of the 380 suggests that 8th position is nowhere near as enthusiastic as 7th position might be for that car, and they are on a charge, a massive charge as things stand. Rubio is the driver apparently behind the wheel of that car, and that is a lovely fight. That is a lovely fight between the two of them. I've just noted, I've been informed that the 311 is the only car on track that has completed 3 pit stops. There are several cars pitting at this moment in time and will go up to 3 pit stops very, very soon indeed, but the 311 is running clear with those 3 pit stops at the sparky end of the grid. So nice fight in 7th and 8th position at this moment in time, but this is a good time. Go down to Rob on pit lane as he's got a pit stop with Trojan. So down to Rob.
Right, we're out on the pit lane now. There's lots of pit stops going on. Let's talk through some of the nuances of these pit stops. Refueling. 2 people refueling the car. 1 person's putting the fuel in. They've got all the fireproof gear on. They're wearing goggles. They've got gloves, all the fireproof overalls, everything to stop it from happening. The guy behind him is looking down the pit lane for any risks. And then the driver's going to jump in. 2 people each side doing the straps. You can't have more than 4 people touching that car during the pit stop. That includes the driver. The car's got to stop before that line too. The driver's in, he straps, he gets pushed back, and away he goes. And that is an efficient pit stop. That was fuel, that was driver out, driver in, just like that. And that's one of the reasons why this Alpha Trojan team do so well. It's so much down to the pit work in these races. The crews in the pits. You thought Fun Cup was critical yesterday. C1s, I'd say they're even more critical. All the work in the pits.
Brilliant insight there from Rob Lewis. Thank you very much. There is the Alpha Trojan car exiting pit lane perfectly on cue. And as Rob mentions, very, very correct indeed in what he's saying. Pit stops are vital. You can't. I've often been told this by racing drivers in pit stop and strategy races. You can be the best driver in the world and you can do the best lap you've ever done, but you can't find 5 seconds in a lap over your rivals. You can find 5 seconds though attacking pit lane entry or maximising your pit stop scenario very easily indeed. So a lot of focus and attention has to go in pit lane, in pit stops. In a championship like the Silverlake C1 Endurance Series, of course, it is all about pit stops as well. So these drivers are drilled, and then drilled a little bit more to make sure these teams, should I say, not drivers, are drilled a little bit more to make sure that they nail their pit stop. It's cheap time over the rivals that you can win and or lose if you're good and or bad. So vital for all concerned. We've gone past the hour mark, remaining now 57 minutes and 33 seconds. We've had over 2 hours of racing action. We've had more safety cars than we'd ideally like in these scenarios, but that's helped to spice up things significantly. Things are calming down a little bit around the racetrack as we're into the next sequence of pit stops. The 381 we saw briefly on screen there, the Amigo Motorsport car, Rachel Mitchell, just hopping out of that one while some fuel's put on. She'll be getting back on board as well, I believe, again to see it through to the next round of stops. In fact, nice, I think Grace will be getting out of the car on this occasion and doing the middle stint, I think she said. So it will be a driver swap for the 381. They're in 9th place as things stand. That is the Alpha Trojan car, the 421 that we were looking at in pit lane. They're very much back up to racing speed again. 3rd position, fastest lap of the race. This moment in time, I dare say that might be getting close to staying there for that car. Jonathan Monday now is behind the wheel. Can Jonathan do anything about the gaps to the cars around him? It's very easy as a driver in this scenario. Just go as fast as you possibly can. We'll let everything cycle through. We'll let the strategies be decided by people that have got laptops and oversight into the race. Your job as a driver is to go as fast as possible. That's the leading car on 3 stops out on track. So the Alpha Trojan machine, the 421 car, Monday behind the wheel, does very much look like it is in the pound seats to take a race victory. 57 minutes worth of racing though, and I've just done the commentator's curse. I'm absolutely sure, I hope I haven't for their case, but it is looking the most comfortable, shall we say, for that particular car. 3rd on track will become 1st position when everybody makes their next round of stops. Another car exiting pit lane there. Bright red machine, or the dark red and blue machine. Some lovely liveries, by the way. Big credit to all the teams out there in the Silverlake C1 Endurance Series. Some really well put together cars. Very professional, very smart looking outfits throughout the pit lane. And a livery might not seem an important thing, but a field of good looking cars just makes the championship look all the more attractive to the sponsors and to the fans at home. And each and every, we have a bit of fun with some of the team names, but each and every one of these teams are very well put together indeed, none more so than Alpha Trojan, and they're doing absolutely fabulous stuff so far. 3rd on track, but 1st when the times are going to be adjusted after the pit stops, I dare say. Great work from Alpha Trojan as things stand. While we're in a bit of a lull moment, actually, it's worth me just talking you through quickly the championship standings coming into this race. Car number 69 was our champ. No, sorry, wrong one. Ignore that one. Don't need that one. That's the previous race. Start again. It's worth talking through the standings in this championship. I do seem to have misplaced those, so I'll come back to that one in a few moments' time. Too many pieces of paper. I'm old school. I like paper. Tabs on laptops get me confused far too easily. And here is another pit stop goal performance. 380, a bit of spillage there as the car tops out. Doesn't need a full tank by the looks of it. Bit of a splash and dash. Make sure pit lane's clear, get driver back in car. Look at those harnesses. Like you say, 4 people, including the driver, are allowed to touch the car during the pit stop cycle. So in reality, there's 3 mechanics. It's a 2-man job, realistically speaking, to get the belts up in a timely fashion at least. Check everything's okay, pit lane clear, pull the car up, and then away in your own steam. A little bit of a screech of the tyres as well as the loud pedal in the enthusiasm is depressed. And away we go again. That car will soon join the racetrack. There's the Oakley car that you see, behind. 4th position is the 455 on track.
They've had an up and down adventure, it has to be said, but they're still on for a good result as things stand. We're going to drop down the order, of course, a little, as everybody else is still up to racing speed and they're serving their pit stop, but it's been a very solid performance from that particular car, the 455, piloted by Graham Oakley, Harry Newman Oakley and Matthew Duffett. And they're doing a good job. They're on course at this moment in time for a top 6 at least. Potentially even maybe a little bit more when everything shuffles its way out. We'll find out. 7th now, they're dropping down 2. As everybody drives past, there is a closest shot of the 455. Driver getting comfortable in cockpit. Good view actually of the interior of the Citroen C1. So many parts as standard in these cars. It's all about keeping the cost down. Obviously the safety stuff there, the roll cage welded into place and all the safety structures that are required, the fire extinguisher, the ventilation, etc, etc. But broadly speaking, it's a very standard car. Standard and sealed engine and gearbox. It's all about keeping the weight and the car price down, and that is makes it a real cost-effective way to go motor racing. There's the 458 as well. What's happening there? Whereabouts on the racetrack is this car? It is stranded in the 458. Silverlake 2. Not good news. They're not in gravel, so that's a win. At the very least, the car doesn't need pulling, but as you saw from the hand signals, needs himself a tow, and that is actually that's directly below my commentary box, near damn it, on the run into Paddock Hill Bend. So something has not worked out very well indeed for that car, and that's a massive bit of news for the 458. That's really going to hurt them. Silverlake 2 car, it's not working out well. The car's sponsored by our series sponsor, and that, the dreaded safety car, it is called, because obviously it's in the line of fire there. Cars are at their absolute maximum velocity. Silverlake 2 car dropping down the order like a stone while they're stationary, and everybody else is going great guns around this Brands Hatch Indy circuit. Yellow flags are waving. Everybody will line up behind the Citroen C1 safety car again, and when we go racing, this is going to make for quite the restart, methinks. Who's going to miss out? Who's going to lose out? Bacon Racing with Liquid Molly once again are the ones in the vulnerable position, having not made their 3rd stop. This doesn't help them at all. Dragon Sport by Amigo, the 409, is our race leader. They're also in a similar predicament. So Alpha Trojan will be very pleased indeed, because that has fallen into their lap somewhat, strategy-wise at least. And that's the risk when you're going to make pit stops in motor racing. You want to leave it as long as possible. Sometimes that could work to your advantage, but that makes you vulnerable to any potential safety car interventions that you're not expecting. They're going to really scupper your prospects. And I do think our 1st and 2nd place cars are going to be in a little bit of strife when we go racing. Again, 50 minutes then on the clock. Phil McDougall on the Brscc YouTube channel chat. Safety car again will make for a good restart though. Phil, you hit the nail on the head. You bang on the money with that one. The restart's going to be, I'm even going to go as far as saying sensational. I expect it to be. So, Rob Lewis on pit lane has got someone to talk to. Let's head down and have a word.
I've managed to grab a word with Frank Claydon. Now, you are not normally in the Road and Tracks car, are you? Scuderia Polo Rosso is your usual team. What are you doing out with Road and Tracks?
So, James, teammate, SPR, he is not around this weekend, neither is Graham. And I wasn't planning on being here at Brands, or not in a driving capacity at least, but I need friends in Road and Tracks. Sadly, Michael couldn't make it over. He's in Spain, couldn't make it over. Thoughts are with him at the moment because he would have loved to have been here, but he just can't. So I was offered the opportunity to fill in for him and join Ali and Mel. Mel's out in the car at the moment, and give it a go. Try a different car for a change. See what someone else's car feels like, and yeah, have a bit of fun.
They're a relatively new team to the series, a brand new team. Are you kind of passing on your wisdom from the front-running exploits with the chicken?
Well, we've got 7 years of experience, some good, some bad, and trying to give them some pointers along the way. And they were in our garage at Donington, and we were kind of able to sort of nudge them along in the right direction a couple of times and give what advice we could, and then give them a bit of a hand at Snetterton as well. So he's just trying to steer them down the right path and get them climbing up the grid.
But I guess that's as well as a great part of C1 racing, as well as the racing itself. It's the camaraderie in the paddock, the fact that a new team joins, you didn't really know them, you join, all of a sudden you're racing in the car with them. It's fantastic.
Yeah, well, to be honest, if they weren't such a mad lads anyway, it would be a bit different, but they're a hell of a laugh. And then they're quite good company for a weekend, to be honest, who'd have thought it. So a couple of crazy Scotsmen to keep us entertained for the weekend is all good fun, isn't it?
How's the race panned out for you guys?
Yeah, it was all right. I was a bit disappointed with my stint because it wasn't as quick as I thought I might have been, but it was fine. It was a clean stint. Had a good sort of good run with our garage mates in Sandown. We were sort of with each other for most of the stint, so yeah, it was good fun.
All good fun is C1 racing. When can we see a return of the chicken, the Scuderia Polo Rosso?
Possibly Silverstone, definitely Race of Remembrance. And you never know, maybe Portugal as well.
Fantastic. Good to see you, Frank.
Cheers, Rob. Take care, mate.
Thanks. Right. Safety car out on the track. Steve Kite, unfortunately, is parked car number 458, which is being towed at the moment on the escape road at the top of Paddock Hill Bend. Now, unfortunately for him, he came past the pit straight here. We all noticed it, going very slow. Didn't sound like there was a lot of engine noise coming from the car. There normally isn't anyway, but yeah, definitely some issues. So I'm going to find out what happened to 458 there and get you some more interviews. Let's find out what's going on up and down the pit lane. But for now, back to Paul in the commentary box.
Grazie mille to Rob Rowley down there in pit lane. Thank you very kindly for yet more. No, it's not Rob Rowley, actually, he's next to me in production. It's Rob Lewis down there in pit lane. Again, too excited. Safety car then, once again. It seems like a reoccurring appearance in this particular race. The temperatures dropping a little bit as the sun begins to go down here at the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit, where the intensity levels most certainly aren't dropping out on track. I am actually seeing through my window a car being towed on track, so that may be on its way to the nearest point of egress here at the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit to get everything cleaned up and ready to go racing. Again, big thank you to everybody once again who's watching at home. Thanks for sticking with us. It's been a sensational weekend of racing. I think it's fair to say it's been an absolute pleasure to share it all with you as well. There is the rather forlorn looking car being towed around the Brands Hatch Circuit, all the way around, curiously, the Brands Hatch Circuit for a lap of honour, if you will. Parade of honour, as that car is on its way back to pit lane, and not a million miles away. Luckily, we're not on the Grand Prix track, so it's a relatively short hike. Take a little shortcut as well for good measure onto the access roads. That 458 having come grinding to a halt on the run into Paddock Hill Bend, and it's a real shame. No one likes to have to do a DNF when you go racing, especially at this kind of level where you're very much in it for seat time and for fun and for the experience behind the wheel as well. So Silverlake 2, Paul Sawyer, Zach Blackwell and Steve Kite. Steve behind the wheel at this moment in time. Okay, not for the first time I've made this statement on the course of this live broadcast this weekend, but the lights are out, the safety car peels away, and racing with 44 minutes just over left on the clock can recommence in the Silverlake C1 Endurance Series here at Brands Hatch as part of the Brscc Summer Race Weekend. One they go past the camera, almost as one is the C1. Vehicles, Citroen cars of course. The cars to the left on track are the Generation 1s, but we did have a debut of a Generation 2 a little bit earlier on in the main Silverlake car. That one, unfortunately, though, it did head into retirement, but have I just seen that on screen? Have I just seen the 558? Yes, I have. Wow, that is wonderful timing. So I was just referring back to that one, and there it is again, back out on track. Nowhere near anybody in terms of performance, of course, because they have been stationary for a long time, but it's good to see that that new Generation 2 car appears to be back on track, and Rose getting a turn behind the wheel as the 434, the Liquid Molly car, has a little nibble. Well, doesn't have a little nibble at all, has a massive nibble on the 385, and the 385 thinks, nope, had enough of that one,
let's get down pit lane and do our stop. That is the Crispy Moth car. Alistair Harris, Crispin Harris, James Wilmoth and Teddy Wilmoth behind the wheel. 434 though, under a little bit of pressure. Oh, hello. A penalty, overtaken before the line after safety car restart for the number 421. Who's the number 421, I hear you ask? It's our race leader. That's who it is. Alpha Trojan are going to receive a penalty for overtaking before the safety car. And yikes, it's a stop-go penalty for the 458 Silverlake 2 car. I don't think they're really bothered about that one though, because that's the car that was going very slowly indeed a few moments ago. Oh, somebody's off onto the gravel, onto the grass. Goes and visits the MSV lawn. Gets the car back in, the 385 picture-in-picture that you see there as well in pit lane, getting their service. We saw them coming down pit road a few moments ago. 80-second stop-and-go penalty for the 550. Who's the 550? I don't recognise that number. Not sure what's happening there. I'll ignore that one for now, though, as the cars are 458, 4 minutes 35 seconds stop-and-go penalty for a short pit stop. 458. Having a penalty for 5.8 being the Silverlake 2 car that we saw in a bit of dramas earlier on. 5.58, the Silverlake car that we saw in a bit of drama many hours ago, is now back on the racetrack though, and that's great to see that one. Greg Rose having a turn behind the wheel, trying out the Gen 2 car for the very first time and seeing what he's capable of delivering behind the wheel. Good stuff for Rose. He'll be enjoying himself. I'm glad to see that car back in action. It's a wonderful looking car that we already heard a little bit about the life and development of this car. It's the latest generation, the Generation 2 Citroen C1, as opposed to the Gen 1 cars that are on track. It's been built specifically with the intention of being comparable to the Gen 1 cars. It is just a newer shape as requested by some of the teams and their sponsors. And not had an easy start to life. Competitive, yes, but it came to a halt earlier. Competitive, yes. When it comes to the inside, very much now is the 380. That is a wonderful pass for Gala performance with BP Motorsports. And then we see a little bit further up the Quattro Formaggio car getting into a little bit of a ding-dong as well. Not for position, there are separated by many laps between the two of those cars, but it's still having a great race out on track, and vital lappery for the Silverlake car to get under their belt, so it's good to see they're back out again. There is the Alpha Trojan car that we saw very briefly on shot as well. Alpha Trojan, second position. AFR in the 427 in fourth place as well. That was the red car at the head of your screen, coming into shot in 3, 2, 1 there. The FAR car, FAF car even. It's been a long day. He's in fourth position, so good stuff from them. Alpha Trojan, used to see that car at the sparky end of the grid. That's exactly what they're doing at this moment in time. It is, who's behind the wheel of that one? It's saying behind the wheel of the 421. It's saying it's Jonathan Mundy, but I thought it was Austin. Apparently Jonathan Mundy, though, is behind the wheel and doing a grand job as things stand. 5.4 seconds and the whole world of traffic between himself and the Bacon Racing with Liquid Molly car that is a lap out of sync thanks to a plethora of safety car interventions that we've had over the last hour or so. So the Bacon Racing, Bacon Racing with Liquid Molly car holding on at this moment in time. 5.4 seconds is the gap between that car, the Alpha Trojan machine. I do think though that gap will slowly but surely begin to close. A lot of traffic, lap times are up and down and all over the place as everybody tries to cycle their way through. Let's see the green BPC car coming in. 5-minute stop-go penalty for causing a collision for the 392, the Formaggio car. So the 392 that we saw on screen a few moments ago. Unfortunately for them, they've got what is as good as a full day, basically, worth of time penalty there. Quattro Formaggio, real shame. Alistair May, Christopher Parks stop-go penalty for them, which is a shame. Where are they? 392 in the timing screens. Let's have a look. Where is 392? All the way down in 20th position anyway, so their day is well and truly done, methinks. And there we go. Thank you very much to Rob Rowley, our producer, for picking up on what I was saying and bringing that car in vision as we say it. And there we go, heading down for what will be a soul-destroying amount of time that they're going to be in pit lane. A 5-minute stop-and-go penalty is night and day, night and day, night and day again, I think. 20th place, though, they're out of contention now, and it's all about recovering what you can and just enjoying the last 37 minutes and 43 seconds of what has been, I know I say this a lot, but I mean every word, a sensational race in the Silverlake C1 Endurance Series. There we go. And chap there's going to have to, is that Chris on the stop-go board? I think it might be. I know that fella. Thought he was working the start-finish straight today, but clearly not. So there we go, they're going to be serving their 5-minute penalty. That's a long time to be stationary, where you can hear the street of tyres and the roar of engines in the background, knowing your rivals, the circulating flat chat, and you're sat there getting hotter and hotter under the collar. This is a great battle pack that we've got going on there. That is the Alpha Trojan race leading car side by side with the Silverlake 1 machine. And there's the 323 that's got their own troubles to contend with as well. Adam Willis, Charlie Bingham behind the wheel of that car. A little accident damage earlier on. But look at this, 2 wide now, 2 packs of 2 wide, 3 wide, almost 4 wide. AFR at the head of his pack, the 232, the 432 as well. Getting involved in this one, the Brscc racing car, trying desperately to buy into the fight but not get too enthused and too held up. That is job done, fabulous stuff. 427 and 432, Arthur and Kell respectively behind the wheels. Fight for 4th place. Currently, and I say currently because I expect it to change very quickly indeed, held by AF Racing for now in 4th position. I do very much think though that Dan Kell and Brscc will have a little bit of something to say about that one, Bison, in the 326, not in this particular squad. But look at this one. After what's it been? 2 hours and 24 minutes, 20 seconds of racing, and we've got this pack battle. How awesome is this? Now we go to the inside. That car's not in contention though. That is, of course, the recovering Silverlake machine. So hopefully that'll stay well and truly out of the race and allow this ding-dong battle to continue. The liveries look very similar. They're almost occupying the same bit of racetrack. A bit of rubbing, a little bit of bump drafting, NASCAR-esque almost, between the two of them. This is fantastic stuff for 4th position. Arthur and Kell almost as one, becoming a bit of a cut-and-shut limousine almost, trying to drive that close to the rear bumper that it is in effect becoming the singular car. Difference between these two drivers and making an overtake is basically one of them needs to shut their eyes and go for it, and that is exactly as the clock ticks down. We'll be creeping into the back of the mind. Are we going to have to pull the pin? Are we going to have to do something dramatic? You're definitely going to need sharp elbows, let's put it that way. As Phil McDougall on the Brscc chat says, this is packed racing, is great. Could not agree more. Phil, you said the restart was going to be good, and good it has been. Can Kell do anything to get on terms with traffic in front of us as well? So this is not going to be what the 427 wants to see, not going to be at all what the 427 wants to see. That car, the Gala performance with BP Motorsports 380 machine, isn't in this particular fight. They're in 10th position overall, so they're on a different lap. But these two are on a different lap. And the TGR car's not a million miles away as well. The 311 just up the road too, so they'll be hoping to stay out of trouble and get wrapped up into these fantastic fighting. Even through traffic, you've got to work hard. That's the Gala Performance car, giving a little bit of an invitation to go up the inside for the AFR machine. That invitation didn't need extending on more than one occasion, as Arthur throws that car up the inside and takes the position, but puts the lap on the Chaser. The 320 in the background is very, very interested indeed as well. Kell trying to buy into this one by South, also in the picture as well. The 326. Hashtag bless car. They're in a bit of trouble. Goodness me, they've done a great job, haven't they? They've done trouble in the first 10 minutes, was it, of the race? That we saw that car stationary and not looking like it's having a nice time at all. And then, wham, bam, bam, they've got up in a 6th position. Absolutely fabulous, fabulous stuff. You've seen in the comments, Racer Seb is saying, come on, Bacon. I reckon Bacon Racing have a trick, well, a truck up the sleeve. It won't be a truck, they're massive. Could be a trick up the sleeve, though. Might have been a typo there. Possibly so. They've only done 2 stops, though. So realistically speaking, they might, and they probably will, actually, will need to come down for better full service at some stage. So Bacon Racing, I think, have been hung out to dry a little bit with the unfortunate timing of pit stop versus safety car intervention. They're definitely making hay while the sun shines, though, at the front of the field from the Alpha Trojan car in 2nd position. Will that become the Alpha Trojan car a little bit further down the running? No, they've got to be very, very careful, because this battle pack does not care for reputation, does not care for past results, and does not care, apparently, for cars on different laps. All they want to do is get stuck into each other, and very wisely, I think it has to be said, the Alpha Trojan wasn't particularly enthusiastic about closing doors, shutting down opportunities when cars come to their inside. Get out of Dodge and let them go through, because last thing you want to do is get wrapped up in somebody else's hand-fisted mistake. Not saying these cars are going to make a mistake, the last thing you want to do is get involved. In fact, there is the Alpha Trojan car down pit lane. So the Alpha Trojan car's decided, nope, had enough of that one. Don't like what I'm seeing around me. Extricate myself from the situation and go and get some go-go juice in that car to continue through the final 31 minutes of the race. And there is, right on cue, the Dayglow coloured machine. Not a fan of Dayglow normally, but actually that works quite nicely on the Alpha Trojan. In fact, actually it's a penalty. It is a penalisation for the 421. I'm not quite sure why, if I'm perfectly honest on that one. I may have missed that one, but the 421 is serving that penalty. It's going to hurt. It is going to hurt. They've got some advantage, but this track, the Brands Hatch Inner Circuit, is shorter than a short thing in Shortsville. So anytime stationary is going to hurt far more than, say, Spa-Francorchamps, for example, where you can afford to sit around for a whole while. And there is the Alpha Trojan car, still looking stationary. I think Rob and I are both exchanging moderately confused glances as to why this car is stationary, because I've missed why that is. But what I can tell you why, for sure, what the outcome is, bye-bye victory hopes with 30 minutes left to go. That car's been stationary for more than that 5 seconds I were anticipating. So whether they've got a problem or a different penalty, or we've missed it in the slew of penalties that came in all at roughly the same time, I do apologise. But and I've just been told to me here, and I did say that at the time and forgot all about it almost instantaneously. Thank you very much, Rob Rowley, for reminding me of that one. Stop-go penalty, 1 minute for overtaking before the safety car line. Of course, we saw that notification a little while ago, got wrapped up in this little battle, but of course that is the death knell of their prospects at Alpha Trojan. I do think you ain't going to recover from that kind of time loss, and they're tumbling down the timing tower. Real shame. My apologies for forgetting that one. They're on their merry way again. I get too excited and wrapped up. Right, Rob Lewis actually down on pit lane. We've got a bit of an update regarding Trojan, so without further ado, let's go down to Rob Lewis.
As we see a returning Trojan car, the 323 car, come into the pit lane after having its mechanical issues. It looks like they're potentially retiring that car. You saw the lead Trojan car pull off into the pit lane for a stop-go penalty. That was because they committed a cardinal sin of the safety car restart. Technically, anything before the timing line, even when the flags go green and the lights go green, you cannot overtake before you pass that timing line. And unfortunately, it looks like they have done so. They've committed a cardinal sin in motorsport. That's chargeable with a stop-go penalty, which has just opened this podium right up. Alpha Trojan have been dominant in this series for such a long time. So to see both cars hit trouble like this and so late on in the race is incredible. Don't forget, folks, Bacon still need to stop for their stop, so it's just opened it up to brand new podium sitters in this race at Brands Hatch. It was a little bit of a slow burner at first, I must admit. It did get a bit processional. We've seen both the Silverlake cars get knocked out through various gremlins after running really well at the start. We've now seen the same run with the Alpha Trojan cars, and we've also had Rob and Sid Smith run into trouble as well after their exploits into the gravel. I don't know about you, Paul, I cannot wait to see the conclusion of this race, because we look like we are getting some brand new contenders for the C1 podium.
Rob, I would have to agree with that one wholeheartedly. It's been an absolute cracker, but it is obviously a real shame to see such a sad end to what has been a great drive at the front of the field for Alpha Trojan. They're running in 5th position as things stand, so they're not falling quite as far back as I expected. But what that does mean, of course, Bacon Racing, as you mentioned, need to come down pit lane and serve their next stop. They've only done 2 so far, so they don't have a truck up the sleeve, according to Racer Seb on our live stream comments, but they do need to stop. Again, confirmed there by the guru of the Silverlake C1 Endurance Championship, Rob Lewis, down in pit lane. What it does mean, though, is we've got quite the race for the win and the podium. The 311, the TGR racing car currently driven by Walsh, is in 2nd position. Now we've had a bit of a shuffle around in the running order, and then behind is the 432 Rab Sport car that is desperately trying to hold on from the 427 AF Racing car in 4th place. This is a nice little squabble. The 442 that we're looking at here on screen is the team in scene. Adam Langley, David Mayers and Maurice Crockett are doing a good job there. And there we have a look now as we run down in a T1. This is the view looking down onto the first corner of this track. Beautiful shots as we run down into the fabulous Paddock Hill Bend. So, 25 minutes 44 seconds of a 3-hour endurance race. We're making a habit of taking this thing all the way down to the line. So it seems 434, the Bacon Racing with Liqui Molycar is still your race leader, but they will depart very quickly indeed to go down to pit lane in the immediate future. Then it's TGR Racing in 2nd place. That will become first, Inherited, and then Rab Sport Racing, Cal behind the wheel of that car in 3rd, will be Inherited in a 2nd. AF Racing with Arthur behind the wheel, a 4th, and that will move up to 3rd. Do you think that's going to stay the same now? The checkered flag? I don't. Absolutely not. Plenty of racing still to go. 25 minutes in which to fill it in. This is basically now hit the region of an average touring car race. So, these look touring car racy-ish, don't they? Let's have some door-to-door racing. Sounds like a wonderful plan to me. Around we go. How many laps have we done? Let's have a look. 134 in the books for Bacon Racing. This thing stands. Is that so the car in pit lane as well? Is that the thought I saw? May have been mistaken. I'm still not very familiar with them. The Oakley Motorsports 455. No, it's not. It's the 447. So my eyes failing me. TRX Motorsports, Paul Bishop, Craig Dickinson, Ben Howarth behind the wheel. Not seen much from TRX. It's good to give them a little bit of camera time for team, crew, drivers and sponsors, and they're having a quick fill up in pit lane. Down the fuel guzzles, and then off they go racing again. Fairly economical car, a Citroen C1, so pretty good on juice as well. Another way you saved a bit of money if you come racing this championship. Benefits keep on piling up, don't they? Fabulous series, fabulous racing, fabulous people, and sensational sporting endeavours to be had. There is the 447, then 19th so far. Driver back in, belted, latched and braced, and ready to snurtle out onto the Brands Hatch Indy circuit for 23.5 minutes. Final minutes of fun to be had. Everything's under control by the team. Make sure pit lane's clear. Push them back. And away we go again. 19th place Bishop now behind the wheel of the 447 car. Time to have a bit of fun for Paul Bishop. Here's a battle pack, if ever I've seen one. The 434 that we see in picture at this moment in time. The Bacon Racing Liquid Moly car is our race leader. But will they peel off on this lap? Not yet. Around it goes again. Remember, folk, that they've got to make another stop, and they need to be making it pretty soon. And the reason is we're running out of time. Yeah, quite essentially. We're running out of time in this 3-hour race. Could do with another couple more. So much as if they could do a 24-hour race. Oh, yeah, they do. And that's upcoming as well. Make sure you check that one out. It's going to be Race of Remembrance. Fabulous stuff. Fabulous stuff. Indeed. Right, diving down now into the hairpin. Bacon Racing. Holding on. That's an uncomfortable feeling as a driver. You can see immediately the driver having a little look in the mirrors, see where everybody's around on the racetrack. You really, really, really hate to be in close proximity with other cars, especially when other cars are very interested. It's a vested interest in finding a way of getting past you. Yes, we're not on the same lap, but of course, if we can clear the Bacon car, then the TGR racing machine behind can start building an inroad into their lead. They'll take the position anyway. It's quite simply, once the Bacon Racing car pulls in, we'll tour around the track quite quickly and take over that race victory, race lead, by virtue of the fact that we don't have to stop again as things stand. So it's going to be a splash and dash right to the flag, I reckon, for the 434. And frankly, that's kind of the only option that they've got available to them at this stage. You just want to run the car as late into the stint as you can get, making sure you don't exceed the maximum driving time, make sure you don't empty the tank and come to our retirement. And then a little splash of fuel, just enough to take you to the checker, and then go like stink after that one. Drive through for the 300 BPC tyre buffering car for track limits. I did say track limits might be an issue, the 300. Unlucky for some in 13th position. Certainly been unlucky for the BPC crew, Rob and Sid Smith. They've had a fair few track limits. One of them was basically the barrier on the outside of Paddock Bend. That's a pretty impressive track limit. It would be a bit harsh to penalise them for that one as well, because that was when it all went rather wrong indeed. But they're back on track. We're in 13th as things stand. Can't complain at that one. Father and son duo, what a wonderful experience that must be. I do so wish my family were a motor racing family, and also significantly better off, and we could go racing, but alas, that's not to be. That boat sailed, so I'll stick to doing the talkie-talkies, which frankly, I'm not great at that either, but I'm not better than I'm a driver. So, here we go. Let's have a look what's happening on track. Still got Bacon Racing. Still followed by TGR. There's a lap separating the two of them. And there's about 4.5 inches on track separating. There's the launch for TGR. That gap gets very quickly closed though by Bacon, by Liquid Moly Racing. Didn't want to leave that one open too long. Never fun to be the one that's loitering on the outside line, because a little mistake could quite easily go a door handle to door handle, and then away you find yourself skirting through the gravel, which would be somewhat detrimental to your overall race finish. But I think the 311 doesn't really need to apply too much pressure. In fact, actually, there is an interloper as well, the 550 getting wrapped up in that bit of drama, and then decides, nope, don't want no part of this one, boys. Off you go, and opens the door again. TGR Racing then are in the pound seats, methinks, with 19 minutes left on the clock. Everybody watching at home, it's always awesome to have you with us. Thank you all watching on the Brscc YouTube chat. Fabulous to see that one. Drive-through penalty for the 550, by the way, for track limits. The 550 running a little bit down the further running order, 14th position. It'd be awesome to
Take a little look actually at the TGR car, the 311 and the 432 as well, which is following this Bacon Racing car. We've been keeping track of this little pack for a while. Reason that this Bacon Racing machine car is interesting, aside from the fact that of course it is our race leader, is pure and simply because this car is yet to pit and will very quickly be conceding not just track position but also the overall race lead to that car a lap behind. Callum Dearden, by the way, on our chat channel on the Brscc YouTube channel, as saying big love to Matty Troy in the 451 on his first race, chasing the 550 for 14th position. In which case then, can we have a look at the 451 please, Rob? And let's have a quick look at Matty Troy enjoying his first car race. So this is courtesy, Matty, when you watch this one back, Callum Dearden, that suggested that we gave us some big love to you, and I'm very much up for giving some big love. So have a look at Matty then and see how he's getting on. Car number 451 being the PMF Racing with CSR machine. Matty Troy sharing that car with William Hodgson, Martin Brown and Peter Kay. And there we go, right on cue. Well played, Matty. Let's get a little bit lively. Loving that one, the black X in the yellow square signifies a rookie in the back window. And Matty, when you said he was chasing in chat, Callum, I kind of thought it would just be you have a 10th, I have a 10th. I didn't realise it was going to be glued to the cars in front. Absolutely beautiful. Great little battle pack that we see here. Matty Troy at the back of said battle pack, and really, really fighting very hard indeed. It's fabulous. It's fabulous to see the 451 in action there. Brilliant stuff. Hope he's enjoying himself as much as we are up in the box, it has to be said. Nice looking liveried car as well there. Black nose and the green and white triangles on the side. Fabulous stuff. Where is the 451? Do we say 15th position on track? 7.6 seconds he's got to make up to the 550. It's going to be a big ask in 16 minutes. But this is somebody that I dare say, I'm going to put words in their mouth, but if they're having their first race, I know if that was me, they will be living out a lifelong dream, I'm sure. And big respect to that one. I hope you enjoy it as much. Oh, not afraid to go a bit. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Matty. Pretend that we've not seen that one, folks. That's the pressure of the camera on. And having in his ear saying you're on telly, son. Do well. And goes a little bit squirrely, does Matty Troy. But every single good and bad thing that happens to you on a racetrack is all tools in the armoury, tools in the chest of experience that you can deploy in future. And if this circuit racing lark doesn't work out, Matty looks pretty good on the gravel as well. Nice bit of car control. There could be a future in rallycross for him. But great stuff, Matty Troy there. Hope you're enjoying your first race. Car number 451. Sorry we caught that moment on camera. Ironic, that's how they move. 3 hours. He'll get back in the pits and he'll be saying 3 hours, no mistakes. And then look what happened. Right, what's happening here? This is the 442 car team in scene. Seen a little bit of this one before. We're a 442, 18th position at this moment in time, and that actually looks a little like a road car in that livery, doesn't it? Looks like you could pick that up in the car park. A bit of chitter chatter going on in the back of the garage. Not necessarily a couple of people that look absolutely euphoric with their day's work. And they're in pit lane, and hopefully that car isn't going to be standing stationary for too long. It certainly looks like that was ever so slightly outside of the scheduled planned activation for said team. So 18th in pit lane. Back to Matty Troy in the 451. PMF Racing with CSR. Recovered from his little bit of recovered from his off-track adventure. Callum Dearden says, thanks for that, lads. Been a great watch so far. Absolute pleasure. Hope Matty's enjoying himself out on track and you're enjoying the broadcast at home. Hope everybody else watching at home is enjoying the broadcast as well. It's a pleasure to have you with us this weekend for the Brscc Summer Race Weekend. This is the final race in action of the weekend that we're watching here, the Silverlake C1 Endurance Series. Big shout out to Rob Rowley, who's down on pit lane for today, been bringing us Rob Lewis, on pit lane, bringing us some wonderful news and insights. Rob Rowley is our producer for Alpha Live in the background, making sure the pictures make it out to you. My name's Paul Jeffrey in the commentary box. It's been my debut weekend, actually, at the Brscc, and I can't tell you how much fun I have had. Incredible racing throughout, and a thank you to the Brscc, of course, themselves for putting on these sensational racing events. We love motorsport, that's why we're here, that's why we're spending our time doing this thing, and it's wonderful that we have such a rich wealth of racing activity to enjoy. The internet's not been good for much, I must admit. It's just a poisonous place where people go and hide behind the keyboards. But one thing that is good about the internet is the fact that we've got more racing than we've ever had, thanks to streaming and to YouTube and other platforms. So really good stuff and great work by our friends at Alpha Live bringing us this event. So 12 minutes 36 seconds left on the clock. Our race leaders are the 434, the Bacon Racing with Liquid Molly car. But they're going to need a little bit of juice in the tank some stage in the not too distant future, methinks. So they've got to come down pit lane again. It's a bit of a false lead in effect. TGR Racing, the 311, are in second position. Walsh is behind the wheel of the 311. Max Walsh, that is, of course. And then in third place is Brscc Racing. That is car number 432. Dan Kell is the driver that is currently doing a sterling job in third, although I suspect before too long that's going to turn into second when our car on screen now, the Bacon Racing with Liquid Molly machine, comes down pit lane and says his pit stop. Great stuff, are on track. Great stuff kicking off. Colin Dearden and Clad in chat. So glad you caught that one on camera. Even more glad he scooped it back in track. Yeah, absolutely. Great stuff as we were looking at Mate a little earlier on. So, the tyre and fuel whisperer in this car. Can they make it? No, they can't make it to the flag, of course not. But by the time they're stationary, the amount of time left on the clock, it ain't going to be stationary for very long at all. And here we go, folks. This is what matters. This is where it is at. It all comes down to this one. Sandro brings the car in for Bacon Racing. This is going to be a splash and dash to the line. Right on cue. Here we come, down pit lane. This car's led for a fairly hardy amount of time. But they've got to make a stop. They've got to put juice in. Run like the wind. Driver out. Beautiful. Synchronised pit work here. No rush, no rush. Take it nice and calm. Less haste, more speed. Fuel on board. Does look like it's been a little bit scruffy at the back, but no problems though, really, at this moment in time. Get that splash and dash fuel in. We only need to fill it up for the next 10 minutes worth of racing. There we go. No more than 4 people, including driver, can touch the car. Oh no. And there you go. That's your problem. That's your stumble. And that is thrown away. That chap needs a belt, for sure. But that is that little stumble there, getting into the car before the fuel filler cap was back on. And that's the problem. You rush, you're hasty, and that's where mistakes fall in. Windscreen wipers are blazing. They'll recognise that one in a minute, but I don't think this has worked out. Apologies in the background of a little bit of language as well. Frustrated, tensions flaring. That was not a good stop at all for the 434. They were never going to be on for the win, of course, because just the time delta loss for making the stop was always going to negate any win chances, but that may even have hurt them for the podium. So, what does that mean, folks? It means we've got a new race leader. Hey, awesome stuff. TGR are at the head of the pack. Just behind them as well is Dan Kell in the 432, 8.5 seconds, 13 seconds down to third position. 20 seconds is the Bacon car. So 13 seconds cover our top 3 drivers after near as makes no difference 3 hours worth of racing. Motorsport is awesome. It really, really is. And this is absolutely awesome as well. TGR then, car number 311, TGR Racing, Luke Haberman and Max Walsh in that car. Max Walsh is the man that's driving at this moment in time. He's got the 3-2-6 in front of him. That's the hashtag blessed car, but they're not on the same lap. They're not racing for position. So hopefully the 3-2-6 will concede track position or track placement in a few moments' time to give our 311 the room that he needs to continue his charge. 8.5 seconds in 8 minutes, a second a minute. Going to be a big ask for Dan Kell. I'm sure he's going to give it his absolute everything, but if this hashtag blessed car continues to show reluctance, shall we say, to open the way for our new race leaders, and that 8.5 seconds might look like it's getting a little bit shorter indeed. Folks at home watching on the Brscc YouTube channel, we said it was going to be good. Anybody expected to still have a fight for the race lead with 7 minutes to go after 3 hours? Oh, what more could you possibly ask for? Happy times are here again for sure, and I do think that at the head of the pack, Max Walsh will be feeling the pressure. Let's head down actually while we're waiting for this one to build with Rob Lewis in pit lane. So Rob, what have you got for us?
So the conclusion of this 3-hour race. It's rather exciting. We've got to pan the camera around to the team that's watching nervously in second place. This is Brscc Racing. Richie Barnard there is putting in all of the data. He's checking his drivers are doing the right thing, but realistically, they have got to hunt down TGR Racing and get that move done. I'm smelling a bit of Fun Cup racing situation going on, same as yesterday, but with a bit less contact. It's good, clean, hard racing here. That pit stop for Bacon did end up being a bit scruffy towards the end. It was a very good stop, and they could be very pleased with their work in this race. Never write Bacon Racing with Liqui Moly off. And AF Racing as well. They've had a superb time here this weekend. It's time for the conclusion. That's probably going to be my last interview until we get to the podiums. Let's watch out on track and see how this all pans out. For now, back to Paul.
Marvellous stuff. Thank you very much, Rob Lewis. Not very often that I wish I wasn't in the commentary box, but I'll tell you now, I would love to be trackside for this one. This is going to be a grandstand finish. I'm absolutely sure there's certainly a fair amount of stress and pressure out on track for some of these drivers. We're looking at the 4:32 at this moment in time. The car in second position, Brscc Racing, James Hitchen, Gary Mitchell and Daniel Kell in that team. Dan is the driver that is tasked with bringing the car to the checkered flag. Perhaps he suggested and thought that it would be a safe and steady run to the flag. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that this is going to be the fight for the victory. 8.2 seconds, not a amount of time to shake a stick at, but of course it is certainly doable. You tell a racing driver, old or young, pro or am, that they could possibly take a race victory in a 3-hour race. Doesn't matter what the odds are, doesn't matter who's stacked against or for it. You'll give it everything you've got and a little bit more. Looking forward to hearing what they've got to say in about 6-7 minutes time. But before we do that one, there's the small matter of 5 minutes worth of Silverlake C1 Endurance Series racing action to carry on with. 7.7 seconds now is the gap at the head of the pack. It's still been a big gap. We need a borderline miracle to get in contention if we're right on board with the 432 Brscc racing car. But we've seen that one before. Heck, the Branstown Marshals cleared a stranded car in 1 minute and 32 seconds earlier to allow us to finish the earlier race in green flag conditions. So miracles can and do happen. And I reckon that Dan Kell will be giving every fibre of his being to push this car forward as quickly as possible. 7.792 was the gap to the line on the last lap. Have we managed to improve it? Across the line, 7.5 we do, but it's not enough. That is not enough. 1 minute 4.697 for our race leader. 1 minute 4.695 for second position, separated by what makes no difference, absolutely nothing. We're running out of time, but even if it is second position for Dan Kell, that is going to be a sensational result. The 4:27 as well, of course, down in third. AF Racing, Zachary Archer,
fabulous performance for them as well. Really, really good stuff on track. And we're running out of time. Sad as I am to say that one, because it has been an absolute ding-dong race, it has to be said. And my first introduction to the world of the Silverlake C1 Endurance Trophy. Quite frankly, it's blown my mind. I've absolutely loved my entire weekend. Please ask me back again, because this has been really quite spectacular. A great couple of days racing. Fantastic spectacle. Festival of motor racing, some might say. Open wheel cars, closed top, high power prototypes, low powered tin tops, GTs, silhouette racing cars, right it all. And each and every one of them have been rather special indeed. That's a nervous looking team, isn't it? Doing a little bit of concentrating, studying the street. Yeah, they're not going to be relaxing, I don't think, our TGR for 2 minutes and 39 seconds down the road is probably when you can start to relax. You can hear the commentary. Smile for the camera, folks. You're doing a grand job. At the front of the field, I don't want to put the commentary curse on that one, of course. But there's certainly some nervous anticipation, it has to be said, for the 3-1-1. Max Walsh bringing the car tentatively to the line. 6.5 now is the gap as we come down to the 2-minute marker. It isn't close enough to launch an attack, but it is close enough, most certainly, to make it a little bit more difficult to be loose behind the wheel. 6 seconds is the gap. This is going to be to the wire. 1.5 seconds. You can hear the smile in my voice, I'm absolutely sure. I'm loving this one. In the face of adversity, TGR Racing have stepped up in the best way possible. Car number 311. Luke Haberman and Max Walsh is now behind the wheel. They've got a few more miles to go. Never will have 2 minutes felt longer than it does to this team. Never will have 6 corners felt more like the Nürburgring Nordschleife to this driver. Anything, any noise, any tapping and banging that he can hear, any bit of traffic where they're not immediately jumping out of the way will be causing him a little bit of undue stress. I dare say he's going to have aged and found a few more grey hairs at the end of this race with the pressure that car is under. Crosses the line again, 1 minute to go here at the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit for the Silverlake C1 Endurance Series. Under 6 seconds is the gap. The only person now, I hate to say this, but the only person that can lose this race now is Max by making a mistake. Stroke the car to the flag is the name of the game. Max Walsh for TGR Racing comes down into Graham Hill Bend. 33 seconds left on the clock. That car is not on the same lap. There's no need to get wrapped up with that one. Indicators on though, just signifying he's willing to get out of the way. But Max Walsh for TGR Racing through the final cut. I can feel the tension in the commentary box. Who knows how the team feel down on pit lane. Comes through the final corner, does the 3-1-1. He's going to be looking through his windshield for that checkered flag. And there we go. And there we go. And there we go. TGR Racing and Max Walsh take the victory here at Brands Hatch. It was 5.7 seconds at the end. But Brscc don't have enough in second position. AF Racing in third place. There'll be a few tears down there, I think. That is a whole bunch of people that don't quite believe exactly what they're seeing. TGR Racing, brilliant stuff. Luke Haberman and Max Walsh. Max bringing the car over the line. He's the one that'll take the checkered flag and have the euphoria within the cockpit. But it's a joint effort from both drivers, equally responsible for the success of their team. Luke Haberman and Max Walsh with a 3-1-1 for TGR Racing. Brscc for their best did a great job. Car number 432. That's a car that is piloted by Dan Kell, who took it over the line. James Hitchen and Gary Mitchell share duties as well. Third position went the way of AF Racing. And then Bacon, it was cooked at the end, wasn't it? They didn't quite have enough in the pit stop. The 434 crosses the line in fourth, just ahead of the car with the fastest lap of the race. A car that many expected to win this one. They've been at the sharp end forever. Alpha Trojan don't quite have enough, but that penalty drops them to 5th, and in 6th position, the 409. Wowzers in trousers. That was absolutely sensational. Absolutely sensational. 3-hour endurance race that is just 6 30-minute races back to back. Legendary. So let's take a look then at those provisional results. I remind you, of course, they're always provisional until Stuart sign off. So after 3 hours of high intensity racing, it is car number 311, TGR Racing. Max walks behind the wheel, 156 laps in the books, and the victory is theirs. Second place in the 432 for Brscc Racing, and then in third, rounding out the podium, the 427 AF Racing take the flag. Bacon, they had a lead for a while, but it all got a bit crispy in the pit stops. They dropped down in a 4th place. Alpha Trojan, a 1-minute penalty, still can't hold their charge. 5th, a solid day's work. In 6th, it is Dragon Sport by Amigo Motorsports, car number 409. Good result for them. 1 lap in arrears at the flag. Oakley Motorsports, they take 7th position, and hashtag blessed indeed. 10 minutes into the race, that car looked like it was done. 8th position, sensational recovery for the 326. In 9th, Brimstone Racing brought fire and brimstone to the event. Finished in 9th position, 338. Legacy behind the wheel, 2 laps in arrears, and then Amigo Motorsports car 381 is our top 10 finishers. In 11th place, the 380 Gala performance with BPC. In 12th, the SCR Sandown Motorsports 354 car. Number 300 is 13th, the BPC tyre buffing machine after a bit of a shaky start through the gravel. And the 451 PMF Racing with CSR car finishes in 14th provisionally. 5 laps in arrears. 15th place goes the way of the 550 MDA car from 16th place, and the 448 Road and Tracks machine. 17th, 385, 6 laps in arrears is Crispy Moth, and in 18th place, 9 laps down, is the 447 of TRX Motorsport. 19th, 442 Team and Scene, and then in 20th, the 558 of Silverlake Racing. They got back out eventually after being at the very, very sharpest end of the grid. 46 back is 392 for the Quattro Formaggio car. The 458 is 22nd, 51 laps back. Classified is the Silverlake 2 car, and then classified 23rd and last is Trojan Motorsports, 54 laps in arrears for the number 323. Wowzer, brilliant, absolutely categorically brilliant. I am not intelligent enough or well versed enough to be able to articulate the feelings of joy I feel inside having been part of this broadcast this weekend. It has been my first dip of the toe in a club racing in the United Kingdom, and oh my goodness me, half-bag will travel, available for hire. That was sensational. Sensational. Each and every race, each and every moment. To share it all with you on the Brscc YouTube channel. Really appreciate the lovely comments from you all. To have your company this weekend has been nothing short of extraordinary. I've also had the company of Rob Rowley alongside me in Alpha Live. He's our producer. He's also the man that saved my bacon somewhat by crashing in his digs yesterday when I had a disaster of my own. And then, of course, down on pit lane, it has been Rob Lewis today, who's doing a sterling job. So I'm about to say goodbye. Don't go anywhere. The show goes on. But my job is over and done. So to the Brscc, for the trust you placed in me, I thank you all. It's been an honour and a pleasure. Rob Rowley alongside me and my colleagues and friends at Alpha Live. You're legends, each and every one of you, and thank you. And to everybody that's welcome into the family, I've loved every minute. So you guys and girls at home watching, thank you. But now it's time to head down to pit lane with Rob Lewis and see what he's got to say with our race winners.
Well, that could quite possibly be one of the most popular podiums and popular wins. TGR Racing were absolutely phenomenal. I've got their drivers here. Max, I'm told you're a man of few words, but I hear there's a tattoo being involved now. Are you going to get it? Are you going to get the tattoo of Brands for that first win?
Well, yeah, I've got to now, don't I? It's something that I've been saying I'm going to do for the last 2 years. It's taken 2 years to do it, so here we are.
Fantastic final drive from you. What were your thoughts? Could you see that Brscc was just slowly closing in?
I was mostly focusing on just keeping my head down, keeping the eyes forward, just trying to get the laps in and not make any mistakes. So hopefully we did that. Well, we did do that, and that's how it's gone.
And the cars come back clean as a whistle. Luke, great first stint. We spoke to you during that race. You brought it home. Did you think this result was possible after getting out the car the first time?
We knew something could happen, but we weren't sure we could quite win it, I'll be honest with you. So, yeah, obviously we're over the moon with what's happened. So, yeah, it was really good.
More of the same at Silverstone, guys?
I can't do it, unfortunately. So maybe he can do it again, but not with me, I'm afraid.
Max, it sounds like you need to get another driver in the car and see if you can do the double.
We'll certainly give it a go.
Fantastic, guys. Congratulations there on a superb win. That's your winner, TGR Racing. A fantastic effort from those guys. I'm going to let Josh Barrett, the circuit commentator, get in there. Thank you, Josh. Now, in second place, and they just so happen to have parked right next to the car, Brscc. What a fantastic result for the Brscc team. You've been phenomenal since probably Race of Remembrance last year. You tried so hard, got so close so many times. It's almost like you broke your duck at the Race of Remembrance, and here you are.
Yeah, that was amazing. That is best C1. That is just amazing. Like, first race I've done with these lads, and what a top job they've done. To put that car P2, bloody amazing. Can't believe it. I'm absolutely knackered.
Absolutely amazing there. Now I need to speak to the man that had to borrow a race suit, because where's your suit, Gary?
It's on the back of the sofa in the house.
What have you done that for?
I didn't want to come today.
Well, the good thing is that's probably your lucky suit now. So good luck, Robin, getting that suit back.
Getting this one back. About time.
James, we spoke to you earlier. You came out after a fantastic first stint. How do you feel?
A little cooler now, less sweaty as well. So the shower was the best part of the race.
And we've got a team owner here as well, Richards. Your baby's back in one piece. Second, great podium. Your thoughts?
Yeah, best result in the C1 series that we've had, and yeah, just over the moon. These boys have absolutely pulled a blinder. Everyone on the team in the stops pulled a blinder. Mega, so happy. I'm so happy.
Congratulations, team. So this is Brscc. We've got three wonderful drivers and a very happy team owner there from the Brscc racing crew, and a very clean car as well. Robin will like that. He's just rounding up the rest of the Rab. And the good thing is they've also lined up AF Racing for us as well. Fantastic podium. You got there?
Yeah, finally, in the end, eventually, yeah, it was good.
So, did you think this was possible after the opening stints?
I thought we'd be a bit higher than we was on the opening stints, I've got to say, but yeah, I thought it was possible, yeah, anything could happen, especially with that safety car helped out a lot, to be fair, a bunch of pack-up so we could just gain all that time back, so yeah, I thought we could do it, yeah.
Absolutely brilliant result for the team. Broken the duck for this year. You coming back to Silverstone for a bit more?
Yeah, 100%, definitely.
Go for the win this time?
We'll see, we'll see. I don't want to jinx it.
How did the traffic play a part today as well?
Yeah, it played a big part, to be fair. I was able to hang on to the boys at the front with the traffic, because it was just so hard to overtake over here, and any moment you got to take it. So yeah, easy to hang on when there's traffic. Without the traffic and you got no toe, it's tough, but yeah, hung in there.
Phenomenal effort, sir. I'll shake your hand there, and that's our third place podium getters outright there. The AF Racing car. I just want to speak to Bacon Racing very quickly. Again, it's rare that we speak to people off the podium, but so close. You're nearly there. You had the same at Snetterton. You had the pace. Thoughts?
Yeah, it is what it is. There was if, buts and maybes all through it, but actually it was a really good fun race. Dad drove very, very well. I had a great fun, and that's why we come racing. Have great fun.
Back for Silverstone?
Saving up for next Silverstone, the Silverstone after.
For 24 hours?
That's right, yeah, definitely. I want to be out for that. It'll be a great race.
Fantastic. Not quite on the podium this time, but a great race nonetheless.
Not on the podium last time either.
I'll leave it there for now, and that concludes our podium for the Silverlake C1 series. A fantastic race, closely fought. We didn't have as many cars as we did at the last round at Snetterton, but that didn't compromise on the racing. Just look at that brand new podium that turned out. A credit to the series, and that ends a wonderful weekend of endurance and sprint racing here at Brands Hatch. We had Fun Cup, Super Classic, Formula Ford yesterday. We had Zeo prototypes. We've had the SuperSport Endurance, and we've had the Silverlake C1 series here today. But I'll be signing off. That's all from me, Robert Lewis, down in the pit lane at Brands Hatch as the sun sets here in Kent. Our thanks to Paul Jeffrey, to Jamie Peters-Ennis yesterday. Our thanks to the crew at Alpha Live for suffering through this heat. But for now, it's goodbye from us. We'll see you at the next one.